So basically go na lima na miti o na dito time in quarterfinal. So Tatiana and senior team ng Jack Robinson ni Australia, Tati na Darbo ni Brazil, and Darbo na senior team Karasarawa, Yago Dora. Kere na laro na chicken na Roma na Leo Rero Minaka, Tyla, Ray Chun, Watake, Naomi, Navalevo, and they take it with Argentina, and Lima na Minitio to Naviti. We're going to start clearing the lineup here very shortly. Team, please. Free surfers, last wave. Last wave. Unless you're wearing a red and blue jersey here, after this last wave, make your way to the channel. We're not done. All right, it's 6:57, which means 8 minutes to the horn, under 8 minutes to the start of quarterfinal number 2. On a filling the microphone goes in the other one is Serua Unaniu. Let's number white, then go on the Monarosa, that's a Kinamaki. Namaki. Oh.
Kalagari, Roladina, Goloka. Ukiadrina, Labiamane, Igena, Bibo. Ano nung goto ba ba na hindi sa ani ba no ay puro ba do na tala ng lulo batu yung sabi ang mga lebu na lugra lulo kay mommy so na pila na sa gobo sabi ni ni lulo ko na bi abisa wano lawa wano dewe koro para dewe nakariha dapat lebu hindi mo ko to punta musa tolu ano puro itu jadi kita pernah di sana kita pakai dari musuh itu sama sekali di foto bola lagi viral tu apa sih apa yang kuat itu kan kita belum termasuk dari kita yang buat ini kuat nama termasuk kurang atau belum betul kuat kalau kali kita belum dapat pemerintah dengan kuat kita yang dulu pakai yang kita dengan dulu Roy hindi ko na namigawa ba hindi ko na mabagigit na sila ni Kuwa barara sila ni Tati sila ba kambo so kata na sultan naman itu nabalik itu nabalik ulit si Namasu nabalik na teka na bitabi na bitabatan yang wani na wang ni Pawarua Kaiwai batake na kabatan kaya ni Wi-Fi na pitaki na jet ski na wala ko. Everybody, we are just over 5 minutes to go until the start of this one. Just under 5 minutes.
Bulavinaka. Look how fun the surf looks this morning. Here on finals day, warm-up still underway and starting to clear the lineup. Yago Dora taking on Jack Robinson, and how about a wild card named Aaron Brooks, looking for a huge win today in her championship tour debut. Good morning to all the incredible human beings on the water patrol. Tatiana Weston-Webb, you can walk anywhere you want. Don't worry, everyone will get out of the way. You've got a big day ahead of you. Tati taking on Tyler Wright. Two good friends like brothers. Australia's Jack Robinson and Brazil's Yago Dora meet in the first heat of the morning. The wind came up yesterday afternoon. Our commissioner, Jessie Miley-Dyer, worked with local forecasters and also Jonathan Warren from Surfline to call it off for the afternoon and set everything up for a big day here on finals day. Thanks for being with us. This is the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. I'm Joe Turpel, and this is Richie Lovett, a guy who competed here, and he's back and enjoying paradise, but it's all business now, crowning our champions today.
Yeah, what an exciting day, finals day and the final day of the regular season. And inevitably, we are going to lock in some Final Five surfers, both on the men and women's side. We're going to put that to bed. And, well, amazing to be in Fiji once more. And the hospitality has been second to none.
Let's make the final call for the event on a boat out in the middle of the South Pacific. AJ McCord with Commissioner Jessie Miley-Dyer.
Thanks so much, Joey. Out here on top of the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Jessie Miley-Dyer. You told us yesterday we're going to look at it this morning. We've had a look. What do you see?
Yeah, it's actually still looking really fun, and we're really pleased to see it. It's nice, clean conditions. Obviously, we were looking at that wind yesterday afternoon, so we're going to be on for finals day. We've obviously got these 3 heats from the men's quarterfinals that are up first, and yeah, we're going to run through and crown event champs.
So give us the play-by-play in terms of format.
Yep, so we're going to be going in, we've got men's quarterfinals right now, going into women's semis, men's semis, women's final, men's final. So we've still got 9 heats left. It's a pretty big day for us as well, and it's always a big day. You know, it's the very last regular season event of the year for us, and, you know, we're going to be locking the Final 5 as well.
Cannot wait, Joey. So we'll send it back to you to get the action calling.
Thank you so much, AJ. Great job to our commissioner, Jessie Miley-Dyer, putting it all into today for our champions to finish off the regular season and to work out the WSL Final 5 snapshot as we focus in on this first heat of the morning, which was on deck yesterday afternoon. It really is a survival heat for Yago Dora. If he doesn't get past Jack Robinson, our Final 5 snapshot will be set. If he gets the win, he'll be competing at lower trestles in September.
Yeah, it's, you know, what pressure to wake up for in the morning, what pressure to have to go to sleep with last night. You know, these guys thought they were actually going to have a heat, and they were just about ready to go. We had that wind that came up, basically blew the lineup to shreds, and we had to delay it for one more day, but these guys are going to get their chance today, and their destiny is in their own hands right now. So, you know, conditions look great, nice and clean, non-threatening Cloudbreak, very, very rippable. But this man on the screen, Yago Dora, he has been on fire this year. The goofy foot up, he'll be looking to secure his spot.
1 minute.
One heat win away for Yago Dora to compete for his first world title. If he does get the win, then the pressure would then go right to Ethan Ewing, who would then need to get past Baron Mamiya in quarterfinal number 4. Italo Ferreira still in the mix, even though he's out of the event. For Italo, he's hoping one of these surfers from Yago or Ethan don't make their heat in the quarterfinals today. Jack versus Yago, about to get counted into a 35-minute battle, counting their top 2 waves. Beautiful, clean conditions.
Counting down this heat.
And now Stu Johnson from the tower into the countdown.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Happy finals to everybody. Bulavinaka, we are on Jack Robinson taking on Yago Dora. Jack already clinching his spot for the world title event in September. We'll get things started quickly with our goofy foot. Yago going big above the lip, just missing the grab. And we don't have to worry about waiting for priority. Yago wanted to get a quick start. Unfortunately, just missed the grab.
Yeah, just a nerve settler, that first wave for Yago. I was just noting then that Jack Robinson did take the inside track, so he wanted to force that priority issue early on, but it didn't really matter. Yago getting that wide wave and it not really converting into points, but looks like he might be swinging on this inside, Joe.
Staying really active is Dora. Clean snap there for his first completion of the morning. And a nice placed tag off the lip line for a two-turn combo to settle into one of the biggest heats of his career.
Just trying to deal with that pressure of having to get through. This is a must make. He wants to make that final 5 in a couple of weeks' time over in California, lower trestles. But just as an athlete, to stay right in the moment, just to make sure you're surfing each wave, just pretend it's like a free surf. But the pressure, let's see if it builds to a point where it affects his performance. But looking okay on those first couple of rides. That second one in particular just got to the completion, an important moment in the heat just to settle the nerves even further. And now he'll start to get into a rhythm. Jack will be selective, I feel.
These two coming into their 5th matchup on the championship tour stage. An exciting rivalry with two great friends like brothers. As we look at Yago's last.
Oh, beautiful blast off the top. In the second turn here, a little bit of a layback, drifting slide. Makes it cleanly. But he was just so compressed at the takeoff of that wave. Driving, getting all that acceleration off the takeoff speed. Such a critical element. It makes performing these maneuvers so much easier when you can do it with speed.
Let's check out the head-to-head matchups with Jack versus Yago. It's tied at 2 wins apiece. Jack took the first 2, which included their quarterfinal last season at Tahiti, which kicked Yago out of the world title race. Thing is, the last 2 have been this season. Dora undefeated over Jack in 2024, which included El Salvador, also Tahiti, where he had a lot of success. El Salvador went all the way to the final, came off a final in Brazil, so Dora's been the momentum surfer in this matchup, taking the last 2 wins, and he needs this one big time. Jack's already there at the WSL Final 5. Yago's trying to get involved in it for the first time of his career. And it's been the late charge story for Yago, almost falling off tour through the first half of the season. Finishing in that last 22 cutoff mark spot, and then everything changed. Surfing freed up. Back-to-back finals, now another quarterfinal appearance here at the final event of the season. 0.67 start for the missed grab on the air, then a 5.5 with 2 turns.
Yeah, that two-turn combination, hitting Yago that 5.5, good score in the scheme of things. And I guess in comparison to yesterday, you'd kind of be going, hang on a minute, should have been way lower. But a new day, we got a new scale. Obviously, the waves have dropped down a little bit, but it's really fun and rippable, Joe. This is kind of really good size for you and I, perhaps. But no, these guys are. There's still plenty of power out there, even when the waves are head high out at Cloudbreak. Really, really fun. Looks like we've got a paddle here.
From deep up the reef, Yago is going to have to step out because Jack Robinson has priority on his opening wave of the morning. Connects on the backhand. There's a nice quick snap under the lip. Out in front, tags it again. Robbo getting a little bit of more board speed for the end section float.
Solid. Solid opening ride. Great comeback to Yago's 5.5 opener. Jack looking really steady on his feet. A couple of nice crisp turns on the backhand this morning. So Jack takes off, quick snap. Nice pivoting turn to start things off. Little slash under the lip. Now he comes around that section. Blast the lip again, looking for that final maneuver. And a nice floater to finish things off. So a good variety of turns. And really pivotal turn, that first one. A nice clean carving snap down. Another one tight in the pocket. Comes around this section. And that's a good view there where you can see what the surfers are actually looking at. Whoa, a little pin drop. As Jack was paddling out, found that wide one, but no, that one ran off too quickly. So surfers always reading what's happening down the line, especially at these long reef breaks where the swell line stretches out down the reef. You're always sort of anticipating what that next section's going to do.
Jack Robinson finding the secret to success very quickly. As a rookie, he had some struggles in the first few events of the season. It came down to an event in Mexico where he was really trying to requalify. Got a big win, his first of his career. Since then, he's had 7 career CT wins, tied for 5th with event wins with the current crop on tour. Doing that in such a short period of time from 2021 to what we've seen this year with 2 giant wins from Sunset, then to his hometown of Margaret River. Incredibly well-rounded. One of those wins as well at G-Land. Kind of similar type of conditions we had for that finals day. And I think his reputation was always about slabs, big barrels, and it just showed that he could beat the best in the world, all types of conditions and performance style lefts as well. So he's in a good place right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Did a lot of work on the sort of small to medium wave size range a couple of years ago. And spending a lot of time up in northern New South Wales, around the Tweed Heads area, with coach and good friend Matty Bemrose. And yeah, Jack sort of, as you said, Joe, he had that big wave repertoire. The slabs, not a problem. Big waves, yeah, easy. And the small wave stuff is it's normally the opposite for surfers. A lot of the time you need to do the work in the bigger stuff and get more comfortable. But it was sort of the opposite for Jack. He did the work, and his small wave game now is incredible.
On his way back out, Jack catching this wave. Speeding down the line, looking for a quick backup to it. The 5.0 he just got. It's just a long wave that forces him to kick out. With all this space at Cloudbreak, you've got a lot of room to kind of see the waves that the priority surfer is letting run free. So Jack keeping an eye on all parts of the lineup. Jumps on the Red Bull ski. As we say good morning to the Water Patrol team. Asa Graham, Cody Graham. We've got Glendon Ringrose, Michael Chan, Whippet out there. And the locals, Lati, Epa, Siva, Joella. When you get picked up by the ski, you got to go around the buoys. There's a designated drop-off zone as well. You saw Jack asking for the lift, and so the Water Patrol knows they're going all the way around to put him back into the lineup.
Yeah, and they do that obviously to maintain the purity of the lineup there. They don't want any ski wake or any added unnecessary bumps coming through the lineup. So a safe pathway into the drop-off zone, and then Jack Robbo will just power his way over and meet up with his buddy, Yago Dora.
That's right, Yago out in front, 5.5 over Jack's 5.0, so still very close. Saying a big Bula Vinaka and happy finals day to Strider Raspberry Wazalewski as we go to a Fiji Airways board check-in.
Morning, Joe. Got some beautiful conditions out here. Just waiting for waves. Hopefully we get enough to get through this sucker. But we do have some good surfboards in the water. Yago Dora sitting out there on a step driver 6.0. He's on a little round pin. Beautiful looking board. Matt Biola's shape. And he's got his Captain Finco signature Yago Dora fins in that thing. Feeling good. Stad Leandro said, you know, vibes were high this morning. He's obviously got 2 horses in this race pretty much, so it's just kind of sit back and see what happens out here at the moment for Leandro. But the lumber under Yago's feet looking on point. He's got a backup out here of the exact same model, 6.0 step driver round pin, ready to go.
Thank you very much, Strider. Happy finals day. Enjoying the clean conditions, and Dora have been happy to be riding for Lost Surfboards. shaped by Matt Biolas for a very long time now. They've got a great relationship. Yago spent a lot of time in San Clemente over the years, so he is very familiar with the venue for the Lexus WSL Finals at Lower Trestles. And Matt produces incredible equipment for what is Matt's home break. Locking into this one, it's Jack Robinson. Nice smooth bottom turn and gets a fin ditch over a nice section out to the flats on the shoulder and throws down a wrap. So he's been searching for a backup. Finds it there. Didn't need much for the lead, so we'll see Jack move to first.
Yeah, so when you're looking at the opening exchanges, the best ride so far, Jack with the 5, Yago Dura with the 5-5, so a half a point advantage to Yago. He is patiently waiting this important second backup score. Jack staying busy under priority, which is the natural thing to do in that position. We'll have a look at the opening exchanges here. Here goes Yago. Look how compressed he was. This is the 5-5, a big clean blast off the top, a lot of spray, and that was a really critical turn, that final one. And that is the reason why his score went a little bit higher. So Jack with a softer opening turn. Nice clean snap down the line here. And again, almost a repeat of the second one. And then he gets a flow to finish, which is a nice clean maneuver. But when you look at the degree of risk element between Yago's final turn, that big layback blast, versus the floater, it's the intensity of those two maneuvers put together that gave Yago the edge on that score. So I think the judges sort of had that one right.
Quarter one finished yesterday. That was the big win for Griffin Colapinto over Gabriel Medina. So winner of this heat joins Griff in the first semifinal. Imai Kalani DeVault takes on Rio Waida in quarter three. Imai happy to have a big result. Then we've got Baron Mamiya taking on Ethan Ewing as we find out where we are in this beautiful world in the South Pacific.
Yeah, we're in obviously beautiful Fiji. And Joe, you and I are down here at the Marriott on my bay, which has been so hospitable for us over the last couple of days. And where our surfers are out at Cloudbreak here. So this is the Cloudbreak break that we've been watching over the last couple of days. Tabarua Island, restaurants out here, Namotu Island here. And I don't know, what is it, about a 20-minute, half an hour boat ride from Momai out to the break here. But a beautiful place in the world to come and visit. If you're a surfer, get out here.
Oh, absolute heaven on earth. Happy to be here at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. The property owned by Fijians. As they greet us with a happy smile, they're very invested in finals day today. As we see 21 minutes on the clock, and paddling back out is Yago Dora, and we'll see what happened here, Rich.
Okay, so Yago up and riding. Deep bottom turn, another clean snap on that forehand, streaking down the line here. Tucks into the barrel, comes through, and busts through the doggy door. So, well, maybe an unexpected tube ride in the morning. We thought it was predominantly going to be turns, but Yago finds a little bit of cover there. Did well to bust out of that barrel.
Solid read there from Yago Dora. The advantage there being the goofy foot, traveling so quickly through kind of a tough barrel section that can change shape very quickly, and he had to punch out of the closeout to earn that completion. Remember, Yago is in a must-win situation. If he does win over Jack, we will see him at the Lexus WSL Finals. If he loses, then our final 5 is set. And that would be Italo and Ethan surviving. So Italo still in the mix, even though he's out of the event. But for Italo, he needs either Yago or Ethan to lose in this round. Yago Dora, last score, a 6.0. Turning in a nice little tube ride for now the best score of the heat so far. Jack with priority now needs a 6.5.
Yeah, so Yago building fairly healthy scoreline here, that 5-5 and the 6. Heat management on point, really, for both these surfers at the moment. No one's put a foot wrong. There's no real mistakes that you can highlight at this point. Both surfing very, very well. We're in a rhythm now of priority. Really comes down to wave choice. Now Jack needs to, you know, he needs to identify that wave that's going to give him that 6.5. Waiting patiently. Still plenty of time on the clock.
It's fun checking in with the Tamarua live cam. That was baby Zen watching from the restaurant. Jack's baby boy. And it's all about family for Jack. He said it's a perfect balance of competition and seeing his wife, Julia, right by his side and often in the channel for all the big events that you could be in the South Pacific. She enjoyed her time in Tahiti, right here at Fiji as well. As we have a paddle from up the reef. Under priority, it's Yago Dora finding some space. Looking to better a 5.5. Driving into the first section off the lip, but keeping that projection down the line. He's got a lot of speed and has to just eject. With all that momentum and speed and a closeout section coming, you're just anticipating Yago to find a way to go big above the lip. One of the best in the air for a lot of reasons, style-wise, variety.
Incredibly high make
backhand,
rate.
forehand, and the make rate is probably the best on tour.
Yeah, incredibly high make rate. And I just want to highlight Jack actually letting Yago take that wave, not opting to use his priority. Smart decision. Jack obviously read that wave down the line, thinking, no, it is going to run off quite fast. But Yago trying to keep him honest, going deeper than him, really trying to force the issue. This is live action down the point.
So Yago on his way back out, taking advantage of this giant playing field of Cloudbreak. Saw Jack with a similar type of game plan after he got his 5. And while someone's got priority, might as well look at all these little opportunities on the way back out. Yago now catching 6 waves in this matchup. Top 2 of 5.5 and a 6.
You could see Jack just going into that little meditative state that he does. The hands go up around the ears, perhaps just feeling a bit of head noise, a bit of chatter in there, starting to quiet that down a little bit again. Just getting himself settled and centered again halfway through the heat. Staying composed. He understands that this next ride's an important one. He needs to, he actually needs to eclipse the scores that Yago's laid down right now. 6.50 will put him out into the lead.
Big quarterfinal heat for the Dora family, for Yago himself in a must-win situation. At the moment, he's out in front with 16 to go. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break.
Time call 15 minutes, 20 seconds, 15 minutes, 20 seconds situation. First place, blue, Yago Dora with a 6.0 high and a 5.5 low. John Robinson, you need a 6.5 single wave to go to first.
The Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Jacks of Fiji, official apparel partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And by Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay, an official accommodation partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. You're watching Finals Day. We've got Yago in the lineup in a must-win situation to make the WSL Final 5. Jack Robinson's out there with priority, who will already be competing for a world title this September, as we enjoy the view on the Fiji flight cam. That's that gorgeous new tower that the World Surf League built and donated to the local Fijians. Judges are up there on the top shop, and now we're watching live action. Yago belting the lip with some nice speed and flow, drawing that carve down to the bottom, transitions back into the pocket for a wrapping turn and hops out. I don't know if you can get smoother than that.
Oh, silky smooth, Joe. And you can see it's a different style of surfing than the past couple of days. There's a little bit more of a radical element to it. Some tail release on that final turn from Yago. But that second turn, that big slash down, so much power. And Yago just perhaps sending a little bit more spray than Jack that I've notified this morning. And look how busy he is, straight back up the inside of Jack again.
We've got Strider in the water. Strider, just talk about heat strategy. What do you see working at the moment?
Well, you know what? We got to work with what we got. Reality. We got a dying swell and a rising tide. And as soon as that tide gets up a little bit higher, we're going to have less waves. We're going to have wind coming across, you know, onto the face. I think it's going to get a little bit worse. So we got to, if you're in the heat and you see a wave, you got to take it. You just got to get whatever you can under your belt while you can. I think waiting around is going to be hard today. And I feel like if Mother Nature puts one in your hand, you got to take it.
Biggest difference in performance that you're seeing into today's action and expectations for maneuvers at this size of Cloudbreak, Strider? What are you seeing?
Sorry, buddy, I couldn't hear you on that one.
Oh, no worries. I know it's a high performance type of day for Cloudbreak. Obviously, this wave could be giant, 20-foot plus. On a day like today, where's the fun factor?
Yeah, well, you know what? It's like a skate park. When you come out here and the waves are like this, you can just go ballistic on every single wave. And it's a little drawn out, so the pace is pretty fast right now. But really, you can go completely berserk in the lip line, which is something that's really, you know, fun about Cloudbreak. I mean, Cloudbreak 2 feet to 20 feet. So, you know, Slater calling it the best wave in the world just because of that. So we're gonna see some of that all day. Obviously, with the slower pace waves, we'll see more vertical up and down surfing, and with that those longer drawn out walls, we're going to just see those longer big face cars and kind of whip it and then try to get back to the face and, you know, complete the turns down the line. Looks like we got a little set coming right now. Let's see what we got.
Thanks, Strider. Paddling in deep on the reef under priority is Yago Dora, using a lot of different takeoff marks. Lay back blowtail incomplete. Trying to force a big turn, and meanwhile the patience for Jack Robinson with priority. Big wall overhead, crushes the first section. Nice patience through the lip for the carve. Flowing into a third move and drills it with an airdrop and controls it on the biggest wave of the matchup so far.
Oh, brilliant surfing from Jack Robinson on that wave. It's the biggest wave of the heat that we've seen so far. And Jack timing those maneuvers to perfection, 3 in a row. And it wasn't a straightforward wave to ride, Joe. There was those tricky little sections, but Jack, his timing was absolutely perfect on the backhand, being able to get up nice and high. Let's have a look at the replay. Quick snap to start things off. Drives down, other clean slash off the top, and then this final maneuver here, bang, critical as that wave starts to cup out. Great aerial view here. So just cuts that one under the lip, keeps that projection down the line. That one was higher. He actually tagged the very top part of the wave. And then as it ran down the line, that big cuppy section to finish things off. Jack just full extension there, full rotation. Comes out super clean. an important make there right at that moment. Jack's thinking, just get to this completion, and he knows he's going to drop in a really decent score.
It's just like the Iceman, just waits. It looks cool, never looks like he's getting rattled at any stage of a heat, even if there's 10 seconds on the clock. Can stay so composed, stick to a game plan, sit with priority, and will waves like that to come to him when he needs it the most. Saw him do that with 10 seconds on the clock a couple of times on his way to win G-Land when he was under pressure to perform. Numbers in for Jack Robinson, 7.33 and the lead. Yago, priority in second, now needs a 6.34 to keep his season alive.
What a battle between these guys. You look at the scores there. 7s to 7-5. We take the high and the low score, average out the 3 in the middle, and that gives us that 7.33. So these guys, Joey, their second trip to Fiji, their first of which was last year after the WSL Finals. They came to Fiji together, and they find themselves out in this quarterfinal together. One of them already secured his position, and the other one fighting for his position. So an incredible dynamic between these two surfers. And yeah, just it's game on in the water. I'm sure they left it on the boat and said, okay, what will be will be. Let's make this a good match, and it hasn't disappointed. A seesawing affair, and we've still got just under 8 minutes to go.
It's just wild how it can happen again a year later. Same situation on the line where Jack and Yago met at Tahiti last year, now Fiji this year, where Yago was in a must-win situation last season. Jack got past him. At the moment, Robinson hadn't qualified last year, so he had to go all the way to win that event over Medina. They find themselves in that same situation again. That trip to Fiji last year was to get warmed up for this event. They had a strike mission along with Joao Chianca and Ian Gentile. Loic Wirth captured all the footage. They just had an absolute blast. Pumping conditions at Cloudbreak. They got a little bit of everything on that strike mission. Jack has his wife caddying for him today. Leandro, Yago's dad, caddying for him in the channel. And as a coach, Leandro just is so cool, calm, and collected with a heat that you could really see would be really emotional. But yeah, such a great coach. He always just is focused, staying calm, and has so much love for both these guys.
I think at this level, there's a maturity element that everyone knows their position and understands the emotions and everything that goes on with regards to a heat like this, when two good friends and two surfers from essentially the same camp have to compete against each other. This is competition.
As we focus in on the final 5 snapshot, John Florence is #1. He's clinched that spot. Griffin Colapinto is at least 3rd. We'll see what happens with Jack in this event and this heat specifically. Focusing on Yago once again, do or die situation. If he wins, he clinches. If he loses, he's eliminated, and then the final 5 would be set. So if Dora stays in second here and the clock runs out, you're looking at your final 5 right there, with Ewing and Ferreira getting the last 2 spots, but Dora does still have some time. 5:30 on the clock, still chasing a 6.34. Alexis WSL Finals kicks off September 6th. The waiting period goes to the 14th. It's one day where we crown our champions. Lower Trestles, a skate park in Southern California. Great for high performance surfing, power surfing, any maneuver you can think of, you could do on the world title venue. Now hitting the 5-minute mark. Imai Kalani Duval taking on Rio Waida in quarter 3.
5 minutes.
There's so much anticipation before a heat as a competitor. That energy, just trying to settle the nerves and all the adrenaline that's pumping through your body. You want to actually just get into your happy place, which is in the lineup, which is in the water. trying to block out all these cameras, the nerves. There might be the odd little seed of doubt that creeps into your mind. You just try to stay focused.
Yeah, it's a cool story for Imai getting into the quarters again. It's how he kicked off the season at Pipeline. And a similar story, as we know, Barron went on to win Pipe. But Mamiya back in a final series. It's been a long time since stop number 1, where it feels like he's found his flow again. We'll see how big of a spoiler Mamiya is going to play today against Ethan Ewing in quarter 4. 3:45 to go. Dora still waiting for a 6.34. Does have priority. We'll see how patient he will remain to maybe just leave it to one wave.
Well, he knows he needs a decent score here, Joe. 6.34. It's definitely a score that he's already nailed. The score in that range this morning. So, but he knows that there is a certain wave that he's looking for, something that's going to allow him to do at least 2 maneuvers. 3 minutes on the clock. It now comes down just to patience. It's a 1 wave, not a 2 wave scenario here. A couple of little lines creeping around the corner.
Just under 3 minutes remaining. Just under 3 minutes. 2 minutes 45 seconds now. 2 minutes 45.
Beautiful shot of the lineup there. Cloudbreak, one of the best waves in the world. Left-hand reef break. And Joe, I don't know if there's an advantage for the goofies or the naturals today. It seems like at this size, it's just really rippable. It's sort of more coming down to wave choice, making sure you're on the 2 best waves of the heat. And of course, performing, stepping up, not letting those nerves come into play.
Yeah, you might look at the day and just go, oh, Goofy Foot paradise. But then you see Jack, how he performs with patience, the advantage of going a bit more vertical on demand. And when you got 3 big turns, you can release and a closeout. Jack's placement of his board is so perfect. Never looks rushed. Always has great timing. Pushed a bit harder on his finishing move. Got the 7.33. And when he's in the go zone, he rarely falls or makes a mistake with wave selection. Always channeling, deep meditation. Does his breath work before each and every matchup. And right now, got a minute 25 to potentially decide our WSL Final 5. Do or die situation for Yago. If he can't find a 6.34, our Final 5 is set.
He's got to be careful, Yago. You can see him. He's heading up the point here, but he can't go too far. I know what he's doing. He's trying to go up and meet the next set that does come round. If it does come around the corner, he's just trying to ensure that he does have enough time if that set wave does come through, but he needs to be careful that he doesn't go too deep, position himself out of the field of play. If that wave runs off down the reef, he's got to make sure he does have space to do those maneuvers. No real mistakes to this point for either surfer. This has just been the rhythm of this heat. It does look like there are a couple of lines approaching. 30 seconds to go. Will one of these waves eventuate?
Yago still scratching out the back. It's coming down to this. Will he get a last chance to try to win this heat? 6.34 is what he needs.
It's this. It has to be this one, if any.
10 seconds on the clock. Here comes Yago, paddling hard. He can't catch this wave. And we are into the countdown. The Final 5 is officially set. Jack Robinson gets the win. His wife Julia with a nice smile as he moves on to the semifinals. What a great year for Yago once again. Back-to-back seasons coming incredibly close to competing for a world title. Just one heat win away And a tough one to go down to his best friend on tour. Congratulations to Italo Ferreira and Ethan Ewing. We're going to see you at the Lexus WSL Finals. The day continues with quarter 3. Imai Kalani Duval taking on Rio Wright. We'll bring in Kaipo, Jesse, and Flick for the call.
Priority blue, Rio Wright, you have first priority.
How beautiful is this? This is the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay, and this is where our host set is for finals day of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy Kaipuguro, Flick Palmentier, Jesse Mendez, and no surprise, it's another beautiful day here at Momi Bay, but we're concentrating on Cloudbreak. It's finals day. We have, Jesse, our men's Final 5 all set with Yago Dora going down in that quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah, that was a crazy heat. I feel like Jack always finds a way to pull it off, to beat names that maybe will be the guy to beat today. I think everything was kind of going Yago's way because the conditions dropped. He's one of the best in the world at just diversity in a left-hander and how fast he is, how aggressive, and it just didn't go his way today. So happily for Jack, clinching his spot. He already had actually, but yeah, it started off with a different, a little bit different than expected.
Yeah, well, we got quarterfinal number 3 out in the water. Like Imai Kalani Duval up against Rio Wright. Neither can make that final 5. That's a given, but either could have their first CT win if they go on a run here on finals day.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And, you know, both of these guys have had, you know, ebbs and flows, you know, really high points this year and then, you know, not so high points. So, I mean, they've obviously made finals day here. Let's see what Rio got done on the backhand. Some quick surfing there. That was a really nice snap and finishes off for a third. But yeah, I've just been really impressed with what I've seen from Rio, and behind him, Imai, Jesse.
Yeah, it looks like Imai started off a little bit slower. The wave is running down the line. That was a great, very steep, nice third turn right there, comboing it up. And a little shove it to finish it off. He has so much ability. He's so technical, Imai. And this is going to be a fun comparison heat, both on their backhands. I guess we don't have on the men's side anyone as a goofy anymore. So, well, it's interesting for these conditions.
26 years from upcountry, Makawao, Maui, opened up with a 5.5. Getting some information from Imai's camp, the Channel Islands crew. Imai is riding a modified Rook model. It's 6 foot by 19 inches by 2 9/16 with 30 1.5 liters of volume. So that's the equipment under Imai's feet. Rio Waida here on his Sharp Eye surfboard. There's a second wave for Rio. He opened up with a 6-point ride. And Waida, who's been drawing comparisons to his home at Uluwatu to this wave, is looking in sync on the backhand. Numerous trips to the lip for Rio Waida, and an Island of the Gods claim at the end of that wet ride flick.
Yeah, you know what? This just screams small Uluwatu today, doesn't it? Like, you know, you're sitting at the top of the cliffs, it's a little bit sectiony, you know, that 2 to 3 foot, maybe occasional bigger 4-foot set. It just, for me, as soon as I see Rio out there today, he's looking really good. I just feel like the read right now is impeccable, knowing when to gain speed through sections, when to slow down. The read's really well done. I mean, here, straight up into the lip, little lip line floater, gets around this section. You can see it starts to slow up, so he cuts back a bit. Wave starts to steepen up here, gets a little bit more speed around this section. That turn was incredible. I mean, it was basically a grind across the lip of the wave. He blew the fins out the back and finishes off with a series of maneuvers on the inside here. I mean, for me, I just can't get enough of that turn there. That was incredible, super progressive, really technical, almost skate-like.
Checks in with a 6.83 for that effort, Rio Waida. So early advantage to Rio. 2 pretty flawlessly surfed waves, Jesse.
I think what Flick said, like when I woke up this morning, I think he's one of the guys that could take it all the way. It just really depends on him actually pulling through that pressure. You know, hasn't been many years on tour, has never made a final, so he's going to be coming up against guys that have way more experience than him. But as far as surfing and how his surfing fits this condition right here, I mean, he's my pick for today. It looks just like his home break, and as you can see right there, he looks so comfortable.
Yeah, second year on the championship tour for Rio Waida. He's jumped up, he's vaulted up the live rankings to number 9 in the world right now with this quarterfinals appearance. And there's some open air in front of Rio Waida, obviously having the best year on the championship tour this year. Here's Imai Kalani DeVault on the comeback. A little bit of a slow start there, building up some speed down the line. Little trip up there, but he makes it up with a nice snap on the backhand, tosses it for the air, and tries to give us some of the surprise factor, but goes down.
I like what I see right there from Imai. You know, identifying that wave didn't have much opportunity. You see Cole right there. Is that Cole?
That's Cole Yamane.
Yeah.
Hammer Time, the filmer for a lot of the Hawaii surfers, and looks like he's doing double duty. Jesse, he's board caddying today.
I think he's stoked to be doing that, you know, mostly for a good friend of him on the quarterfinals. Finish it off with a strong result for Imai. But I like that attempt for the backside air reverse. Identified that the wave didn't have much opportunity. He kind of just speed down the line the whole time, had a few wiggles in between, and then had to go big because as we've seen it, as we see it right here, this wave starts kind of up the point and very flat. Transitions are slow, so he's like zigzagging, trying to generate speed. Right here, he has a wobble, loses his foot, brings it back in, so he knows right now he has to go huge. And he's actually pretty close from landing that and getting a good score. You're gonna see him rotate his head right there. Why they do that is just to identify where the landing is and actually accelerate the rotation. So you see them whipping their head around to give that rotation quickly and identify where they're gonna land. Otherwise, you're just blind and trying to figure it out how you're gonna pull that off. So great effort for him. Maybe not enough height for him to actually rotate all the way around. That's why he got stuck and came undone. But yeah, now Rio with priority and the 2 best scores of the heat. Huge gap in between them.
Yeah, Rio Waida with the heat control priority and the lead. Really 2 different personalities when you talk about these surfers, Flick. You got someone like Imai Kalani DeVault, who's pretty mellow, casual cat, you know, just kind of cruisy. And then Rio Waida is really, he's got a lot of smiles, but he is a fierce competitor. Even after he wins events, he's had interviews where like, cool, like I want to win more. He's got a appetite for success, and he's all about surfing heats.
Yeah, obviously there's 2 different approaches there, right? Obviously, Imai is just more let the surfing do the talking sort of thing. But I feel, you know, everyone who makes it to this championship tour, whether or not you show it on the outside, you have to care, right? Like, you have to want it. I don't sort of subscribe to the fact that some people are like, yeah, whatever. Like, come on, like, you're on the championship tour. Like, you have to want this. You know, even Stephanie Gilmore gives off those cruisy vibes, but she's one of the most competitive women on that tour.
Well, I guess a good way to put it, like, go play ping pong with them and see if they let you win.
Exactly.
They just fake it, you know? Like,
Yeah.
that's their personality, that's their characteristics. But to be out there, you have to be an incredible competitor.
Yeah.
Jack Robinson on his way in, preparing for a semi-final. He took out his good friend Yago Dora and took Yago out of that final 5 conversation. Now Jack, with a win here, good sportsmanship between the good friends. It's disgusting for Yago, though. Jack, with a win here, can move up into the number 2 position, currently occupied by Griffin Colapinto. Nobody can touch John Florence. We know he's going to be in the title match at the Lexus WSL Finals. But our final 5 for the men, all set. And Ethan Ewing's going to be surfing a stress-free quarterfinal number 4.
Oh, just imagine how, look, this is absolutely heartbreaking for Yago. But imagine the sigh of relief for Ethan right now, because, I mean, it was his spot that was in contention, right? I mean, even just this morning, waking up being like, oh my gosh, like, yeah, okay, it's somewhat within my destiny to, like, control this. But also, like, you know, if you're watching that next heat and Yago progresses, it's just that much more pressure for you to progress as well. So, yep, set, and they're the 5 surfers in contention.
Yep, and one for the Goofies, number 4, Italo Ferreira. Jesse, he's going to be doing backflips this morning, knowing that he's going to make his way to trestles after a incredibly tough front half of the year. Barely made the cut, and now Italo Ferreira is going to have a chance for a 2nd world title.
Yeah, that's amazing from him. I'm actually happy to see a fellow goofy footer in the final 5 on the men's side. And to tell you the truth, after everything unfolded yesterday and the conditions how we're going to be today, I thought he was in a very tough spot. Like, Yago, obviously being on the only goofy footer today, needed to make in 1 heat to pass him, and Ethan in such a great form throughout the whole event. So yeah, he dodged the bullet right there, and now he's pressure free. He can just go and perform at trestles. And
just forecasting that conversation for the men's for the WSL Finals is Italo Ferreira is going to be the only surfer that day, goofy foot surfer. There's going to be a point of difference. We saw that on the women's side last year with the point of difference with Caroline Marks against the rest of the field. That could be an advantage for Italo Ferreira when we look to those WSL Finals.
Yeah, no doubt. First of all, obviously you can be a little bit more vertical and aggressive. You might like a little bit of variety, maybe not Italo because he's that good in the air. So he can actually match with everyone front side. And not to mention, if we maybe have some winds blowing into the left, which is kind of usual as the day moves on at lower trestles, he's going to have a point of difference there. So it's going to be fun to watch. And he has the experiences there as well. He's been there a few times. And
well, let's download the season with Yago Dora. He's with AJ right now.
Yago, just coming in from that quarterfinals heat, just talk to me about what you're feeling right now.
Yeah, it's hard. I was feeling really good about this event, and I just wanted to surf, you know. Feel like we didn't have enough opportunity in that heat. Like, the only good wave that came was the one Jack got, and I just wanted to get more waves, you know, have more opportunities to open up, and like, I felt like, all respect to Jack, but I felt like I was surfing better than him in this whole event, and I felt like if the waves showed up, I was going to make it. But yeah, it just seems like he was in the right rotation, and he got that good wave. And yeah, it's surfing. Surfing is not about surfing sometimes.
Well, and I know it stings so badly right now, but when you get some distance from this season, some stats are going to stand out, including that it is your best career finish yet, finishing 6th in the world. What does that mean to you about how much your surfing just continues to develop?
Yeah, it's good. Like, I guess the good part is, like, I keep evolving. Like, each year I'm doing a little bit better, and by the maths, next year I'll be in the final if I keep evolving. So yeah, just very sad. Enjoy vacation now and come back stronger next year.
And before we let you go, você quer dizer mensagem para o Brasil?
Sim, obrigado a todo mundo que ficou acompanhando, minha namorada, te amo, minha família, todo meu time e todo mundo que torceu por mim durante o ano todo. Obrigado pela força de vocês. Não deu aqui, tentei meu melhor, mas realmente faltou onda ali, não tive as oportunidades que eu estava esperando, mas agora é isso, tem que aceitar, né? Tem que aceitar e trabalhar e voltar mais forte.
Parabéns e muito obrigada.
Obrigado.
Well, there you go. And I appreciate the honesty in that interview from Yago Doro.
Yeah, well, he can be honest, right? Because Jack and Yago are such good friends, and he did say, with all respect, you know, and I think it would be the same if it was reversed. I think they're so close, they can afford to be that honest with each other, and you know, Jack's not going to be offended by that, no way. Like, and Jack probably agrees to some point as well. You know, they're not silly. Everyone's evaluating how they're surfing at events and seeing how people are advancing through heats with what scores and, you know, the form they're in. It's no one's stupid around here, you know. So I think, yeah, I mean, I really love those insights. I really feel for him. It's absolutely heartbreaking. Because for me, and I think Jesse would agree, like, he was one of my favorite surfers all year, and I felt that he was definitely going to make that, you know, that top 5.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It looks like Imai up and right in a smaller wave.
Well, Imai right here under priority. Needs a big number, so needs to really have something spectacular at the end of the wave if he wants to turn this into the score. Needs a 7.33. The section did not present itself for Imai, so he didn't have that closeout section to do, to get an exclamation mark, if you would, on the end of that ride. Rio Waida, our heat leader, on a larger wave, winds up off the bottom. Little lip glide there for Waida. Oh. Stabs it a little too loose, goes down, and Imai is going to no doubt be racing towards the peak and try to secure priority. Rio. There's the positioning. So yeah, Imai likely going to give himself a chance and gain priority and kind of control this final 17 minutes.
I like what I see from Imai so far. Like, the surfing is there. I think just the wave selection needs to be a little bit more critical. This last wave he got out here, obviously way smaller. It does give him a good rhythm, but it's an easier wave to surf, and the judges take notice of that. As you see right there, he really belts it like back-to-back 3 times, but the wave doesn't have too much speed down the line, doesn't have too much energy, so the judges notice that it's not as critical. Even though Rio felt right here, but you can see that wave has more speed, more power. It's harder to control, and this is a point of difference. So Imai, if he wants to get into those 6.8 or even above that, 7.33 that he needs right now, he's going to need to identify the wave that is critical, like kind of Jack did.
Yeah.
Like, bigger wave, more wall down the line, more speed, and yeah, it's going to be a point of difference for him, because right now he's choosing waves that are a bit slower and easier to surf, and I don't see the scores getting too big there.
We'll step away for just a second. This morning we'll be back with the conclusion of quarterfinal number 3 here in Fiji.
The Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Corona. This is Living. By Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
5.77. Not the score to take into first, but it does shorten the amount needed. Imai, you have first priority red. You need a 7.06 to go to first. Red, you have first priority, and you need a 7.06 to move to advancement position.
Welcome back to the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. It's finals day and the Red Bull athlete boat sitting out there in the channel. Let's go to the Red Bull athlete boat with AJ McCord and Surfline's Jonathan Warren.
So Jonathan, a big finals day here. Give us the breakdown of what we're expecting throughout the day.
Fun surf. Yeah, definitely not the size that we had like the last couple of days, but it's highly contestable. Chest, shoulder, occasional head high on the biggest ones. The consistency looks pretty good too. So lots of opportunity. Offshore winds. We're going to contend with this higher tide right now. That's going to be peaking at 9:30, but as the tide starts dropping out, expect those waves to start running down the line again. So mostly out on the face doing some turns, and these guys are ripping all morning as we watch them do the preheat warm-ups. So it's going to be a good day of action. Yeah.
Looking forward to it. Send it back to you.
Here we go with Rio Waida. He's in the lead in this quarterfinal number 4. Larger wave here in context of what we've seen this morning. Waida tucks into a whitewater barrel, and that whitewater barrel chomps down on him. When we went to break, we were waiting for a score for Imai Kalani to vault. There's Imai there. He did slightly reduce his requirement. He scored a 5.77, so now he needs basically a 7-point ride to take the lead off of Rio Waida. 13 minutes remaining. Kai Pagura along with Flick Palmentier and Jesse Mendez on the call here in quarterfinal number 3. So Jesse, Imai's actually put himself in a pretty good position. He's got priority, plenty of time on the clock, and just needs a 7-point ride.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, like the damage he did in that wave itself, it was probably the best combinations of turn we had in this heat so far, but he was less critical. The wave was a bit smaller. So now at priority, he's probably going to wait and sit for a good one, but we see here Rio, 2 nice turns right there. Just pushed a little bit too much off that back foot. He identified that the wave wasn't as good as he probably wanted to bet it at 6.0, so he had to go big. And once you go a little bit overboard, you just get stuck, and that's what happened right there to Rio. But yeah, Imai now sits in a good position. You know, he can kind of, let's get back to that after.
Here comes Rio, looking to improve upon a 6-point ride. He's just been staying really busy under the priority of Imai. So Rio, that's his 4th attempt to better his scoreline. He's still hanging on to his first 2 waves that established that 12.83 heat total so far, and a lead for Rio Waida. On the paddle back out, we noticed lots of water on the reef this morning. We've had a coefficient about 5 feet in the tide, so coming to a high tide in about an hour and a half from now, Flick, and then we're going to see that tide receding, where yesterday that shish kebab section came one to really have to deal with at the end of these rides.
Oh, yeah. I mean, today as well, when it's smaller, obviously the energy is going to be even further in on that reef. And as it starts to drain out the tide, it's pretty sketchy in there, right? Like, I mean, it's just so shallow. There's coral heads everywhere. If you're committing to that last section or that last turn, which you got to be thinking these women and men will be, because this is finals day. I mean, it's pretty sketchy. Also, just to note with that high tide, you know, anyone coming up around that in that next hour, you generally around, like, you know, the dead high or the dead low, there's that sort of slower period, and something to take note of.
Yep. Well, Jack Robinson into the semifinals. Let's hear from Jack. He's on board with AJ McCord.
Jack, congratulations, making it to the semifinals here at Cloudbreak. I know it's never easy going against a good friend like Yago, Dora. How do you put that aside and focus on your game?
For sure, yeah, we're such good friends. We travel all year together and can get emotional sometimes, but you got to put it aside. And I know if he was in my position, he's going to be going for it as well. So just try and go out there and compete and do my job and yeah, get it done.
And there's still something pretty big at stake for you. In addition to the chance to win this final regular season event, you can move up to number 2 in the rankings for the Lexus WSL Finals. Got to go against Griff this afternoon. How do you attack this semifinal?
Yeah, for sure. It's a super important event, and yeah, step by step. You know, that's the main thing. You know, I feel good, and I haven't surfed against Griffin since last year, man on man at Sunset. So it's time that we go against each other.
Looking forward to it, Jack.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's going to be a great semifinal number 1 for the men, where we're going to see number 2 and number 3 on the rankings clashing in that semifinal. And what's at stake is seeding in the WSL Finals.
That's going to be exciting to watch, huh? It's good for us to be part of that and actually see that unfold.
I like that they're kind of passive-aggressive friends, too.
Yeah.
Like Griffin, Colapinto, and Jack Robinson.
Hey, it's about time we have a matchup, right?
Yeah,
So
I like how he pokes. He's always, he's that competitive.
No, he is. Jack's so competitive. And so is Griff. And I think it's good because, you know what? It's also going to be a preview to a potential matchup at final. Well, potentially a matchup at finals as well. So great preview. Can't wait to see that one go down. They're two really good friends as well.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of stuff happening in the lineup. A lot of stuff happening over at Tavarua Island as well, where all of our surfers are stationed. There we got number 1 on the rankings, number 2 on the rankings, and number 4 on the rankings, all having breakfast together, enjoying the show.
And they're matching purple, too.
Keep them on camera as long as possible. Here's our final 5 snapshot for the women. That's right, Katie Simmers, she's going to be in yellow. She's clinched the number 1 seed. Caroline Marks, Risa Hennessy, Molly Picklum. 1 spot available in that final 5 for women. Will it be Joanne DeFay or Tatiana Weston-Webb? We're going to find out when the semis come on board for the women. Tati wins the semis, and she's into that final 5.
Ooh, I mean, nervous time for both women, right? I mean, it's, yeah, okay, it's easy to say that Tati's only got this 1 heat, right? She's just got to make 1 more heat and she's in, but that's so much pressure, right? And she sort of hasn't quite been in that conversation all year, and now all of a sudden it's come to the last event and it's all on. So I feel a lot of pressure for her, but it is doable in 1 heat. And then on the other hand, Joanne's just got to sort of sit there and watch it all unfold. So, oh man, I don't envy either position right now. I feel like both are just as difficult. Actually, I feel like Joanne's more difficult just sitting there watching.
It's definitely, destiny is not in her hands anymore.
No,
so
it's
like
definitely
she's letting it off to someone else to decide what's going to be, really. So both situations are tough, but that's what they're here for, right? Like, they love this feeling as much as, you know, gets you off, doesn't let you sleep at night, but they come back for it, though.
There's Ross William and Tatiana Weston-Webb. Yeah, and Tati looking pretty light, ready to go. Smiles. Watch out, it gets a little slippery up there.
we've seen some wipeouts off the boats already.
Hey, yeah, we've seen some stacks already.
So they say surfers have good balance. Well, sometimes not in a nautical fashion. When you're disembarking off of the Red Bull athlete boat, you got to be careful. Those sleds on the Red Bull jet skis can be a little slippery sometimes. That one went viral for a hot minute. Oh, well, we got Griffin Colapinto over at Tavarua Island. Griffin, you're on the headset, and let me dial you in. There you are.
I'm here.
How's it going, Griff?
It's going good. Just had brekkie. Watched Jack drop some knowledge on us.
Yeah, so you heard Jack's comments on his interview. Sounds like he's looking forward to your clash in the semifinals. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, same. I'm looking forward to it. He said last time we had a heat together was at Sunset. And yeah, I got the better of him on that one. And I don't know, I think he's probably pretty fired up to come and beat me.
Any strategy plans you can give us, just, you know, as a preview to that semifinal? And Jack, are you going to try to get in his head, or are you just going to stay away from him? You know, what's your thoughts?
Well, I feel like Jack and I surf different strategies, or our mindsets are a little different going into heats. He takes it way more serious, and I'm more a little bit lighthearted, and I can see it in his face, his eyes. He doesn't want to make eye contact. He doesn't want to, you know, really say anything. And I'm there to kind of talk, crack some jokes, and have fun. But I don't know. Last time it was pretty funny at Sunset. He was doing his thing, breathing, standing up on his board, and I started kind of just like copying him and doing the same thing. And I think he got a little rattled by that. So we'll see. Maybe I'll take the same tactic into this next one.
Love it. Thank you, Griff. We look forward to seeing you in that semifinal.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
As we see Rio Waida just get a little snap down the line under the priority of Imai. That was a great conversation with Griffin Colapinto. Yeah, and I like the lightheartedness there.
I do love it too, and it translates to his surfing, right? When you see him surfing, like, he seems free always, like he goes big every time he has a chance. But let's not forget, he usually has one of the best battles in in all times here. So I think as much as he's free, he's going to put in a good fight, mostly before the priorities get settled.
Yeah, he's genetically a fast swimmer, Griffin Colapinto. Dad Mitch was a teacher and the lifeguard, and Mitch, you can still see him anywhere we go getting morning swims, and he's fast, like a big fast otter through the water, sleek.
I always actually see him swimming when he's on the events, like on the lineups and
he's
stuff.
a fast swimmer, I'm serious.
I'm like, whoa, what are you doing here, Mitch? 8 foot, and he's out there.
Well, here's Imai, and you know what? He's been holding on, Flick, to priority, gosh, for about 12 minutes right now, or more, still seeking a 7-point ride.
Yeah, I feel like he's identified the fact that, okay, I did good surfing on a small wave, and I got produced to 5.77. Replicate that on a bigger wave, I'm going to get a great score, right? I mean, and he is searching for a great score. It has to be the highest one of the heat. So as soon as he takes off, you're drawing comparisons to, Rio's 6.83. And I think he knows that. He's just going to wait for a set, and hopefully we get to see one.
And it's about time for a set to come, right? Like, he's been seating for probably about, I would say, like 5-6 minutes.
Yeah.
So we've been seeing sets consistently come throughout the heat. So we'll see. I think he's going to have another opportunity before the heat finishes, hopefully.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, you're never going to pull the trigger right now on a smaller one when you've been waiting so long. You just get, it's not rocket science that, hang on a sec, let's not blow this priority right now. Like, there's probably going to be a bigger set coming.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone on tour can build a rocket, but these guys surf super well. He's just waiting. I thought these lines may have presented some opportunity, but they went in right underneath Imai, and Rio just staying busy there, moving down the reef. Imai now with a little bit of a twitching. I'm just looking around, hoping that some anxiousness. We're down to under 2 minutes, Jesse.
Clock's running. I mean, by the looks of things, I would say he has one more opportunity, one more chance to roll the dice. And he has to be a pretty assertive one, because he needs not a small score for a day like today, 7.806. And for the surfing that Rio has displayed already throughout the heat, it's a very well put wave together.
Well, at this point, after all this time, now it's just, I feel Imai is just going to have to relinquish himself to the will of the Pacific Ocean. And this is nothing but nature coming into play right now when we're down to a minute, Flick.
Yeah, it is, for sure. I think, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here. You've just got to think back to the beginning of the heat, maybe, and just the choices that were made then. It's just so hard today. Of course, you're right, Kipes. Nature today is going to play a big part in it because it isn't as consistent. It doesn't have that same size as yesterday. However, it's the same for everyone, and I think you've got to take that into consideration. And the beginning of the heat was when, Rio locked in those 2 waves, and maybe being a bit more selective could have, played a part in it. But, it's so easy right now for me to sit here and say that because you don't have a crystal ball. You can't see into the future. I hope we do see one more set. One more roll of dice would be nice.
So this is similar to what we saw in quarterfinal number 2, where Yago Dora did not get a chance to respond. And I'm feeling that Imai is in a similar situation where he's not going to get a chance to respond. We're down to 5 seconds, so he's going to go out of this heat sitting down. And it will be Rio's second career semifinals. Rio Waida will be moving into semifinal number 2. Imai with an equal 5th out of Fiji. Quarterfinal 4 will be in the water when we return. Baron Mamiya coming up against Ethan Ewing.
Quarterfinal number 4, surfer in red from Hawaii, Baron Mamiya. Going up against surfer in blue from Australia, Ethan Ewing. This is the final quarterfinal final of the main here. We're going to be going into semifinals for the women after this. We're going to see in heat 1 of the semis for the women. Tyler Wright and Tatiana Weston-Webb, followed by Griffin and Molly Pinkham. Thank you, Caddies. Looks like you're already making your way there, but Caddies, you're not going to be able to give your board unless you're at the other booth, so recommend that you go to the other booth to avoid interference calls. So you can go avoid that other booth.
This is part of our conservation project we have here at the resort. It's part of our Marriott Bonvoy, good travel. You're going to put some cement in this area and then we will add that rock onto it.
Okay, here and here?
Yeah, fantastic. With our fish houses, you want to have windows and doors, providing little habitat for them. We give it about 3 days for this fish house to cure. Then we would then take it out to where we do most of our restoration work, and we would plant corals on them, so then it would be like a little habitat. When we place the fish house into the water, you just see fish just suddenly
claim their territory.
Claim it.
Building the fish houses was a really cool way as a guest staying at the Marriott to give back to the marine ecosystem here. It's really hands-on, it's fun and really educational as well.
Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. It is beautiful here. Flick Palmentier, what was the inspiration for the architecture of your fish house?
Hey, I don't know if you noticed, but I, gave it some little finishing touches, put a little bit of coral on there, a little few seashells.
Was it condo-like? I mean, how many bedrooms did we have in that fish house?
If you have a sunroof on your fish house, so there's an opening in the top, octopuses like that.
Octopi?
Yeah, octopuses.
We got quarterfinal number 4 out in the water. Baron Mamiya up against Ethan Ewing, and this is a stress-free quarterfinal for a surfer like Ethan Ewing. Ethan Ewing already has his final 5 slot all sewn up, and we're going to see Ethan again at lower trestles. He was a smash last year, Jesse, Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, he's definitely dangerous. I think just the way he cuts water, how calm he is also, because usually lowers is kind of a long period. Swell comes, drives from like so far out, so it's kind of slow. So those patient surfers really take advantage there because, they don't pull the trigger too early, wait for the sets and are on the best waves, and that's the characteristics that Ethan has on his favor. So he's definitely going to be one to watch there. And now, pressure-free.
Pressure-free. Good for him. The 25-year-old out of North Stradbroke Island, Ethan Ewing, on his 5th year on the championship tour. Double E backwards on his back with that 33. 2 CT wins to his credit. He's faced up against Baron Mamiya. Baron Mamiya also with 2 CT wins to his credit. And as we see there, Ethan's got it all clinched up. We'll see him at lowers where we know that he is an absolute weapon. He was surfing with a broken back last year and finished number 2 in the world. He's got a fully healed back this year, Flick, so expecting big things from Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, definitely. And just the sheer fact he's already been there once and had that experience.
Here we go with Ewing. Swinging that DHD Juliet model through its paces. Great rhythm and tempo on the backhand. And looked like Baron had a quick up and out outside. So Baron Mamiya will hold on to priority and play the patient game, and we will wait for the opening score for Ethan Ewing. How's Ethan looking this morning, Jesse?
I mean, as he's been looking throughout the whole event, like just solid. Never catching rails as usual, cutting through the water nice, always on rail. As we see it right here, smaller wave, but he was sitting, giving the priority to Baron, giving the inside to Baron. So he was like, oh, might as well warm it up and get the ball rolling right here, and just beautiful surfing. Nothing spectacular, but good way to warm up and get the ball rolling.
Jesse, you mentioned something in Flick. You can expand upon that. Like Ethan Ewing, you rarely see him catch a rail.
This is true. Well, you know what? When I think about his brand of surfing, it's traditionalist, right? It's rail surfing. I mean, obviously he's great in the air too, but he's the full package. But I think his strength comes down to the rail and just how much he's refined that over his time. I mean, think about, you know, growing up on Stradbroke Island and, you know, Queensland being all the right-hand point breaks. Think about all the surfers that have come from those right-hand point breaks. You think about, you know, Joel Parker, obviously. You think about Mick Fanning, Stephanie Gilmore. You know, they're some of the most beautiful rail surfers to watch, right? And I just think that Ethan emulates a lot of those surfers as well. And it's just so evident in his surfing. It's textbook, and I feel like there's probably a lot of young kids, you know, these days that, you know, study his surfing. It really is beautiful to watch. It's like poetry in motion.
And he's going to get another one. So this time, tucks into a barrel, travels through that thing, opens up just for a bit, forces his way out of that barrel before jumping off. Baron Mamiya, second wave of the set. Mamiya streaking down the line, taking a high line. Tucks into a barrel of his own, travels through a couple of sections, but that one clamps on the end, so it will be advantage to Ethan Ewing. And we're going to see a swim race out the back.
This is very important. This is a very important swim race right there, because this could dictate the heat so good for Ethan if he gets priority and comes on the next good wave. He already sits with the 5, 6, 7. By far the best wave of the heat, and he can put a lot of pressure in Baron if he gets priority. And by the looks of things right now, most likely he will. He's much deeper.
Also caught the last wave.
Also caught the last. No, sorry, the one before last wave.
Yeah, sorry, second last wave.
So even if they get there at the same time, supposedly the rules make the priority go to Ethan. But Baron's catching up right there.
You know, and this, even though the pressure's off for Ethan right now, there's still opportunity for him to gain ground within the seeding, right? So this heat still means a lot right now, even though he's like, okay, a breath of, you know, sigh of relief. But I mean, we've all seen, you know, how valuable it is to surf less, like, oh, unless you know, the freak of nature like Stephanie Gilmore, you do surf all the way from that fifth. But how often do we really think that's going to happen? I mean, just to have less reps on the board, to feel fresh, like it's the best place to be, right? The higher seed. So this is still really important for Ethan.
Take a look here, Jesse, at the last wave. We got this barrel.
Just beautiful tube riding. That wave was like, it was a tiny barrel, a lot of lump throughout with the high tide, and he was able to pull through. Obviously, it's going to be not a big score because it's a small barrel, but still very technical. And this wave just ran too fast and it's too tight. Like the barrels today obviously are on the smaller side, so they're not going to be wide open. It's going to be very hard to manage, and rarely ever we're going to see a decent one. And let's see if he's going to capitalize on that opportunity that he's going to get with priority.
And here he goes again, wave number 3 for Ethan Ewing. Nice. Again, just mistake-free surfing, extreme biomechanics, and extreme fundamentals on display. When you just look at really the fundamentals of good surfing, exploited. That's Ethan Ewing's surfing. We've been watching all morning and seeing how the conditions are playing out, but for more on the conditions, we'll go and have an Oakberry surf conditions report with Strider Wazalewski out in the water.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, well, Oakberry surf conditions out here right now. We're looking at about 3 to 5 foot faces, a little inconsistent, but very clean. So when the waves do arrive, we've got some beautiful walls, light offshore, kind of that traditional southeast winds blowing across here, which is kind of a trade wind, which keeps that inside bowl super clean, tide, getting to the high, coming through, and then it's just going to drop out through the rest of the day. So, we should have really fun waves through this, part of the morning and into the after of the event, and hopefully we're going to have what we want for the finals, which is a opportunity for everybody to catch enough waves. I'd like to switch the conversation back to Ethan Ewing, though, you guys. Like, he looks fired up on his surfing right now. He looks like he's just like really here to win this event. And I think with a win here in Fiji, he could jump all the way up past Jack Robinson into 3rd place. So these heats actually have a lot of consequence in them for Ethan Ewing. Ethan is looking at this like an opportunity to take this thing one step further. And if he does that, that would be amazing for him and a huge opportunity in the finals at looking at a world title. Each heat, as you guys know, in that final 5 is a big deal. So this is a pretty heavy, stressful heat for Ethan, and he looks like he's turned up to try to win it.
Watching a replay here of a 7-1-7 for Ethan, Jesse, and this helped his cause a lot.
Yeah, no doubt, capitalizing on the opportunity right there that he had. Obviously a bigger wave, cleaner wave and wall as well. As you're gonna see right here, just a beautiful hack, and what I love about this wave is just how he finishes every wave aiming inwards, like bringing it back all the way to the foam. So what that does is just sets him up in the steepest part of the wave for the next section. So he created a great opportunity to be steep and critical on a wave that didn't have too much wall in front of him.
Baron Mamiya now in a 2-wave combination, needs to surf his way out of that combination, and he is on his way right now. He'll get out of combo with that wave, so he's going to make it into a 1-wave requirement once this score drops. Easy math there. All Baron needed was a 2.84 to get out of combination, but he's got much more than that with the upcoming score flick.
Yeah, you know what, my first thoughts of that, just the wave let him down there. It was a bit shouldery, therefore it forced him out onto the face. If you just make direct comparisons, he's definitely going to break this combo, but if you make direct comparisons to Ethan's wave, and to your point, Jesse, just the critical nature of Ethan's, I mean, let's have a look here. This wave, a little bit shouldery, so already having to cut back to the source, being forced out onto that face. If you compare this wave to Ethan, Ethan was able to go a lot more vertical, a lot more tighter in the pocket, and that's just because Ethan's wave, a lot more scoop, a lot more down the line energy and speed. I mean, obviously Baron's liking that because it's going to help his situation. But you can just see here, like, yeah, he's bringing that nose of the border. That was probably, one of the more critical turns, which was that last one.
Back to live action here. Ethan Ewing on a screamer. Tight pocket surfing by the Australian. Little drift on there from the DHD board. And a tapered finish for Ethan Ewing. So we'll be waiting for that score to see if Ethan improves upon his score line. Anything over 5.67 will do so. Well, I'd like to see a replay of that last of Ethan Ewing. We'll go to the IC replay and check it out. Jesse.
This has looked like in the beginning just a great wave, taller in size, a little bit steeper in the beginning. The second turn, a nice release, but the wave just died out. All the energy was kind of all in that one section, and then it dissipated pretty quick. So, I mean, as much as it looked like a beautiful wave, it kind of went away. Yeah, but great surfing overall. Like, no mistakes so far for Ethan, in my opinion, as far as surfing. And also wave selection, he's been pretty on point.
Yeah, I agree. Well, priority now sits with Baron Mamiya, and it looks like a wave is starting to stretch out in front of our two surfers. Mamiya taking a look at this one. Up the reef, and Baron's going to go. Has to gain some ground, pulls into the barrel, and that one just runs away on Baron Mamiya. So priority now shifts to Ethan Ewing. Still waiting for the previous score for Baron Mamiya. Let's hear from Rio Waida. In the meantime, Rio on to the semifinals.
Rio, congratulations. Massive moment for you to make your second career semifinals. What did you learn watching that first heat that you applied to yours?
You mean like my heat? I don't know. I mean, today condition feels like home again. You know, feels like at Uluwatu racetrack. So, you know, just kind of trust my board, trust my body, and trust my mind. You know, try to follow what I do every day, and it was fun. I think first I want to say congrats to Imai. You know, he had a good year. So, and then I'm in semis now, one more to finals. So why not? Last time in Bells, I was in semis, and that was kind of heartbroken because it was one more. So this is another chance to make finals. I want to do my best, and I don't know, just this will be my last event of the year. So I just want to do my best.
How do you get ready for this next semifinal?
Now go back to Tabarua, get some breakfast, and come back and talk to my coach, Glenn, and it's been fun with Glenn. You know, just enjoy the life on the island and stuff. So it's been great, and stoked to see Molly make the final 5. So it's been great.
We'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll do one really quick offline.
Yeah, Rio Waida matching his best results so far with this semifinal guarantee. He made the semifinals at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach this year, where he went down to Griffin Colapinto in that semifinal. So he's going to have another chance of making his first CT final, Rio Waida. Number did come through on the previous wave for Baron Mamiya at a 6-point ride. Baron now needs just under a 7, needs a 6.78 to take the lead off of Ethan Ewing. And we're still waiting for a score for Ethan Ewing. See if he is going to make the job a little harder for Baron Mamiya.
Yeah, I think I'm impressed with what I saw from Baron. He's obviously broken that combination. Sort of seeing some scores start to roll through now for Ethan.
So situation remains the same. Last wave for Ethan, not in his top 2. But look, we got some sets coming through, and it's really fortunate to see waves come through right now. The consistency at this high tide mark, maybe a little bit of a tide push. Here goes Baron, under priority, and nothing going there. Ethan looking back and checking Baron's positioning, and is going to hold court with priority and the lead at the 17-minute mark.
All right, Red, Baron Mamiya, you are in second place, and you need a single wave of a 6.78. Red, you need a single wave score of a 6.78 to go in the first position.
Again, we're about an hour from high tide, so a little bit of a tide push. I would anticipate, though, Jesse, at the actual peak of high tide, we've seen kind of that pattern where things slow down at the peak. I feel right now we're seeing a little bit of a push, but I feel that the women's semifinals should prepare for potential inconsistent conditions.
Totally, and I think Flick mentioned that before. The surfers know about that. You know, they're used to having to adapt to the situations, and they know high tide's about to come. It's probably going to get a bit slow, so they got to be prepared for everything. And not to mention, as much as with very low tide, the wave's going to stretch out and be very fast. With super high tide as well, almost to the max, what it does, it fills up the water, the reef with water, and the wave comes in as well, so it's going to hit that straighter part of the reef, and it's also going to be very fast down the line, mostly the bigger waves.
So while I got you, Jesse, let's take a look at a split screen, a comparison between Ethan Ewing and his 7.17 and Baron Mamiya's 6.07.
Yeah, as we see right here, both waves starting very critical right there for Ethan, but I think the big point of difference here is the steepness of the wave, right? You see it, how much taller that wave is for Ethan. And also, if you look on the left side of your screen, you're always going to see Ethan coming from behind of the foam, going straight vertical, bringing that nose all the way back in. And Baron, on the other hand, kind of cutting it short every turn. If you see it on the right side of your screen, as you see right there, pushing a lot the back foot, but cutting the turn short. Finish it up very strong with that nice vertical snap, but the point of difference there was just how calm and complete the turns were from Ethan in comparison to Baron's.
Yeah, so a 1.1 point difference between those two scores, and so you can see why Ethan Ewing earning a little over a point more in that comparison. And Ethan now with heat control. He's got the lead, he's got priority, and he's happily sitting out there. Again, what's at stake for Ethan Ewing? We know that he's going to be in the final 5. We'll see him at the Lexus WSL Finals. If he wins this event, he moves up to number 3 in the seeding. Well, let's take a Bonsoy brew break right now, and we'll be back with the conclusion, quarterfinal number 4, here at the Corona Fiji Pro.
The Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. By Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Asia Pacific. By Mophie, official portable power bank partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Mophie, stay powerful. By Fiji Airways, official airline partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And by Tabarua Island Resort, celebrating 40 years of surfing in Fiji.
Ethan again, this one deeper, driving through this barrel, second section for Ethan Ewing.
I felt like there was a lot of things I did right last year, so I don't want to go too far away from what was working.
The control is pretty much perfect from him.
There's no downtime, it's just straight business.
Up and riding again, late drop, side slipping into the barrel, he's deep, he's disappeared, and Ethan Ewing is coming out, double lead.
It's always been my biggest dream to win a world title, and yeah, hopefully I can get there.
Last year's world runner-up, Ethan Ewing, has clinched a spot in the Lexus WSL Finals.
Congratulations to Ethan Ewing. We have our final 5 all set, but the seeding yet to be determined. We know John Florence is going to be in the pole position at number 1. Griffin, Colapinto, Jack Robinson, they're going to be battling in a semifinal to see who has the opportunity at the number 2 seed. And Ethan Ewing at number 5 right now. If he wins this event, he'll move up into that number 3 position. Skype Girl along with Flick Palmentier and Jesse Mendez on the call here. This is quarterfinal number 4 to determine who's going to face Rio Waida in semi-final number 2 today. As we zoom in on the flotilla in the channel amongst this beautiful reef pass called Cloudbreak, Jesse. Just a dream wave at any size.
It is really incredible how, I mean, it's magical how actually a wave can hold from 1 foot to 30 foot. That's what we've seen it, but
Yeah.
I bet you can hold even bigger than that if we have a swell. So it's just a perfect setup. Goofy's paradise.
And you can see the reef. We're nearly the high tide mark here. Live coral reef at Cloudbreak. A reef pass on an atoll here in the middle of the ocean. Here's our heat leader with Ethan Ewing using priority. Lip glide there for Ewing. Aggressive turn on the backhand. And one more time for Ethan Ewing, throwing that DHD board around. Looks for a little bit more room. He's going to kick out, look into better. His low of a 5.67.
He is surfing so well. Just the way, the acceleration he's getting out of his turns is incredible. Like, even one, I think it was the second lip line floater, he went up, as we see, bead on screen, caddying for Ethan, but he went up for that second floater, and I thought, oh, he's a bit late here, but he just accelerated through out of that one. I think it was the turn that he went straight into after that. Let's break it down. So, gets through this first turn. This lip line, I thought, oh, he's going to get stuck, but he just powers around this. That turn there was so crisp. He just threw so much spray, finishes it off with a bit of a fin drift. But he's just looking in such good form. Like, just the awareness on the wave. And like you mentioned before, Jesse, always coming from behind the foam, which allows him to get so critical in the pocket. That turn there, I mean, throwing buckets.
Well, this is feeling like excellent surfing, and the judges agree. An 8.33 for what we just witnessed for Ethan Ewing. So now Ewing has completely pulled away from Baron Mamiya. Mamiya now needing a near perfect 9.43, Jesse.
I mean, it's planning out to be a great heat for Ethan, obviously. Like, it's in his hands right now. That's a big gap. We've seen people needing 7-point rides today, but nothing above that, and 9.43. It's not easy to find in any situation, and when it's with the slow dying swell, it makes it even a little bit trickier. It looks like Ethan might have some room and find an insider here.
Ewing with the lead, continues to surf through here, and it continues with some vicious top turns, just kicks that one away. And Baron showing, under pressure, maybe showing a little bit of frustration as well, Click.
Yeah, I think, and deservedly so. I mean, right now, it's like Jesse said, this is a big task right now, 9.43. And probably just frustration with the inconsistency, I'd say, too. I mean, we even heard Yago talk about it when he had that interview with AJ, you know. Sometimes it's not the surfing that gets you through, and it's just decisions, like smart decisions. And today, there's going to be a lot of that come down into it. I feel like those smarter surfers, the surfers that have great IQ, the ones that ask themselves the questions at different points in the heat, that just structure it differently, because there's surfers that come to mind that do that really well. I think today is the day for that, combined with obviously someone who's in form.
Well, when we look at the overall picture of the heat and use of priority, you know, Baron Mamiya, his first two waves were just small fractional one-point rides. So he used his priority, or he used waves that he did not execute on, and that put him in a bad priority situation. Ethan Ewing, on the other hand, Jesse, opened up with a 5.67, then had a 4.67. So Ethan Ewing, every time he got to his feet, even early on into this heat, was making good decisions with his priority. And I feel like that's going to be the story today, is really smart priority decisions.
No doubt. And if we look back in the beginning of the heat where things kind of took pace, obviously Ethan started with a 5.67, which I thought for Baron being on the inside, he should have not went on that wave. It was a smaller wave. Ethan did as good as he could on that wave to get that 5.67. But the problem was that 1.17 from Baron, it was when he lost priority to Ethan, and Ethan capitalized on the 7.17. So this just dictated the heat so much and put him a step ahead, and a big step ahead in front of Baron. And from that on, he was just always improving and things going his way.
Yeah, it's interesting, Flick, how the first 5-7 minutes can really set the stage for the entire heat.
Well, every heat this morning has been that way. And then, you know, what happens at the end is someone sitting there with priority waiting for an opportunity, and it doesn't come, right? So instantly that tells me that the first half of this heat is super important. You need to have scores on the board. And you know what also? If you're, it's so easy to say this, but you're on the best wave out there today and you surf it quite well, you're going to win. Like, it's whoever finds the best wave. Like even Yago said it. He's like, I feel like I was surfing better. It's just Jack found the better wave. And in today's conditions, when it's smaller like this, whoever finds that best wave in the heaters, providing they don't fall and they execute it, they're most likely going to be winning. Like, and there's only very few of those coming through. So it's all about deciding like, or figuring out how often they're coming through and where to position, and sort of a game of chess really at the beginning. Like, do you hold for the inside position? Do you let your opponent have it? And it can go either way.
Yeah, for someone like, you know, Griffin Colapinto talked about it, Jack Robinson, they're going to match up in semifinal #1 for the men. You know, Griffin's a lot of times been very clear about, hey, at this point, it's just 4 good waves to a win, if you really break it down. 2 in the semifinal, 2 in the final, and you're the champ.
It really, that's what it is. The problem is trying to keep that in your head. You want to try and simplify everything, but with the pressure and everything that builds up, it feels like it's the hardest thing in the world once you're in a jersey. So obviously those surfers are the best at doing that. That's why they're in the quarterfinals at this situation with the women's and the semis coming up. But it really is. Simplify things, be on the 2 best waves of the day, of the heat, and things are probably going to go your way.
It's so easy to say that. You can say that about any day, but I honestly feel like today it's just critical, right? Because it's such a big difference between taking off on these small waves as opposed to a set. Like you see someone on a set and immediately you're like, oh, okay, this person's on a good wave, they're getting a great score. You know, they take off on a smaller wave, it's less energy, it feels like they're working harder. I just feel that unless you do something out of this world on a small wave, you have to be on those set waves today. That's how you're going to win.
Yeah, and I think what you're trying to also say, like the surfers in the water, when they see a wave approaching, they kind of have an idea of what the wave has as far as scoring potential. And what you mentioned is when they see a steeper, bigger wall running down the line, they know that there's more scoring potential, and there's a limit to the other waves that are smaller and slower.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously some people can break that. Like you have a guy like Yago today, and he could go to the air and maybe turn a 5-point into a 7-point, but overall they kind of have an idea, hey, this is max of this scoring potential on this wave.
Or even, you know, yesterday in a troubled heat for Gabe Medina up against Griffin Colapinto, where Gabe really, you know, didn't have good waves, but he still had the ability to kind of still be in play because he was trying such outrageous airs and he was able to put them down. But that's really an exception to the conversation.
Yeah, there's a few exceptions, right?
Totally, there is. And those guys are good at doing that, you know, like breaking through, like you see them outperform the wave, but average on the 80% of the waves they take off on, they kind of have an idea, and they go pretty close to what the scoring potential of the wave was, unless they have to really push something more than if, like, for an example, Baron Mamiya right now, he needs a 9.43. Reality of it, for him to find a wave that actually has the potential right now today, it's very small, so he's going to have to push harder. So it's in order of him to actually match in what he needs with the scoring potential of the wave he catches, which is not going to be easy right now, mostly with the display of surfing that Ethan has done.
Yeah. Here's our Fiji flight cam giving you a full view of Cloudbreak, and you can see how this wave is a reef pass and how this wave refracts around this reef sitting in the middle of the ocean. A true wonder of the surf world. And you can see the different ledges that aren't breaking today but are evident because this wave, again, 2 foot to 20 foot, and it's rideable. Baron Mamiya in a desperate situation here. And you can see that coming. Baron just trying to give himself a chance, but and just wants to surf his way out of it. But there was no 9.43 in that wave. Just wanted to give himself a chance. But a nice way to end his season, you know, equal 5th coming out of Fiji. Baron can prepare for 2025. And we're going to be glad to see the Hawaiian back on tour next year.
Yeah, and I like the surfing he displayed. Obviously on his backhand, he hasn't showed so much as far as just ripping a wave down. Like usually you see him getting amazing big barrels, but this event itself, he was basically on rail the whole time, and he made very far. So good way to finish the year for Baron.
Yeah. Barron, you know, taking out a classic win at Pipeline with a 10-point ride. So great season for Barron Mamiya, but representing the 808 there with the 88 on his jersey. But the conversation really is about Ethan Ewing, who has been blistering in his performance here. 15.5, near excellent heat total for Double E. And Ethan's going to be moving on to semifinal number 2 for the men. There's the numbers for Ethan, big numbers, put down by the North Stratty Surfer. Speaking of semifinals, Tyler Wright, Tatiana Weston-Webb, semifinal 1 in the water when we return.
Semifinals are 35 minutes long. There are no restarts. We will be crowning the champ today. Getting back to work, catching away, and blue top down the rest of the ball.
Bulavanaka, happy finals day. Flying through already, semifinals ready to go. Tyler Wright, Tatiana Weston-Webb, Brandon Aaron Brooks, and Molly Picklum. Hi, everybody. Joe Turpel, Richie Lovett, a man who's surfed in over 100 championship tour events. Rich, having a great time in paradise.
Oh, amazing.
Waves are always fun here, even when it's smaller and very, very rippable. Now it's coming down to this. Tyler versus Tati with a ton on the line for Weston-Webb.
Yeah, this is another must-make situation for Tatiana, but I love this situation where there's a chance. There's this little window of opportunity. The door's slightly ajar, and Tatiana, she's been surfing so well through this event. She's got Ross Williams in her corner, obviously. And, well, you know, you think about a wave that's suited to Tati. She's accomplished in anything, you know, from knee-high to you know, well overhead. She's had all those special moments this year, pulling into huge barrels, 10-point rides, and, well, really suited to these Cloudbreak conditions here. Here she goes, up and riding.
Getting things started during the break. Tatiana Weston-Webb getting the tap off the top into a wrapping cutback. Now driving into the open face for the front side hook, pushing hard through a finish. Great start during the break, and Tyler already found her feet. The backhander, two-time world champ, flowing through the lip line, drawing off the bottom, starting to stretch this one out, lighting up the lip, nice and easy, stepping off, and just like that, we have our opening exchange.
We're underway, and does look like we have scores. 5.33 dropping in for Tatiana, and a 4.67 for Tyler Wright. I did like Tyler's second maneuver on that wave, nice and smooth. Perhaps just a touch more aggression for Tatiana.
Weston-Webb switching gears on the first turn, just a redirect, now a full carve. Wave is staying fairly full. She's hoping it gets critical now. Swinging that one all the way back into the pocket. Weston-Webb hitting that one down the line, and the former world runner-up kicks out of her second scoring wave in semifinal number 1.
Yeah, not a bad backup score, but you could see that wave. It did lay down through that inside section. Didn't really offer up enough wall there for Tatiana. Some great surfing nonetheless, but I know she would be wanting a little bit more. Great start. Both surfers underway here. Let's have a look at the replay. So good looking wave from the outset. Bit of a carve down on the forehand. A nice roundhouse cut back with the rebound off the whitewash, and again sort of S-turning all the way through to this inside section. And this is where the wave just sort of ran down the reef there, and eventually just didn't offer any more opportunity, so Tatiana just kicks out. Still good signs as we approach the high tide. Still plenty of sets coming through. Great performance there from Ethan Ewing in that last heat. Definitely the standout surfing of the morning. Live action, Tyler.
Quick up and out for Tyler Wright. Last score for Tatiana Weston-Webb, a 3.83. With Tyler just kicking out, Tati will keep her lead out front. Still at 29 minutes on the clock. Situation for Tati at the moment for the WSL Final 5. If she wins this semifinal, she becomes the number 5 seed. She can't go any higher than that, but what's on the line is she'll take that 5th spot and compete for a world title in September. She knew she had to go a long way in this event, but it's coming down to this heat against her longtime rival. The Final 5 snapshot is all set for the men's side, but let's see what's on the line for the women. Gabrielle O'Brien was in the Final 5 when we got here, got knocked out by Erin Brooks, and then fell out of world title contention. Joanne DeFay went down yesterday, so that spot is very vulnerable right now. If Tati wins this heat, she'll take that 5th spot, and Joanne DeFay will be out of the mix. If Tyler takes the win here, Joanne DeFay will be safe and will competing at the Lexus WSL Finals. It's all coming down to this. Well, this man has been on fire. What a performance. Total domination from Ethan Ewing, hanging out with AJ.
Thanks so much, Joey. Yeah, dominating indeed, Ethan, out there on Cloudbreak this morning. An excellent wave. Just tell me how you identified what you wanted to do this morning.
Yeah, I've been getting through the heats, but just never really getting like the good scores. And I just felt like I kind of put a bit more energy into that wave. And yeah, it feels good to get kind of bigger scores and yeah, move through.
Another thing that probably feels pretty good, congratulations. We'll officially see you at Trestles. You've locked in your spot for the Lexus WSL Finals. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. This year's just been, I don't know, a lot of ups and downs, and I felt like I was, towards the end of this year, I was like just holding on, and yeah, made a lot of mistakes in a few of the comps, so it feels good to secure that and just get another opportunity to world title.
How do you build confidence here in Cloudbreak, moving forward into that and your next heat here?
Yeah, I've just been putting in a lot of time here, and yeah, just getting those scores kind of builds my confidence, and yeah, it's all about the waves you catch too, so yeah, excited for the next one.
As you should be. We'll see you then.
Perfect, thank you.
Well done for Ethan Ewing, back to the Lexus WSL Finals once again. Last year, finishing runner-up in the world. That first title match, best of 3 series, might have been one of the best heats ever in Lower Trestles history. Felipe Toledo ended up winning the world title that day, and Felipe said how proud he was just for himself and for Ethan for putting on a show like that at the championship tour event at Lower Trestles. Ethan's been there quite a few times. You know, for Toledo, he's been there the most and surfed in the most matches in that format. For Ethan Ewing, he's got the 2nd most reps, just under Toledo. But nothing was more powerful than what he put on last year. Match record, 2 wins, 2 losses, as we see the events that he's featured in the past at the Lexus WSL Finals. Now entering his 3rd appearance in the World Title Showdown. The big mark there, though, 7 excellent scores. That's 8 points or better. And what we saw last year was maybe the best rail, powerful display we've ever seen in San Clemente. Right now, he's finding his form. Said he's had some ups and downs this year. Once he switches on in that format, something he's familiar with, wouldn't be surprised if he brought even more than he did last season. Yeah, well, if you look at his improvement in the appearances that he's had in the WSL Finals, the first, somewhat forgettable, just it wasn't his best display of surfing. And then last year, wow, didn't he put on a display? You know, some of those forehand carves, the hacks that he was laying down at lower trestles were just incredible. Many were saying he was, you know, the favourite that could take it to Felipe. But yeah, if his trajectory through those finals is something, and if he improves again on last year, he's going to be very, very hard to stop. Semi-final set for the men here at the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Last time we had a championship event here was 2017. Tati was in that final, finishing runner-up to Courtney Conlog. Tati always a favorite in these conditions. She had a wild card before her rookie debut. Rode a foam ball on an 8-footer. We still talk about it today. You can see Courtney's name there. Joanne DeFay the year before took out the event. Then there was the famous run of back-to-back titles for Sally Fitzgibbons. Blowing her eardrum, putting a helmet on, duct taping her ears together so she could compete and win. Melanie Redmond-Carr winning back in 2006. She's a 2-time Fiji champion. We still see Mel when we go out to Margaret River in Western Australia. Sofia Milanovic, a world champion. The Peruvian won back-to-back as well. A lot of great history here. And Tyler and Tati want to add their name to that list. Weston-Webb surfing for a spot in the WSL Final 5. Throws down a clean frontside carve, an absolute belt off the lip. What a combination of turns. Tati looking to shut it down, and she gets there late, but still controls it. Her maneuvers have been so impressive, especially since the back half of the season. Surfing with a lot of conviction and confidence, and really just ditching that 383 easily as we go to the IC replay. Yeah, really crisp surfing here, Joe. Tatiana, there's this little speed element. That is the point of difference between these two surfers at the moment. Just a ferocious hack down into snap. And then Tatiana, big wrap as she comes into this final section. A minor trip up on that final maneuver, but it didn't really matter. The intensity of these three maneuvers back to back. Watch this one, carves down, holds that rail line, lets it go at the perfect time, sets up that clean snap in that really bowly section. Another nice carve, and then gets the final hit. Great four-turn combination there. The strength of the first three, though, is where all the points are going to come in. Nice little drop off from the Red Bull ski, and hearing the sound of an 8.0 coming from the tower. Excellent surfing from Tatiana Weston-Webb. Tyler Wright with priority. I think the most animated I've ever seen Ross Williams was in the channel when Tati got the 10 at Teahupo in the semifinal with Vahine Fierro. They've worked so hard together on just a lot of different things, but especially positioning. Ross always knows that Tati's going to send it and go for it. He's been really trying to help her trust her instincts to put herself in the right position so it's not always a free fall drop. She's not always really late, and she's grown so much in her performance, even on a strength, which would be a left-hand reef break. What a score, 8 points. Let's break down that first turn from Tatiana Weston-Webb. Yeah, let's do it, Joe. It was an absolute beauty as we watch Tatiana set up the turn here. You can see she's got eyes on this beautiful section as we freeze it here. Okay, she's fully on the hillside rail here. Just notice how much water, how much rail is engaged as she brings it through. Arms completely poised. The top half of the body, again, it's initiating the turn.
initiating the pathway, and what I want you to do is concentrate on the pathway of the board. So she's going to do a full, almost 360-degree wrap. That's going to be the pathway of the board. She just holds the intensity and torque throughout this turn all the way through, driving. Now watch the upper body, comes back around. Things are pointing down this way again. She's going to bring the momentum of this turn right back into play. Really quick transition for Tati here, but that shows you just how much torque and the rotation and pivot that she had through that turn. Full tilt power all the way through, and it set her up with all that speed to get up into the next turn.
Love it. We talk to a lot of the goofy footers, how they really get jealous sometimes of their natural footers, how they get to do that front side body torque wrap and a lot of the Wrights on tour. Tati getting featured in high performance conditions today at Cloudbreak, leading with the upper body and just ripping into the pocket, setting herself up for an 8-point ride. Now pressure on Tyler Wright. Can't imagine the pressure that Joanne DeFay would be feeling right now. You know, when Yago was in the water with Jack, all the reports we got was that Italo had left Fiji. It was just too stressful when you can't do it on yourself, all by yourself, and you can't compete. You're done. You got to wait for the outcome. The good news for Italo now is that with Yago out, he's able to keep his spot and compete for what will be a second world title campaign this September. Now waves on the way. Tyler with priority, out of contention for a spot in the finals. But she was just talking about just resetting, enjoying a bit of vacation, still wanting to win this event, and even starting prep for next season. Tyler Wright using priority, taking off really deep, looking to stall and pull into the pocket, but she ends up going down. Priority right over to Tati, and she's already looking interested in this wave, seeing an improvement on her 5.33, up and out. Just wanted to check it out. Still has a bit of space in the takeoff zone to potentially get first priority right back.
Yeah, in complete control at the moment. Tatiana under pressure too. She knows the enormity of this situation. Let's have a look what happened here with Tyler. Looks like the barrel's going to start running off. She's actually trying to slow down to put the body into the wave face to try and just put on the brakes there. But just hitting a little bit of surface bump and the rail of the board just popping out. But that's exactly what that unique wetsuit is designed for, so that she can do that action where she's sitting on the wave face, and you know, if you've got trunks on or board shorts on, you know, I've had countless times where I've done that, and that, you know, you come out of that tube riding pig dog situation and your shorts have ridden all the way up the top of your thigh there.
So what a cool idea for Tyler to try something new. She wasn't sure if it was going to work, but she's been loving it. That's what's great about this season on tour and the off season with this new format. You get to try some different things, work on different approaches, and Tyler's in a great place as the most decorated surfer still remaining in the draw. Let's get some insight on Tatiana Weston-Webb with AJ.
I'm sitting exactly where Tati and her coach Ross Williams sat this morning to get their head in the game, ready for this semifinal, a really important one for Tatiana Weston-Webb, because of course if she wins, she locks in her spot at the Lexus WSL Finals. Ross told me before he paddled out for this heat that for Tatiana, it's really about making sure this heat stays simple. He wants to make sure she stays in the right spot and on the waves showcases her strengths instead of getting pulled into different game plans that Tyler could potentially try and get her into. I also asked Ross, hey, does Tati know what is at stake during this heat? And he says, no, she does not. We are trying to just keep it very simple, wave by wave, this heat, this 35 minutes, and then whatever happens afterwards, that's when he's going to bring her up to speed.
Thank you so much, AJ. What a great report, a great conversation with Ross Williams. Interesting. You always wonder if coaches will pass that on of what's on the line, or if they'll keep it a secret. For Ross, with him not delivering that, he's feeling like she'll stay focused on what she needs to do and just win the event and not try to put pressure on this moment in time. And right now it's working for him. 8 in a 5.33. These two, the vets of the tour, have had to deal with each other for a very long time at the championship tour level. There was that famous final that Tatiana was a part of where she pushed the tour to surf really big conditions in the southwest of France. She had a 10-point ride. These two were in the final. That was way back in 2015. Well, Tyler won that. She went on to 5 straight wins over Tatiana Weston-Webb. That span went from 2015 all the way through 2019. But then Tati started regrouping. He also won a final at J-Bay over Tyler. More recent win was by Tatiana Weston-Webb this year in Fiji, or excuse me, in Tahiti, when she went on to that great semifinal performance. So you could see a massive amount of wins on Tyler's side over the years, but the most recent win was Tatiana Weston-Webb on a big hollow left-hander.
Yeah, I love looking at those the numbers breakdown and just seeing the heat totals and you know, that the single wave, the highest wave total is more for me more of a boasting moment. You know, I had the 9 or I had the 10, but the other ones, the heat totals really tell the story. And Tyler with a higher average heat total overall, up around the 14-point mark versus Tatiana, who was around 12.
It's a veteran story here in this semifinal. Tatiana Weston-Webb, if she wins, she'll take the 5th spot in the WSL Finals. We'll find out if she can do it right after this.
Just under 14 minutes remaining. Just under 14 minutes remaining. Surfing the lead here, Tyler Reed, in blue, Tatiana Weston-Webb, 8.0 and 5.3 low. Tyler Wright in red, still needs to get the single wave score of 8.66. Red, you need an 8.66 to go in the first place.
Let's check out the Bonsoy pulse to see how we got into finals day. It was Tyler Wright in quarter 1, advancing over the reigning world champ Caroline Marks. A little rematch from their title match last year at Lowers, and it was the veteran, the 2-time world champ. Some great backhand work getting the jump into finals day. Also, quarter number 2 was a big one to watch because it was Brisa Hennessy, who's basically on her home break, had all of Namotu Island on her side, and Tatiana Weston-Webb was able to get pocket 617s to keep the finals dream still in sight. And then world number 1, you're never expecting this when someone's dominating the tour, but a wild card named Aaron Brooks took out Katie Simmers with unbelievable surfing in high performance conditions. An 8-point ride, a 773. Remember, this is her championship tour debut. Picking off set waves and absolutely crushing the tour, upsetting Gabrielle O'Brien, then to world number 1. Now legends like Terry Richardson are going, I think she's going to go all the way. She has that kind of connection at the moment. Aaron taking on Molly Picklum in the semifinal as Picklum got through with some clean backhand surfing. This might have been one of the heats of the round, especially for the outcome of the world title race. This was against Joanne Defay. Defay, a past champ, in her comfort spot in a shallow reef. Even if she's dancing on it, almost felt Defay might have been favored with the career form that she's been in. So that was a crucial victory for Molly. Coming up next, as we see a paddle here, Tati with priority is able to control this wave. Nice turn to start, leans into a nice draw in the pocket. And now Tyler on the one behind. Smaller looking wave, almost looking like she's thinking about getting barreled. Switching gears to turns, getting a little bit off balance on the second effort. Advantage, Weston-Webb once again.
Yeah, Tati got those 2 clean turns off before she had to hit the eject button. You could see she was actually watching Tyler as she was paddling back out just to see what transpired on that wave.
Enjoying the Fiji flight cam. What a view. Red Bull Athlete Zone floating out there. And checking out this gigantic lineup of Cloudbreak. As far as lining up, you're thankful that the tower's out there. The island of Tavarua in the distance. The tower's not there. It'd be pretty easy to get lost as we look at Tati again.
Streaking down the line on this one. Sets up the first turn. Another beautiful carve. Cuts it short because she needs to get to this section and then shows us something a little bit unique, something different that we haven't seen in this heat so far. The big layback carve. And then right here, she ran out of time. Would have loved to have maybe hit that final section, but she was just a little bit late, so just opting to pull through, but 2 good turns in succession.
Judges love it, and they reward Weston-Webb with a 6.83 to go with the 8. Total control and priority, especially when you have the 2 best waves of the heat in your top 2. Tyler is comboed. What a stressful situation for Joanne Defay.
I was just thinking the same thing. Just, you know, heartbreak moment right now for Joanne Defay. She would just be sitting there, you know, destiny is out of her control. And in contrast, Tatiana is creating her own destiny right here, just surfing a perfect heat up to this point. The 2 best waves of the heat. She's got Tyler Wright in combination. You couldn't be in a better position right now. You know, we know Tyler, though. She's a fighter. If she gets the opportunity, she will come back. She will bounce back. She often performs better when she's under this sort of a situation where she is under threat and under pressure and she needs to fight her way out of this situation. But, you know, Tati's also got priority here, so she really is in the box seat with 8 minutes to go.
So we talk about Tati having the best result in this matchup when it comes to Cloudbreak, as Tati made the final in 2017, but Tyler was in the semifinals. That's her personal best in the previous 4 starts. Tati feeling really comfortable, coming off a silver medal in the Olympic Games. She had so much momentum from that amazing accomplishment, went straight to Paris. What a great time in your career just to validate how amazing you're doing. And your performance is just still lifting. And then you've got a Cloudbreak event to come where you've got to chase a spot in the final 5. She couldn't have asked for a better venue to perform on, needing a big result. And dealing with a lot of different elements. We had some big surf on opening day, some challenging wind as well. Glassy, solid, big barreling sections yesterday morning. And now trimmed down and super rippable today. And she's making it look like Goofy Foot paradise. Tati out in front, growing up on the island of Kauai, and a legend that grew up on that same island. Rochelle Ballard, one of the all-time greats that competed on the tour for a long time, which leads us to crack open the WSL vaults. 2006, flashing back with Ballard, pull it in after the buzzer.
Have a look at this tube ride from Rochelle Ballard. That is, you know, that is a memorable moment that will stick with us, that will stick in her memory forever. Unbelievable that it was just after the hooter, but you know, nonetheless, you cannot take away just how incredible that tube ride was. And to that point, you would have to say that's probably the best wave of her life.
It was such a defining moment. Yeah, the tough part was it was 10 seconds too late. but it just showed what she was capable of and what she was ready to bring to the tour, what she was already bringing. And it's pretty awesome that a wave that actually didn't count is in the vault, because that's the energy of these events. You know, what happens in and around it. Rochelle coming very close to getting that victory that day.
Yeah, well, what that wave would have done for her own confidence in waves like this, you know, obviously very experienced in Hawaii and used to big, gnarly conditions. Well, here we go, Tyler.
Tyler starting to flow, small wave, nothing really available there for turns, trying to break the combination, so working on her time management. Tyler looking interested again, under priority. She's hoping to pull into the first section. It's not going to open up, and she's just fishing around now.
Yeah, just really trying to make something happen, trying to just find a score, just to get her out of combination so she does have an opportunity. Time is ticking away. It's not in her favour at the moment. Tati in total control, looks calm. Is not buying into any of the action that Tyler's doing, scouring around that inside, trying to find a score. Tati just knows exactly what she needs to do, and if she is going to take off on a wave, it needs to be something better than a 6.83 to better her situation and apply even more pressure to Tyler Wright.
Joanne Defay, a stellar season, even a victory this year. Back at stop number 3 of the year in Portugal. Then went straight into a final, almost won back-to-back events, but Katie Simmers got a buzzer beater at Bells Beach. So Defay was at the top of the rankings for certain parts of the season. Got to feel that yellow jersey. And then some early round losses in the back half of the year. Had her coming into this stop 6th in the world, but still with Cloudbreak. You knew it was going to be an absolute fight to the finish. Situation again, if Tati wins, she takes the 5th spot off of Joanne Defay. And the more time ticking away with Tyler still being comboed, it's looking like that Weston-Webb will be accomplishing that goal.
Yeah, she's done everything right in this heat so far. Now she'll just take a bit of a defensive position here in the final minutes of this heat with priority. She just takes that inside track. That allows her to sort of put a blocking situation on Tyler and be right in the box seat for any set that comes past. But Joanne Defay, heartbreak moments for her at the moment. I mean, for me, she's done some of the best backhand surfing by the natural footers in the back half of this draw, well, all year. In fact, you know, she has just been surfing so well, but devastating.
Yeah, and I think she knew it too. It's all about this youthful takeover, because that's what did happen at Pipe and Sunset when Joanne won in Portugal. She's like, oh yeah, we're still here. You know, we know that we can beat anybody at any time. She looks so calm and relaxed, but definitely surfing at the top of her game. So Joanne Defay with a stellar season this year. And Tatiana Weston-Webb just finding her flow towards the back end of the year specifically. Tati got started this year. It was almost like she was trying to find rhythm. Like she was surfing good, but at heats, it just couldn't come fast enough. But lately, last few months, she's just been nailing every turn choice. As you see the next heat paddling out, wild card Aaron Brooks preparing for Molly Picklum.
Yeah, it looks like Molly's going to try and take the inside position here for this upcoming heat. See if she can hold this position. But this one is basically done and dusted. Joe, with just over a minute to go, combination situation. Tatiana Weston-Webb is going to move through this one.
What a run. Tati doesn't even know it yet. Her coach, Ross Williams, decided not to tell her what she needed to do in this matchup. And I think that was a smart game plan, which is the way she approached this heat. An 8-point ride, a 6.83.
which would be so hard to do with all the social media noise and everything that's going on around this event and all the talk about who can make the final 5. You know, I wonder in the back of her mind whether she actually does know. And she's just had the mental strength to be able to focus and quiet all that noise, shut it all out, concentrate. She certainly, in this heat, did an exceptional job of just surfing in the moment.
And these two are roommates, the same beret on Tavarua. They had to think about the scenario overnight. Two great friends. They've surfed so many heats together around the world. A lot of respect for each other. Tatiana coming into the final stop 7th in the world. And with a win here, she moves up to number 5 to clinch her spot in the WSL Finals. There is a happy Tatiana, and maybe by that smile, she might know, Rich.
I think she does, mate. You don't get to this level without being somewhat of a mathematician and being able to figure out what you need to do. So, but yeah, it becomes official now, and you can see Tati's going to get another shot at it. She's been there a couple of times.
Former runner-up in the world, Tatiana Weston-Webb heading back to the Lexus WSL Finals in September. But she's got another heat to surf here at Cloudbreak as she is into the final.
Deep one for Weston-Webb, she comes out. Wow, what are we watching?
That was absolutely insane.
Undeniably, the biggest story in surfing right now is what the women are doing in Waves of Consequence.
I think everyone knows that I charge. Like, it's just something that's just, I guess, a part of me.
She's always been very vocal about the fact that the women are capable. I just don't think that she'd had that moment, though, in Waves of Consequence in competition, and this was her time.
Man, this is women surfing. You know, like, we're doing it.
Former world runner-up Tatiana Weston-Webb will have a chance to be the first Brazilian women world champion this September. What a moment for Tatiana Weston-Webb, jumping into the 5th spot, and she will be competing for a world title in September. Big high five, big celebration with Ross Williams. They work so hard to get to points like this. One more heat to serve, so she could try to pick up a title here in Fiji. She made the final 7 years ago. Had to wait all that time again to try to go for a win, but this one maybe even more special because it was a world title moment. She's a contender now. She's going to the Lexus WSL Finals as we introduce semifinal number 2. Erin Brooks representing Canada. The wild card in this event, just 17, has upset world number 1, upset the title race with a win over Gabriel Medina. Now she takes on Molly Picklum. Here comes Brooks. First turn, a vertical snap. Fun looking pockety left on the inside, and she's just drilling it. Nice start for Erin, and she's getting on the board.
Yeah, well, it would have been interesting to see whether it looks like Molly did hold that inside position. So she's going to be a little bit more selective with wave choice, but Erin choosing to get it underway. So we do have the priority order established now. Erin up again.
Erin Brooks swinging off the lip. Little carve hack there. Similar type of flow on the second turn and a bigger wrap on the inside corner. Belts it, lays back and falls. Catching up to Molly's opener on her end section turn, and she ends up falling. So as we know, the final 5 set, but we still haven't worked out seeding just yet. If Molly wins this semifinal, she can jump up to the number 3 seed. If she goes on to win the event, she can actually go all the way up to number 2.
Wow, yeah, and those positions are important when you're talking about a world title scenario. You're one step closer to that final matchup. So there is a lot on the line here, and of course, Fiji Pro champion.
It's a big title to carry. The dream location. Most surfers on tour say this is the best place on the planet to be, and if you can be a champion of this event, that's a huge one for your career. Your legacy is just defined. As we check out the final 5, once again seeding to be determined. So remember, the first match of the Lexus WSL Finals is seed number 4 and 5. The advantage of being number 4 seed is you actually start off that heat with priority. So that's a big deal. Everyone fights for priority at the start of heat. You get it if you're the 4 seed. Well, Tatiana, we know she can't move out of 5th. But what we don't know yet is what that first match will be, because Molly has some room to move all the way up to number 2 if she wins the event.
Yeah, so there's definitely motivation for Molly Picklum outside of the usual desire to make it through the heat. And of course, a final position up for grabs in this second semi-final, but also the position in that final 5 ratings. Molly's been surfing really, really well out here at Cloudbreak. She's up against, well, this youngster that has been on an absolute tear, and she is, there's a quickness, a speed to her surfing that is just so impressive. She's really putting a lot of the women who are already established on the tour on notice, just with that speed and that flair. Let's have a look at what happened with Molly's first ride. So hits that lip straight away, comes around this section. Beautiful elongated backhand carve. Another slice back into the power source, and then gets just a little caught on that toe side rail as she transitions and leans the board over. Let's have a look what happened on Erin's wave. So blasts off the top there. Straight up, quick bottom turn. Into a succession of quick carves back into the foam, and just loses her footing on that final turn. So she was on her way to another good number there, but she's already dropped that 6.33. So the judge is actually paying off. You know, the succession of really dynamic turns on that wave.
Jeff Brooks, the father of Erin Brooks, with one of the backup boards for the wild card, and Kelly Slater was there as well. We got word that Kelly was going to jump into Erin Brooks' corner as a coach for this event.
26 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
You could hear Kelly asking Aaron's dad, hey, what's the leaderage there? You know, for a lot of people, those boards would probably feel like a water ski. They're so tiny. She has 5.3s, 5.4s, a 5.6. Surfing really fast. Already has a 6.33 and a 5.33. The wild card out in front, but let's celebrate. A great moment for Tatiana Weston-Webb with AJ.
A moment worth celebrating indeed, Joey. Tati, I talked with Ross before you headed out in the water, and he said you really just wanted to stick to your game plan, work fast, play to your strengths. How did you do that to start the heat?
Yeah, just focused on myself really, and focused on hoping to get one good set wave and capitalizing. I felt like I got to do that, and I felt like I played under priority really well. Yeah, just focused on myself, felt confident with my surfing, and just kind of like went for it. And yeah, grateful to make it. I feel just so happy. Like I'm loving this whole experience. You know, I spoke to Jessie before my heat, and I was like, you know what, I'm nervous. I woke up at 4 a.m., couldn't sleep, but I know that I can do it. So I just kept that confidence with me, and you know, trust in God's plan for me and His will, and yeah, just rested in His plan for me, and yeah, it worked out.
It worked out indeed, because not only are you moving on here at Cloudbreak, but you have officially locked in your spot for the Lexus WSL Finals at Lower Trestles in just a few weeks after a big year for you. What does it mean that you're going to get a chance at the world title?
Yeah, what an honor to be a part of such a tenacious group of women. You know, I think that this year has been so fun for women surfing, and obviously a special year for me, getting a silver medal, and now being in the final 5. I just want to be able to keep surfing, have fun, and do my thing, and I just want to give God the glory. So yeah, stoked.
We cannot wait to watch it. Before we let you go, parabéns, você garantiu lugar de Lexus WSL Final. Descreve a importância deste momento para você.
É muito importante, né, essa bateria. Graças a Deus ele me deu umas ondas muito boas, ele me deixou calma durante a bateria, né? Antes eu tava um pouquinho nervosa, mas durante eu senti super bem. Eu falei, Deus, eu tô confiando nos seus planos que você tem pra mim, e eu fiquei tranquila assim, e fiquei confiante com o meu surf, e daí o resto foi fácil. Não fácil, né, vamos dizer, mas eu consegui aproveitar o momento. Então agradeço o Senhor por tudo que Ele me dá, e vamos com tudo para a próxima. Eu tô muito feliz em continuar a surfar, e olha que dia lindo, que lugar lindo. Eu tô sentindo muito abençoada.
Parabéns, você sim.
Muito obrigada, e agradeço a todo mundo no Brasil que está assistindo e torcendo. Minha família, amo vocês muito, e é nóis.
Parabéns, Tati, as she's looking to take a title home for Brazil. They've come very close in the past. More recently, Silvana Lima was in the title race with Steph Gilmore, Carissa Moore for multiple seasons. Tati giving Brazil a shot once again this September. As we continue with Molly, she's going to actually joke around out of that move. She got stuck and went to the wide stance as she was like, whoops, lost her footing. But Molly's got a ton of time, chasing down an 8.16. Picklum once again competing for a world title. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, I think it was just a little slip of the wax, Joe. So Molly goes into this bottom turn action. Oh, this was the way prior, excuse me. Yeah, look, her front foot just slips off, and because we are in such warm water, you know, you have to have a particularly hard wax, a tropical or a base wax, which is really hard because your wax can spread easily in the warm water there, and perhaps just not quite enough coverage for Molly. Front foot slips off and she came out of there. This wave's done.
Yeah, it looks like she's just going to paddle back out. Sometimes you can scratch it with your fingernails and try to rough it up a little bit.
Which she's doing right now.
Oh, hey.
Cool.
And sometimes you can just kind of create a little bit of grip with that motion on the deck. She would have time to check in with the Red Bull Athlete Zone, but if she feels like she's solid, she'll continue to surf because she's got some work to do. Erin Brooks already a 6.33 and a 5.33. One of the key words in the judging criteria that Erin nailed was speed. She's going so fast in between turns. Molly looking to put up a number here under priority. Nice draw in the pocket, nice critical section, getting out in front, and it cleans it up well with 2 clean backside snaps.
Yeah, better timing on that wave for Molly. You can see she's only got that 3.5 as the high number, and she just wants to start finding some rhythm here. And I feel like just taking that inside wave, getting that 2-turn combination and the completion is going to do wonders for her confidence and rhythm into this heat. In contrast, Erin, she's just dropped anchor. She's going to wait for a big wave here. So let's look at the replay. Molly just sets that bottom turn, top turn. Great figure 8 motion. As she goes up and through the backhand turns. Connects perfectly with that solid closeout maneuver.
Erin Brooks enjoying this run as a wild card. It was a wild ride all the way to this point on finals day as Glenn Micro Hall, the greatest of all time, talking about different types of turns to release on this wave. Micro joined forces with Kelly this year, which meant a lot to both of them. Kelly called up Glenn Hall and said, hey, let's work together, and they both really enjoyed it. This event for Kelly is a wild card. He also brought Keone Watson, a great friend of his from Hawaii. Keone, an absolute ripper, enjoying time on Tabarua and celebrating the GOAT. But I love how Kelly's invested in all generations of surfing, and seeing Erin's talent, he wants to already give back. And that's been something fun for Kelly lately. Even guys like Griffin on tour, people just call him, and I think Kelly just says he feels really honored, and he's seen everything. And if he can help out the next generation, he's really happy to do that.
Yeah, he's a wealth of knowledge, no doubt about that. But, you know, that was Kelly all those years ago. You know, he was coming through as a phenom of his own, changing the sport. He was coming in with a new way of surfing, and everyone was sort of going, oh my gosh, this guy's got something new. He's quicker, he's faster, he's got different moves to everyone. And I think Kelly sought guidance in, you know, his friends and his peers. Then he hooked up with Quicksilver, and you know, the heads of Quicksilver helped steer him through. Bruce Raymond, other influences came into his life. And perhaps Kelly just going, you know what, I can help these young kids. And yeah, I mean, he's obviously so engaged in our sport. He's always looking, and he's got an incredible analytical mind. So yeah, great to see him still here, sitting in the channel.
Yeah, he can share personal moments that he's been through. He had a great moment with Zhao Chianca when he fell off tour, and then Chianca took some great advice, requalified, and ended up putting himself in the WSL Final 5 the following season. Piglam went through that similar route. Got on tour, qualified, was really excited, and all of a sudden was back on the Challenger Series. But when you're that young, interpreting that is pretty hard. It was a devastating feeling going, wait, I'm off tour already? And
yeah. When you're in that moment, you think it's the end of the world. You know, you can't really see beyond that. All you're thinking of is, oh, I've dropped off tour, you know, my career's over. But it's a pretty long career for all these surfers, especially someone with a talent like Joao.
Molly was able to pick herself back up. She's thankful for that moment now. She looks back at the growth that she went through. She had the famous Challenger Series event. It's famous now as a positive outcome, but her and Glenn Hall were filming a free surf, and she honestly couldn't land a turn. They were going, what is going on? And Micro was like, okay, just do a floater, and she kept falling off. As we watch Erin Brooks. Nice opening snap, looking speedy. Good placement in the pocket, big section. Erin tags it, and she's looking cruisy in her style and approach. Very comfortable in the championship tour jersey. And even more confident after eliminating world #1 yesterday. Kelly on the caddying responsibilities for Erin Brooks.
Submerged on that tiny little board.
He was up to his neck in water. And getting the lift on the Red Bull ski, she had to do this a couple of times. Remember, her board wasn't attached, or her leash wasn't attached, and she ended up losing her board, packing a big barrel section, as we'll check in with Strider in the channel.
Hey, yeah, we're just out here, and Kelly's going to tell us about his new board he's riding underneath. What do you got there?
5, 3.5, 17. See, it floats me pretty well.
So you're caddying for Aaron?
Aaron, I've been surfing with Aaron quite a bit this year, and I'm against my caddy, Micro, who's caddying Molly. Here goes Molly. I think she needs a good score right here. That last one probably pretty solidified the heat for Aaron. Big smack off the top. She got 3 or 4 turns on that thing, but we missed the beginning of it because we were too far inside.
So, how are you feeling about, being out of Tavarua and being out of Cloudbreak and kind of sucking up the last moments of competition out here for yourself?
It's bittersweet, obviously. You'd want to have a good result to finish, but, I had my chances and it didn't go my way, so it's the way it is. It was like, in honor of my friends back home and my friend Kaipo, I gotta say it was the hecticest loss I've had in a while, man.
Well, beyond the hecticness, I would have to say thank you for all your years and your beautiful time here on tour. And honestly, it's been an honor and a pleasure. And just sitting around watching you surf, kind of inspiring the rest of the world, I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Strider. Love you, buddy. Love you too. Thanks, man.
All right, we'll let you get back to your caddy position.
All right, let me work.
All right.
Good man, Strider. Great words from Kelly. Passing it all back to Erin Brooks now as we catch up with her last wave, Richie.
Yeah, quick snap off the top here. Resets, explodes off the lip on that second turn, then comes all the way through down into the inside section. Difficult, foamy, uneven, ruffled surface, but she manages to ride through it outside. This is Molly. Clean snap on the backhand. That's a better rhythm to that turn. And bang, really, really tight pivoting action right off the lip of that one. So another good 2-turn combination for Molly Picklum. Really the only thing letting her down is a wave with more open face to give her more opportunity to maybe do 3 or even 4 of those turns. Just so explosive, Erin Brooks, the speed at which she drives up and accelerates off the bottom, and it's an explosion off the top with her because she comes into it with so much speed.
We recently had a wild card win an event, Vahine Fierro, back in May at her home break. The final over Brisa Hennessy. That was such a huge accomplishment, and gosh, we could have a situation where we'd see it happen again in the same season. Erin Brooks increasing her lead a 6.43. Last of Picklum a 6.17. So both of them building on their top 2 wave totals. A spot in the final on the line. Tatiana Weston-Webb's already there. Final 5 set, just working out seeding. Picklum, if she goes all the way today, can be number 2. Heading into the Lexus WSL Finals. Here comes the Australian up and out. Another fun-looking high-performance wave coming through. Erin Brooks thinking about it. She'll hold back. Now Molly will look and let it go as well. So great wave selection and priority control from Erin Brooks.
Yeah, well identified that set just stretched down the reef a little bit too far. Didn't offer up any opportunity, so she holds that priority position. And that's just smart technical surfing from someone so young to have that foresight. That's showing a level of maturity in young Erin Brooks.
Erin Brooks on an absolute roll this season. 10 at Snapper Rocks, ruling on the Challenger Series and applying it to the best in the world. We'll take a Bonsoy group break.
And is looking to get a 6.59 to advance into first place. One of these 2 surfers in the water is going to be going on to meet Tatiana Weston-Webb at the final of the 2024 Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. Immediately after this heat, we'll be going into the semifinals for the men. We're going to see Griffin Colapinto up against John Robinson in the next heat. A reminder to caddies and surfers in the next heat, please find that buoy. You guys are still about 20 meters off of the buoy. If you're going to be changing boards there, you could put yourself and your surfers in a compromising situation. Caddies, make your way back to the yellow caddy buoy as well as surfers there. Thank you.
Let's flash back to the season opener, a 10-point ride, a game-changing moment for not just Molly Picklum, for the women's tour. What a classic pipe special. Packed it beautifully, earned herself a Yeti 110 Tundra filled with Yeti products. Well-deserved 10-point ride. What a way to kick off the year for Molly Picklum. Ended up being runner-up in the final to Katie Simmers. But when you add up all the points round by round, Molly Picklum accumulated the most points from the panel in the top two wave format, heat by heat. She had so many excellent scores, including that 10-point ride. Went into Sunset Beach with a ton of momentum, completely different skill set at that venue, and she went back-to-back, winning it the previous season, did it again, and also had that defining moment on the turn seen round the world. Had everybody gasping for air for her as she fell out of the sky. One of the best performances in the Hawaiian leg that we've ever seen, and she kicked off the season world #1.
Yeah, that one turn at Sunset where she literally took on that 10 to 12 foot face and just threw it up there and managed to kind of airdrop out of the turn. It was, as you said, Joe, it resonated around the world. And again, think about all those moments that have happened in women's surfing over the last, 8 or 9 months. And there's just so many standout moments, and our women keep raising the bar. Great to see.
Then Molly ended up finding the quarterfinals a little tough to break free of in the last 4 events. And we saw her seed just drop out of the top 2, then down to 3. But able to clean things up at the final event of the season. And she had to perform in this event with all the scenarios and how close it was for the final 5. You could tell she kind of found her flow again. She just looked really cruisy, comfortable, her happy self. And typically with Molly, that leads to big performances. Gosh, it was a busy year for all these Olympic athletes. In the middle of the world title race, preparing for all the attention of the Olympic Games. She's proud of what she accomplished representing Australia alongside Tyler Wright this year, Jack Robinson and Ethan Ewing. Jack coming up in the semifinals against Griffin Colapinto. Ewing coming up against Rio Waida.
Ready?
Griffin Colapinto kind of predicted that really well. He said he might try to joke around. Jack might keep his game face on, and that's exactly what we saw in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. I think Jack's got something that he wants to give back to Griff after that loss at Sunset Beach. He might have been stewing on that one for a while to light his fire. Has a big heat coming up next.
Yeah, you can see Jack hasn't lost any of that intensity going into this matchup. It's a great semi-final. that we're looking ahead to. But here's live action Molly. She's just repositioning in the lineup now, just coming down the point.
When you think about Erin Brooks and just her composure arriving here at Cloudbreak, she's already been here before. She's comfortable with the wave. When she starts winning, and I think even more specifically, even before world number 1, the heroics she pulled off with losing her equipment, coming back, finding a wave under priority, that's a defining moment for Erin Brooks, or any competitor, but especially one that hasn't been here before on the top stage. You could tell she's just thriving off that, giving her more belief than ever. Flying past Katie Simmers now, basically has had the lead in this one from the start against Molly Picklum.
Yeah, well, for someone so young to have the ability to manage all those emotions, you know, she obviously has the utmost respect for every single one of her competitors through this draw. You know, you see it in her post-heat interview. She's talking about, you know, how much she loves all the competitors and who she's competing against for various reasons, and looks up to all these women on tour. But getting into it, as soon as she puts that jersey on, she turns into this competitive monster that is just so tuned in to what is actually happening out at the water and her heat strategy and what she needs to do. Her sort of mental awareness of the situation it's definitely beyond her years.
4:45 to go to see if the wild card will be in a final with Tatiana Weston-Webb. Controlling the heat with the best scores and priority. Molly Picklum's high score just under Erin's top 2. Paddling and looking at it, forcing the priority roll for Erin Brooks as she's on the windup. Connects well. Down to the bottom, another solid snap. Big carve off the top of the wave and wrapping away towards the inside. Super quick surfing, total finesse from the 17-year-old. And a great use of priority, keeping Molly off that wave.
That's exactly what I was talking about. That first wave of the set, you know, Erin just not even interested, identifying that there was probably going to be a second wave of the set. It lined up perfectly, and she absolutely tore that wave to pieces. Incredible surfing there. Let's check the replay. Hard off the bottom, straight into the first turn. Cuts it short because she gets to that section. Now she flares it out. Gets almost some tail release, and then she does on that third turn. Slides the tail ever so slightly, adding flare, but just sizzling through these turns all the way through to the inside. Just that fast action off the bottom, off the top, with so much speed. Staying nice and low at the top part of the wave and through those maneuvers. Watch the angles here, throws the hands up for some theatrics. Sets it up here, drives off that inside rail, rotates the top arm, throws them up in the air again. Back down. Now watch the end of this turn. She gets nice and low to the board, tweaks that tail out. Always eyes down the line onto that next section. She's just dropped another hammer.
Giant score from the wild card as she's trying to put this one away quickly here in semifinal number 2. Erin Brooks was in the 6s before, now turns in at 8.83. One judge even going as high as 9.5. You can't blame them for that. That was excellent surfing, shredding that last wave, looking incredibly confident. And now Molly Picklum needs a 9.09. For Molly, it's all about seeding for the WSL Final 5, but also a crucial event win on the calendar. 10,000 points on the line for a win for the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Her surfing's given her confidence, speaking of Erin Brooks, but also having her dad, Jeff, on the boat, having Kelly Slater in your corner. What else could you ask for?
What a dream scenario for the youngster Erin Brooks in her her initiation into the World Championship Tour events as a wild card, and something extraordinary is going to have to happen here for her to let this go. We know that Molly, well, she can surf to a 9-point ride. She just needs that opportunity. 1 minute on the clock. But Erin Brooks in total command of this heat.
Micro catting for Kelly. Now they're in 2 different camps, but enjoying this time together this season. And what a special year it's been for all surf fans. Enjoying the greatest of all time on the championship tour, here as a wild card and now a coach and caddy for Erin Brooks. Molly up and out. Now with 40 seconds chasing a 9:09. That could be it. Erin Brooks, a wild card, trying to do what Vahine Fierro did earlier this season and beat everybody on tour.
Well, you can see the smile. She's just realized, well, it's become a reality in her first attempt at a World Championship Tour event. She's made her way all the way through to the final. Just with some amazing surfing. You know, you cannot deny her position here and her achievement, making it all the way through to the final. Here's Molly, all the way through to the inside, and her last wave.
Going for a big hammer on the backhand. She goes down. But Molly picked them, was able to make sure that she's got a spot in the WSL Final 5. She'll exit out here with a semifinal finish, and the wild card has another heat to surf here at Cloudbreak. It'll be the final of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy against Tatiana Weston-Webb. Erin's one to always thank everybody that helps her, especially this man, Kelly Slater, who's given us so many great memories in his unbelievable career. Join us in the celebration of the GOAT.
So you got a lot more titles to win yet.
Hope so.
Kelly Slater, the greatest of all time, is back on top.
Hey, Grom. We saw you coming.
Even when you were just a tiny kid back in Florida.
We said you were going to be the best surfer in history. Turns out we were right about that.
But we weren't always so kind. When you first arrived on tour, some of us had doubts.
We said you were too young. Too weak. Too flicky. We were wrong about that.
And when you came to Hawaii to play with the big boys, we said you were too soft, too pretty, too scared.
They were wrong about that too.
And then you started winning. And winning again.
And again.
And again.
And we said it came too easy. That you'd get distracted.
That you couldn't keep up with the youngsters.
Back with some vengeance.
That your body would fail you.
That you didn't have the heart to keep going.
We were really wrong about all that.
And so, now here you are.
33 years and 11 world titles later, stepping away from the tour. Our youngest champion and also our oldest.
Not just the greatest surfer, one of the greatest athletes of all time. No longer in the arena, but still, and maybe forever, the face of our sport. What now, Grom?
World Champion Kelly Slater.
What a career, Kelly Slater. 11 world titles, 56 career wins, 8 10-point rides, 836 heat wins for Kelly Slater. The GOAT, we call him that for a reason. Thanks, Kelly. That was the hecticest kind of revamp that we saw in with Kelly Slater. Speaking of hecticus, this is a matchup of the ages right here. Two good friends, two outstanding surfers on the come-up. Griffin Colapinto up against Jack Robinson in semifinal number 1. Spot in the final for either Jack or Griffin, and some seeding scenarios as well. I'm Kuiper Guro, along with Flick Palmentier and Jesse Mendez on the call here. This is how it began, Jesse.
I told you about the paddle battle, right? Like, as much as Griffin says that he's more melon than Jack, he's going to put in a fight. And wow, that was a beautiful turn. Driving through that second turn, a little bit tighter. The wave didn't have too much room, but it's a fun way to start a heat, right, guys?
Two good friends, two ultra competitive surfers. Looking again, and just a quick up and out there for Jack Robinson. Griffin Colapinto holding on to priority. That first wave for Jack, a 4.83. And we got some scenarios in this heat as far as seeding Griffin Colapinto. He wins this semifinal, and he's guaranteed to be the number 2 seed at the WSL Finals. There he is, Griffin Colapinto, 26 years old, out of San Clemente, California. 6 outstanding years on the championship tour with 4 CT wins on the bright lights and pro surfing, Flick.
Yeah, Griff is really coming into his own. I mean, this last couple of years, really, I mean, he has gone, you know, from being that little grommet to someone who's a really well-rounded, mature surfer. Obviously fought for a world title last year at his home break, and I mean, he's going to get the opportunity to do it again. And I have no doubt that going back this time around, he's got all that experience, that knowledge. I feel like he's going to use all of that, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see him go 1 or 2 better.
I wouldn't be as well. I think what Griffin's, we'll talk about that after, because it looks like he's up and riding.
Here comes Griff on his first wave. Colapinto throws the tail on the Mayhem. Weaves down the line. Floats the boat to clear that section, and an aggressive finishing snap for Griff, looking for a little bit more space. Finds more space on the inside, and one more backhand snap for Griffin Colapinto. So a nice answer back by Griffin Colapinto there, Jesse.
No doubt, and we got big tides. We got high tide right now, or just past it a little bit, and it could be a slow heat, you know. So as much as Jack didn't start the heat so well, only with the 4.83 in this situation of the event we are so far, this is a small score for those surfers, but you don't want to have that gap go too far away from you. You don't want to be 2 steps ahead, and every time it seems like you're in rich, the other person goes and moves forward. So I think it was smart of him to start this wave, and as you see it right here, nice pushing that back foot, getting some release, a lot of spray, and right here just very calm, keeping the pace, floating through that section and finish it off strong with another tail release right there for him. Actually, one more for the judges. Solid start for Griffin right there.
Look from the water here, Flick.
Yeah, I just love that first turn, the one where he went straight up into the lip, or maybe it was the second one, the one where he got that big fin release, right? It just... that one, sorry. Yeah, okay, so that's like the 4th turn. But that thing right there for me was the highlight. I mean, so much progression, so much pizzazz, and yeah, coming out on top there with that first exchange.
6.33 for Griffin Colapinto on the paddle back out through the azure water, just beautifully clear here at Cloudbreak. So early advantage to Griffin Colapinto. Remember, Griff wins the semifinal, and he is the number 2 seed. Jack Robinson wins the semifinal. That will not guarantee Jack the number 2 seed. He needs to win the event to take that number 2 seed. So we still have those seeding scenarios, and we look at our final 5. We know one thing for sure, Jesse. We know that Italo Ferreira will be number 5, and we know that John Florence will be number 1.
That is a good way to think, right? Like, the least heat you have on the finals day, the more energy you're going to keep throughout that important match, which is the very last one. So it's an important heat for Jack to try and capitalize on this opportunity here, but also Griffin, on the other hand, just head-to-head, trying to not let Jack take this dream of him to be obviously a few heats away from a world title.
Yeah. And then, you know, we talk at the WSL Finals, we talk about match play, right? We're talking about match play starting at number 4 and 5, all the way up to the title match, which is the best 2 out of 3. We know John Florence will be in that title match for the men, and Katie Simmons will be in that title match for the women. But then it's match play up until that point. Now, the advantage of seeding in that match play is number 4 in that first match will have priority over number 5 when we start the competition day, Jesse.
So that's great news. And man, to tell you the truth, I can't wait to see that unfold. You know, it's like one of the most high performance waves in the world. And
it's a Super Bowl of surfing, right?
It is, it really is.
It's really cool that it's a one-day event. You can tune in and you know that day you're going to crown a men's and a women's world champ.
Yeah, it is so exciting, right? And even that alone is exciting, but even this format, you know, it comes down, even last year, it came down to the last event. It's sort of that similar feeling that we're getting today, just watching these scenarios play out. The drama, I guess, associated with that and the emotion that's fueled behind it, it's exciting. There's no doubt about it. As a surfer, okay, maybe you think the opposite. You're like, oh my God, this is hard work, right? This is really hard work, but it really pushes best performance. I do believe that. And just watching it all unfold and who rises to the occasion on the day, like on that day, it's anyone's day. And we saw, you know, the unthinkable happen when Stephanie Gilmore went all the way from that 5th spot all the way through to surfing her way to her 8th world title. Like, stories like that just wouldn't have been possible without this format. So it is incredible to watch.
And Griffin Colapinto, he was very clear in an interview that he wants to take advantage of this year at the WSL Finals, because this is going to be the last year in the foreseeable future that those finals will happen in his hometown, at his home break at Lowers. You know, 2025, we already know that it's going to be decided here at Cloudbreak, Jesse.
Yeah, and this is going to be, I mean, even more exciting in my opinion, obviously, as a goofy footer, just to see everything unfold here. When we could get massive barrels, we could get the whole package, I guess.
Yeah. Well, big news. The wild card, Erin Brooks, she's into the final. The 17-year-old's been tearing Cloudbreak, and looks like there's no stopping her. Let's catch up with Erin. She's with AJ.
Erin, in your very first championship tour event, you just continue to impress us. How did you make sure, going up against Molly Pickham, you continued the momentum you built going against Katie yesterday?
Yeah, going against Katie, it was so fun, and I know that Molly's a really good competitor. She's very feisty, so I knew it was going to be a good heat, and the tide's kind of high, so I was just trying to get those open face waves, and it worked out, so I'm really glad that God gave me those waves.
It worked out. You also had somebody who knows this break pretty well in the channel with you. What was the conversation between you and Kelly Slater during and before that heat?
I actually didn't know that Kelly was in there. I have Kelly and Stace board caddying for me, and they're the best, giving me some good tips and helping me feel good for my heats.
And it looks like it's working out, because now you're on to the finals in your very first championship tour event as a wild card, and yet you just seem so calm, so happy to be surfing here at Cloudbreak. How have you just maintained that energy throughout the pressure of this event?
Well, I'm just so thankful to be here, and the waves have been so much fun this contest period, so I'm just going out there like it's a free surf, and the first heat that I had, it was absolutely terrible, so I really wanted to improve on that so I could forget all about that and just surf freely.
Did you forget about it?
No, it's still like in the back of my head, but I'm trying to forget about it.
All right, well, we'll see you for the finals.
Thank you.
Yeah. The smiling tiger, Erin Brooks. Smiley, light, but then you put her in a jersey, you put her in the water, and the claws are out.
Mostly in a day like today, I feel like she would have an advantage because her speed, right? Like, it reminds me of Felipe when he first got into her. It reminds me of Mick Fanning when he first got
It's another gear, right?
It's definitely another gear. She's on 6th geared right now. And you can't really go much faster than that.
Yeah, can't wait to see if she makes the championship tour. Currently number 4 on the Challenger Series, Erin Brooks. She's got a win, and she's got a runner-up already in her rankings. These two, speaking of rankings and seedings, they're battling for seeds in the WSL Final 5. They met up once before. That was back in 2023 over at Sunset with their head-to-head matchups, Griffin Colapinto and Jack Robinson. And you can see right there, Griffin got the best in that semifinal in 2023, but Flick, look at the numbers in that heat. 17.9 versus 16.33. Wow.
Oh, big heat totals for both of them, right? And really quite close. I mean, Griff obviously just getting that nod, top score with the 9 and Jack with 8. And to get a win for Griff over Jack at Sunset is big, right? Because Jack's kind of surfing goes hand in hand out there. We'll get back to that. Griff looks like he's in and out. But what I was saying, you know, Jack, he's won out there and he's at home out there. So to get a win over him out there is just sort of a notch in the belt for Griff to be like, hey, I got you here in your home ground, your home court, where you feel most comfortable. So you just know that he keeps score. He knows it. We heard it in that post-heat interview with AJ. And he is going to want to get one back on Griff.
I have no doubt on that. In the same way, Griffin also keeps scores of things, you know, like as much as they try to hide that, say they're having fun. Yes, this is their type of having fun. They love the pressure. They love going against big names, and they're going to put their best in the line.
Well, both at 26 years old, Colapinto and Robinson, we're going to see them for a long, long time in professional surfing. And both racking up CT wins with just 6 years on the championship tour for Griffin Colapinto, with 4 career wins, and just 4 years for Jack Robinson with a whopping 7 career CT wins. Colapinto here slicing through 3 turns in succession, and Griff looking to back up that 6.33, that healthy start that he had in this heat. Your thoughts, Flick?
Yeah, he's back. He's going to back this up nicely. It was a smaller wave, but critical surfing. He was coming from behind the foam ball when he was doing those first couple of maneuvers. Yeah, he didn't get a finish, probably like how he would want, but he's going to back up this 6.33. So, I mean, just really tight and critical, right? Here again, once again, comes from behind, snaps the fins out. Once again, so critical and tight in the pocket, and just carves his way back through. So, yeah, not at the same level as the 6.33, but going to back that up beautifully.
Just hunting on under the priority of Jack Robinson. Here we go, Griff. One more time. Oh.
See that little fish?
Yeah, that was a nice little mahi-mahi. Can I see that again with the icy replay? Here it is. Now watch the fish. Whee. That's how clear the water is. And that's a good size bugger right there.
That is a good size fish.
True Star was surfing this year at Small Pass in Tahiti with Kauli Voss, and he actually paddled to his ski, grabbed the spear, went out into the ocean, speared a fish about that size, put it on his surfboard, and rode back in and put it on his ski. That was like surfing and fishing all together at once. All right, so we're waiting still for that previous score for Griffin Colapinto, and it comes in at a 5.57. So combine that with the 6.33, and he has got a strong advantage over Jack Robinson. Robinson needs a 7-point ride to turn the heat. And now let's go out into the water with Strider Wazalewski. What do you got for us, Strider?
We're out here with Tommy Whitaker. We just got, well, I just want to hear from Tommy about, you know, obviously Griffin on your program and the rest of your program. I mean, tell me all the people you have here and what you created.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of what we do, Strides. It's making these guys comfortable and to perform at their best. It is a team. It's a huge team. From the parents down to, you know, they got life coaches, spiritual coaches. Their agent Blair Marlin's here and Gabe Garcia from Wasserman are like brothers to them. And yeah, like I said, like a lot of the guys create those environments for the athletes, and that's what we're trying to do, make the best for them.
You got Katie, you got Sawyer, you got Cole, you got everybody too. There's a posse around you guys.
100%. I mean, they're all from the same part of the coast back in California, so they like to have this little Cali rally thing, and I got to stand aside from that a little bit. But yeah, you know, Snake's never helping Soy this year, so I mean, I'm really close with Snake, so we try and create that really fun environment. But you know, we do the hard yards, we do the hard work, but we want to enjoy it as much as we can because it's the best ever.
Well, it seems to be paying off. Both Griffin and obviously Katie right there for a world title this year.
Yeah, that's what we plan. That's what we write on the mirror at the start of the year. So it's nice to sort of get that job done and show up that last day and see how we go.
All right, well, Molly Picklum was just over there. She looked over when I said world title, so she's going to be right there too. Back to you guys in the booth. Thanks, guys.
All right, Tommy Witz in the corner on the caddy duty for Griffin Colapinto. We got a lot of people to thank for this Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. We'll take a break, but we'll be back with the semi-final action.
The Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Jacks of Fiji, official apparel partner of the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. And by Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay, an official accommodation partner of the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy.
Time check, 15 minutes, 2 minutes, 15 seconds, 15. Surfers as they're figuring out the PA system. 15 minutes.
Do you know that Fiji has more than 300 islands? Very friendly people. Fiji is located on the South Pacific, about 3,000 miles southwest of Hawaii.
It's amazing in Fiji, you know, like if you don't have money, you still can live. If you don't have job, you still can live, 100%. This is our resources, ocean.
Diving in Fiji's coral reef is like entering an underwater paradise. It's a truly unforgettable experience for any ocean lover.
And we have mangroves, which is protect the shoreline as well, the coastline.
I'm so blessed to be a Fijian, to be surrounded by all these things. It's amazing.
The words of Inia Nakalevu, a wild card here at Fiji Pro in 2015 and a proud Fijian resident. Griffin Colapinto trying to exploit Cloudbreak here in Fiji. Thanks you for joining us. Finals day here at the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy, Kaipagura, along with Flick Palmentier, Jesse Mendez on the call, Griffin Colapinto in the lead as we take a look at the beautiful reef pass known as Cloudbreak, Jesse.
Yeah, and I think I like to see that wave from Griffin, even though he fell, but you could see that he was pushing a little bit more, and that goes back to what we were saying in the previous heat we were here. There is a scoring potential when they take off on a wave, and they know that. So right there, Griffin needs to shoot better at 5.57. He takes off on that wave, smaller wave in size, maybe not running down the line too much. So you can see here, he's pushing very hard. First turn, getting the release, but this one he knows I got to go huge. So he overloads on that, overcooks it, ends up falling, but he had you. Like, it's either that or maybe getting on a 5-point ride, a high 4. So, I mean, sometimes you got to risk it, and that was a good time for him to do it. Even though he fell, he's right back in the position.
A theme for the day, though, Flick, is that the surfers that have gotten an early lead in these heats have usually been the winners. And Griffin Colapinto establishing that early lead, and now Jack Robinson forced to play the weight game for a 7-point ride.
Yeah, what I will say, though, I was going to touch on that. So that was my first thought, is that, yep, generally the surfers that have had that early start have ended up winning. However, that wasn't the case in Jack's earlier heat with Yago. It was actually Yago that got off to a quick start. And Jack actually tends to be able to sit and wait in heats and really... it's like the pressure doesn't seem to affect him. It's like he rebels in these moments. He's chasing something down the line now. But if anyone's going to feel comfortable right now with Griff in this situation, it's actually Jack. Even though in the trend today is the early start is tending to, come off better. But I just feel if there's anyone suited to this position right now, it's Jack.
Yeah, and interesting that you mentioned that, because we have someone on the corner of Griffin, which is Tom Whitaker, and he was notorious for that as well. He was the type of guy that would sit and catch 2 waves in a 40-minute heat. He's done that before, and I wonder if he obviously identifies that from Jack Robinson, and that's the head-to-head match going against Griffin, his athlete. So I wonder if he's like, hey, just keep busy, apply pressure on him, and forget about like trying to match what Jack does.
Yeah, well, it's still clock management, and that heat between Yago Dora and Jack Robinson, you have to remember that last third of the heat, Yago had priority and was hung out to dry here at Cloudbreak. And so, I mean, I think a lot of it also, we're at under 10 minutes right now. Now, you would think that's a lot of time, but we've just passed the high tide mark. We have a receding tide at the moment, so we'll see how that plays.
The only thing I would say is that in this heat so far, we haven't seen a set.
Yep.
Right? So you got to be thinking about that too. So if we haven't seen a set yet, maybe Jack might be waiting for something like that.
Well, talking about waves and talking about swell, talking about consistency, we're going to dial in an expert. Jonathan Warren is on the boat with AJ McCord.
So Jonathan, of course, been watching the forecast really closely for this finals day. Give us a breakdown of what you're expecting to happen later this afternoon.
All right, so we have this slowly easing swell right now, but we've been keeping a close eye on the winds. As we saw yesterday, late afternoon, the winds turned on shore pretty strong, actually. It's this little bubble that happens on the west side of the island. It's a very odd event, because there's southeast trade winds everywhere else, but right here in this little spot, you get onshore devil wind coming in out of the west, and we don't want to see that again, but the models are starting to trend towards seeing that again. Luckily for us, though, I think we're going to finish just in time. I think we're going to finish just afternoon to get these last heats in for the finals. And that bubble with that west winds happening on this side again might happen around 1, 2 o'clock. So I think we're going to get it all in with clean conditions before that wind messes things up.
Perfect news. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you all of our support squad over there at Surfline. Remember, Surfline, they can deal wherever you are in the world. They can help you forecast your surfs. You get the premium member edition of Surfline, and you get those extended outlooks. You get more cam access. So thank you again to Surfline. And look at today, the crowd building for finals day here at the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Our Fiji flight cam right here, flying over the flotilla, Flick.
Yeah, this is like that wave that's similar to, Tehopo, where you've got all the boats in the channel, they've still got their motors on, everyone's moving around, you've got the jet skis, you've also got that buoy line there where the jet skis are allowed to operate in, and everyone's got to stay behind that. That's so it looks. And as we see, Ethan just getting ready for this next semi-final matchup against Rio.
Watching for a graceful dismount with Ethan Ewing. Utilizing watch this. See?
Beautiful.
That was the graceful dismount off of the boat there, Jesse. That's pro level stuff right there.
100%.
Well, Jack's gonna have to use his priority right here. Use it over Griffin and wastes it.
I mean, personally, I think That was a good sell for Griffin right there. That wave didn't look like it had much potential, and I feel like as soon as Jack took off, you already could tell that. You know, you see in the body language a little bit when he went for that turn, he kind of let it go, like he knew it was a mistake. And man, sometimes it gets even to the best, you know. Now, Griffin with a very good opportunity in his hands.
Yeah. Well, we talked about, you know, it's a cliche, but let's just go with the cliches about it being a chess match. If it is a chess match, then it would be check for Griffin Colapinto at the 6.5-minute mark.
Yeah, this is completely true. Good analogy. It's going to be interesting to see how Jack plays this out. Obviously, he's going deeper up the reef here. He's going to force Griff really into a wave, or he's still only needing a 7, right? I mean, totally achievable. It's not without reach. It's not one of those big scores like a 9 that today you're thinking, okay, this is a big job.
Yeah, Huey could give us a gift in a three-wave 5-foot set, right? And that could change the whole complexity.
I still feel we haven't seen a proper set in this heat. I know it's a drying swell. I know it's lower tide, but, you know, I just don't think we've seen it yet. So potentially in the next 6 minutes, we could see one go down.
We haven't seen it, a proper set in this heat so far, but we got to mention that we have, with priority, one of the best competitors in the world. So let's say the next 7-point ride comes, a wave that looks like a 7-point ride, Griffin is not going to let him go. So we got to think that he needs to dodge a bullet of Griffin maybe making a mistake, falling, and then he still needs that 7.7. But the chances that a good wave comes, his requirement's probably going to go up a little bit more.
And Griff's going to let Jack take this one up the reef. So Griff's still surfing a really smart heat right now, controlling the peak, controlling the heat, hanging on to that valuable priority 5-minute drill now for Griffin Colapinto.
5 minutes on this one, 5 minutes. We hear cheers coming from the boats to support their athletes.
Right now, that's looking pretty flat, isn't it? Doesn't look like much opportunity at the moment.
Yeah, we had a low tide today at 9:38. It's 10:32 local time. So, I mean, I'm sorry, a high tide at 9:38. It's 10:32 local time. So we also have a tide that's going out. And it's about a 5-foot fluctuation between high and low tide. So the tide on the way out, along with the easing swell, Jesse, tends to make things slow down just like this.
Yes, I completely agree with you, Kaipo. Also, we're in a big pass, like right on the end of this reef, gets very deep, and that's where all the water comes out. So this helps as well, like all the pressure going out, like with the dying swell, everything seems to be dying out a little bit. And in Griffin's favor, he wants it to actually not one wave break in this part of the reef on the next 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Now the line trying to actually feeling the reef right now. We'll see if Jack tries to sell this one to Griffin. Griffin looks interested as well. Here we go with Jack. Taking it from the Fiji flight camp down to water level here. And just a smaller wave for Jack to try to squeeze something out of.
He's trying to get away from him right now. See him looking back. Looks back like, oh, I'm going to keep going. Maybe trying to get room. You know, they went very far up in the point to the left of your screen, and there's waves that swing wide, like the shish kebab sections. They actually, you can't even see it from up the top. They just grow down the line and you can't reach them. And all of a sudden you're in a head high wave and the guy didn't even see it. But it looks like Griffin right now is approaching downwards.
So Jack tried to track a wide one right here. You can see first he took the escape wave, and now utilizing the entirety of the reef pass, finds this one down the reef, squares up off the bottom, slashes off the top with some big spray. Little late to that one, so he's going to lean on 2 turns to get that 7-point ride. You think he did it?
No, I don't think he's got the 7, but I just got to commend that effort. I mean, he's really got his back up against the wall now. Griff's got him on the ropes. He managed to find space out there. Did exactly what you said, Jesse. Going down to that shish kebab section, trying to find that one that swings wide. Like, it was good surfing, right? Like, what's his highest score? 4.83. I mean, if he was to improve on that, he's done a bit of it, like made his job a little bit easier. But, I mean, now with 2 minutes left, it's going to be hard work because Griff's got priority.
Yeah, just here right here. This wave actually gets nice and steep, a little bit more wall in front of him. Beautiful first turn, but he was a little slow on that second transition right there. I would have liked him to cut that bottom turn a little bit shorter to get a little bit earlier and more vertical. And then he would have been looking to a healthy score. Like if we see Griffin 6.33, as much as there's more turns, like there's only 2 turns that were actually more committed, and this 2 turns back to back, and that second turn coming out better and cleaner, he would have been looking probably to a 5.5 or, you know, making his gap a little closer.
Yeah, well, Griffin kind of being a bro right now, giving him some space, straight on top of him. But Griffin's aware of just everything in his peripheral right now, and that there's not a ton of waves. There's not a swell lines coming through. You can see actually up the reef pass for some indicators up there of you know, a little bit of a glimpse into what the future is going to give you, and you can see that there's nothing really lining up there.
And I think from what you mentioned, he's given a little bit of space, but just not enough for you to get away. So I think it's very smart here for Griffin. If you see it on the screen, he's battling behind Jack on the right side of things. So that gives him a little bit more time to pull the trigger. Like first, Jack needs to decide if he's going on the wave. For them, Griffin to be like, is this has the scoring potential or not?
And Griffin, they call him the sponge because he learns a lot. And he's learning on the go. He doesn't want to get too tied up with Jack because earlier this season in El Salvador, Griffin got tied up in a paddle battle with Joao Chianca and did get that paddling interference. So you're winning the heat right now. You don't want to go, to your point, Jesse, you probably, and Griffin's learned that, you don't want to go elbow to elbow with Jack right now because you could throw away the heat right now if Jack just, you know, puts you in that similar scenario.
Completely right. But you even think back to the beginning of the heat, they were arm in arm on that first paddle for that wave. So
he always put on a fight.
Yeah.
He always does. As much as he's relaxed and he's more calm and likes to let the surf do the talking, he loves a good battle.
Well, Griffin Colapinto on to the final with a win over Jack Robinson in the semifinal, and Griffin Colapinto will clinch the #2 seed as we look forward to the Lexus WSL Finals. Who's going to meet Griffin in that final? We're going to find out when we return. Semifinal 2 in the water. Rio against Ethan.
35 minutes. No restarts. We're going to be playing right into the finals for the women after this heat, where we're going to see Tatiana Weston-Webb going up against the wildcard Aaron Brooks.
WSL Pure Grantee, the Mamanutha Environmental Society Fiji is a non-profit organization that was established in 2003 to promote sustainability, community livelihood, and environmental protection. They did an activation with WSL One Ocean and Yeti, planting coconut trees and a beach cleanup in the Nabila village here on the mainland. Thank you to WSL One Ocean, Mamanutha Environmental Society, and Yeti, as well as Shiseido for their efforts. Another great WSL One Ocean activation here at stop number 9 on the championship tour. We're near the pointy end here. Semifinal number 2 out in the water. Rio Waida up against Ethan Ewing and Kaipo Guerrero. Flick Palmentier and Jesse Mendez here on the Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay host set to talk you through all of the action. We have one finalist in the way of Griffin Colapinto. We'll see who meets him in the final. And just as a note, Ethan Ewing, if he's able to get out of this semifinal and win the event, Ethan would be the number 3 seed. Looking forward to the Lexus WSL Finals, Flick.
Yeah, so obviously big seeding implications here. And when I think about these two surfers in this heat, though, this isn't an easy heat for Ethan. These are the 2 most in-form backhand surfers of this event. I mean, Rio, obviously coming from Indonesia, he's drawn comparisons this whole event to Ulus. We saw him this morning in his quarterfinal, looked absolutely on fire. His read on the wave was really good. But then you go to Ethan, and you can't deny that man's rail work. It is traditionalist, it's beautiful to watch. And I feel like for me, I mean, this is the matchup I've been waiting for. It's really exciting.
Yeah, Rio comparing this wave at this size to racetrack section over in Uluwatu, where he's, which is his home. Rio Waida, the first Indonesian to qualify for the championship tour. At just 23 years old, on his 2nd year on the championship tour, he's matched his best performance so far, making the semifinals. He had a semifinals this year in Bells as well, so he would love to crack a final, Jesse.
No doubt, this is a big opportunity for him. I think everything's kind of unfolding towards his side right now, with the waves getting a little bit slower, kind of fast down the line. Like, he's a very front-footed type of surfer with wider stance, so he can generate speed very easy when the waves are flat. Like, not flat, but like the sections are flat. So it's going to be a point of difference, and it's going to help him. But let's not forget, I feel like Ethan has yet to make a mistake throughout this whole event. I saw all his heats throughout the event, and he's been flawless.
Yeah, I think it's the contrast, Flick, of you're going to see the skatey, fast Indonesian in the way of Rio Waida up against, you know, really, really excellent biomechanics and technique of Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, that's the comparison we're drawing, right? For me, if I have to pick, it's like Ethan hasn't put a foot wrong yet. I feel you consider the amount of pressure that he's been on this event. I mean, Rio's coming to this event, you know, somewhat pressure-free, obviously wanting to get reps on the board. He'd love to win it, his first CT event, and he wants it. There's no doubt about it. He's hungry. However, the amount of pressure that Ethan has had on him coming into this event, the weight that carries, the emotion that's fueled behind that, and to be able to perform at the level he has been pretty impressive.
Ethan happy to give Rio the inside, so Rio's going to get the first wave in the semifinal number 2. Flows through that section. Late there, but no problem for the Indonesian vert, 12 o'clock for the finish. And an interesting start in that Ethan didn't even compete for Rio for that first wave. Ethan, a very selective surfer in his approach to heats. I feel like Ethan just wanted to get the priority rotation going.
Because you know what I think it is, Kaipo, like in his advantage, like he doesn't mind sitting. He has nerves of steel, you know, we know him for that. So for him to just give the priority to the other person, it's like, hey, he's going to get probably the first wave that comes around, which that's what happened right there, a wave without any potential. You see it's very crumbly, kind of shifty, and hard to read, and then it died out. So for him, it's like, hey, let him get the first one out of the way, because I'm going to sit down and wait for the good one.
Yeah, and he's still waiting. Here's Rio surfing another insider underneath the priority. So I agree with you, Jesse, and Flick. I feel Ethan Ewing is just pulling a Jedi mind trick right now on Rio Waida. Like, hey, let it go, because he knows it's only 2 waves. All he needs is 2 waves. And Ethan's won so many heats in his CT career with just 2, 3, or 4 waves ridden in the entire heat.
Yeah, I think today too, kind of just echoing the point that I was speaking about earlier, we were kind of going back and forth on it. It really is today, you're on a set wave. It is black and white to me between that and a smaller wave today, and just the scoring ability that you have. Like, exactly right. It's like a Jedi mind movie. Now he has complete control. 27 minutes, over 27 minutes left on the clock. And even when this set comes, I mean, he's going to go it, and it's going to be a big noticeable difference. And if he continues to put not a foot wrong, I mean, he's going to be dropping, you know, you got to be thinking at least 7.
Yeah.
Yep.
Taking a look at Griffin Colapinto here. Happy boat for Griff. He's in the final. That's a whole lot of bulas happening right there. That's the Tavarua crew that have been taking care of Griffin throughout his entire stay. Give him the wig. Put it on. There you go. There you go.
That is awesome.
Here we go. Ethan Ewing on his first wave, much bigger and paced. Oh, little grab there. First time we've seen any kind of sticky rails with Ethan Ewing, but then flows back into the open face. Great tempo. And little disco spin, a little nose pick reverse to finish off there.
Yeah, you know what? Sorry, Ethan, I might have jinxed you, but that, you're right, Kipes. There was just that tiny little bauble. But I honestly don't think, it just, for me, it looked like there was a bauble in the wave.
You ever see the movie Trolls?
Yes.
There's some wild hairdos in that movie Trolls. I don't know why I'm talking about that. We got to hear from Griffin Colapinto. He's into the final, and he's with AJ.
I can't understand why you'd be making that correlation, Kaipo. I mean, Griffin coming in with the brand new hairdo. Where'd you get it? How's it going?
Oh, the Tabby girls got me dialed. Came in, they all had the wigs on. Why not, you know, get amongst it.
Well, and we were talking with you over on Tavarua before you paddled out for this heat against Jack, and you said this is exactly when I'm thriving, when I'm having fun, when I'm just playing the game the way that I want to play it. How did that play out in the semifinal?
Totally, yeah. Classic, me and Jack again, just doing our thing, and, you know, pre-mind games, battle of the minds, just him just going overboard on the breathing and the freaking calling it in and everything, and I just out there doing me, and we're both pretty weird, so it's a pretty classic little combo. I actually paddled out and I had my underwear on still, and I had to take them off, and so when I took my underwear off in the water, I gave him a little moonshine, and I don't know if that got in his head, but yeah, worked out.
Pulling out every trick in the book for you with the win here in the semifinal. He's officially locked in that #2 seed for the Lexus WSL Finals. How well does that set you up for a chance at the title?
Yeah, one heat closer. That's it right there, so feels good.
Now, are you going to wear the hair or give it to Tommy Witz for the final?
I think Tommy will wear it in the channel, you know, send the energy over.
There we go. We'll see you soon.
All right. I'll shout out to all the other girls at Tavi at the restaurant. You know, you guys been watching, supporting, and giving a bunch of love. You guys are the best. Let's keep it rolling.
Thanks, Griff.
All right. Thanks.
Vanaka. Yeah, so there's a restaurant. The famous Tavarua restaurant and bar. Oh, Bula. That's a great place. One of the best places, Flick, in the entire world.
Ah, have no doubt. Have no doubt.
Yeah, just Fiji in general, you know. Speaking of great places, I mean, the Fiji Marriott Resort is going to have to pry me off of this place. I don't want to leave.
I mean,
today's finals day, but like I got my claws planted in this place. Not going anywhere.
Trying to actually move everything from your home to here,
yeah.
like, if it's possible.
It's been one of the most comfortable broadcast positions that I've ever experienced on the World Surf League.
Oh, how luxe and bougie is it? So great.
I almost feel not worthy sometimes. Like, I know you're used to very nice things. I'm just kind of from the hood. I'm not really used to like this level of niceness.
Hey, mate, I'm a country bumpkin. I'm from Margaret River.
Well, don't say there it is. And that's Flick's home right there, the infinity pool at the fish bar.
My local watering hole.
Bula Fiji Marriott Resort. Just one of the many, many amenities that we have over here. We have overwater bungalows. We have 4 different restaurants. We have 3 different bars. We have 5 different swimming pools. We also have a lagoon with a dock. And we have some great ocean activities too.
Jet skis.
Yeah, Inya
surfing.
Nakalevu, we talked about him with a Fiji promo that he came in. He was a former wildcard here in 2015. He actually has a beach concession here, Dream Surf Fiji, and you can get all of your, you know, your ocean adventure needs there, whether it's a kayak, jet ski, stand-up paddle. Inya and his crew will take care of you. Ethan Ewing opened up with a 5.33. He's added again here. This is the backup score for the surfer from North Stradbroke. So patient approach from Ethan Ewing. He did get that valuable 5.33. Now he's already got a backup.
We can definitely see a downgrade on the Swell. Like you see the surfers adapting to it. Like Ethan hasn't took off on a wave this big this entire event. And just now he has no priority. He knows he needs to apply pressure. So he got on that wave, tried to make the most of it, which look at that. It's just like shoulder high. But he manages to get the first nice speed turn, second one, and then third one a bit late, but he did the most as he could on that wave. And, you know, sometimes you just got to roll the dice and hope for the best. It looks like there might be a little wave coming. Let's see if Rio's going to have a look or not.
So Rio with priority just peeks over that one and recognizes that there's not really a wall to that first wave in the set. Second score for Ethan Ewing has checked in. And our on-tower announcer is going to tell our surfers in the water that Ethan just has a 3.77. So opens up with a 5.33, 3.77. Ethan Ewing there in the lead. Rio Waida with priority needs a 5.77. And you can see Rio further up the reef pass.
Some lines approaching, Kibes.
And yeah, Jesse, so with that reef pass, you can see some foreshadowing of the future as the waves refract around and giving Rio an indication that it might be time to use his priority. That one just hugs the reef, though.
Yeah, it looks like the second one also, but he's actually scratching maybe a double up. Second wave, usually cleaner, you know, mostly in kind of a lumpy days. You can see all the ribs on the screen right there. So second wave a little bit cleaner. Let's see he's going to pull the trigger.
And he is going to go, so identifies this one. Waida extends through that first turn and just showing disinterest in this wave now. And he just realized that he handed priority over to Ethan Ewing, Flick.
Yep, and he knows body language, mistake. That one just was that little sidewinder, had that energy just moving so horizontal down the reef. Looks like he's going to roll the dice here.
Just looking for anything at this point. Insider with a little bit more of a wall, but still just hugging the reef. Like you said, Flick, way too close with no real wall. I mean, I feel like this size, you almost need the ones that almost look like a closeout.
Yeah.
And, you know, to have any kind of wall, anything with any kind of shoulder, Jesse, feels to me like at this size, with this swell angle, it's just going to hug that reef and just be real tapered.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Like, you don't want the foam to have more energy than the wall in front of you because it's just going to kind of keep pushing, and you can never get vertical enough. As much as you try and fade and do what Ethan has been doing, he's been actually finding those waves that are a little bit slower in pace, but he's just having a very deep bottom turns. But there's a limit to that, and those waves, like you mentioned, that hugs the reef too close, like they just don't have the exclamation point in the curve on the wave, but this looks like something bigger.
Yeah, sure is. Ethan looks at it and says, I don't want it. He's going to give it to Rio. And again, another one that just stays right next to the reef. And it's obvious in your explanation there, Jesse, is that all the energy with that wave was with the whitewater and none of it on a wall.
Yeah, so it just pushes you down and you can never get vertical. Like, there's not a lip for you to aim. Like, usually the surfers get to the bottom, aim the lip, and attack. And right there, there's nothing. So you keep zigzagging, trying to find that pocket, but you can't do it. And that was a great call for Ethan right there. It was a taller wave, but there's no scoring potential to it.
Flick, you came here earlier before the event started. You had a couple sessions out at Cloudbreak. What's some of the secrets? What waves are you looking for at this size?
You know what? I haven't really figured it out. But in the time that I was out there, there was a lot of crew out there, and I caught 2 waves. That was it. But I think what I noticed is, and it was smaller when I surfed it,
probably right around here, but this one's got a wall to it. And Rio was on his way, so that one actually had a wall to it, but Rio poked the nose, Flick, and did not take advantage of that find.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there because it looked like he was on his way maybe to a potential backup score. But back to what I was saying, I think this is a trick. Once it gets small out here, it's tricky, right? You either sit too close to the reef and it doesn't have enough power, or you get it's a fine line, right? Like, I feel like even when it's small, because it's breaking so far in on the reef, you get one with a stretched out wall, it just kind of runs like really fast. And I feel like because of the dissipating swell, it's becoming even more and more evident. Like the earlier heats today, the bigger ones were still holding because they were pushing into that deeper water, whereas now it looks like we might have a set here.
Yeah,
so.
no, yeah, this is a good looking line. I'd be surprised if Ethan doesn't go on this one.
I'll be very surprised too. That looks like the perfect wave you're looking for out there today.
Here he goes. Winds up, chops it down off the top. One more deep bomb turn, another chop off the top for Ethan Ewing. One more time, third, more aggressive, gets a little release. And a fourth, getting rhythm down the line. Gets loose with a little fakey ride before kicking out. There you go. That is a breakaway wave, and that's going to be a breakaway score for Ethan Ewing.
I guess that's exactly what you're saying. Like today, there's going to be those waves that are too stretched out. This is the perfect example of the best wave you can find today. Like it had a lot of vol in the beginning, gave him speed down the line, as you're going to see right here. He's going to take that little high line and then wait, and then right here, the waves just slow itself down, and he just goes to town. Massive first turn. Sets up right there. Always notice, always bringing everything way back to the foam so he can get critical again. And just this one here, a little bit more spice, getting that tail blow. So you have to shift a lot of your weight forward for that last turn in order to get the fin to release. And that was textbook. This is the best score of the heat, in my sorry, of the day, in my opinion.
It's got to be excellent. It's excellent surfing, and
yeah, you guys are right. We're watching a 9-point ride here.
Yeah, I mean, Jesse, you called it. This is beautiful surfing. It's the best we've seen. And to your point, he just for me, he's the most informed surfer. He is reading this wave really well. The wave selection is beautiful. And his approach out here and his ability to identify waves and the wave selection is really playing into his favor.
Okay, I just want to point something out on this this last turn right here. You're going to see him getting very low on the bottom to try and put himself in a good position for this last tail blow. And it's very technical because you got to shift weight in between your back foot and front foot. When you're pushing the tail to get the release, it's just not enough. You have to transfer weight to the front foot to get that lift on the tail and the disengagement of the fin. So that was very technical from him, and it's just a cherry on top.
9 straight across from all judges. The 6th judge in here, Jesse Mendez, actually held up 9 fingers as well. So an even 9 all the way across. Ethan with a big lead, and a happy Bede Durbridge is in the channel with Strider Wazalewski.
Yeah, thank you. Bede, obviously Ethan is one of the top form surfers on the tour right now, but he has something else going on right now. He looks just got a little extra, a little faster.
Yeah, no, he's surfing so fast, and that's what I always say, high energy when he's surfing. So, yeah, just to try and get him, do his best surfing. But Rio's on a really nice wave here, so it's a really good heat because Rio surfs super quick and fast. So, yeah, he's just got a really nice wave, so it's going to be a good battle right now. Yeah, they both fast on the. Oh, that was a big score as well. So game on. This is going to be a sick heat to watch. But no, Ethan's looking good. Great boards. Here he goes on this one. Oh, just jams that thing in the lip and squares up again. Oh, really tight snap there. And wow, what an exchange, hey? This is what everyone come to watch at Cloudbreak. He's still going. Yay! So, it's going to be a good battle. The crowd's going mad in the background. But, yeah, 2 of the fastest backside surfers for sure out there now. And, you know, Ethan grew up he still lives there in Australia, and there's a good left. So he's honed in his skills there, and Rio's honed him in Indo. So it's a good battle.
Hey, thanks, Bede. Thanks for talking us through those waves. I think you got a future, bro. Back to you guys in the booth.
Oh, I can't wait to see the IC replay of this exchange, Jesse. Rio, look at this wave.
I mean, this is another dreamy wave to catch. I love how calm he is. He highlines, identifies the section going down the line, massive floater. Has a look at Ethan right there, but doesn't get rattled. Massive spray turn, another one. And then he's going to finish with a bang. Critical, vertical, just knifey. That was great surfing from him, and here we see Ethan Ewan backing it up.
Yeah, Ethan here, you know what? He'd be in trouble if he didn't back it. Like, they'd just be at pace. But this wave here just just looking feisty, fired up from that one that he just, you know, obviously knowing Rio's taken off on that set, knowing he's probably got this good score, you can see that he's more fired up in his surfing, I'd say. He's probably going to better his backup. But if he didn't catch that second wave of the set, would have been a bit more even Stevens, right? I mean, that wave from Rio, I mean, biggest set wave of the day so far, like, oh, in this heat, sorry, so far. Really clean faced wave, really critical surfing. You've got to be thinking that thing's going, you know, potentially excellent as well, right?
I mean, I gotta say so. It has to be something around that. Obviously, I feel like Ethan still had the nod. I think the type of surfing he provided was a little bit better. Rio's wave was a little bit more down the line, harder to like get the rhythm on, but he had massive turns as well. He's definitely back in the game. Ethan probably is going to better his 5.33 as well. It's going to beat you the next exchange. Hopefully we get another set like this and both of those surfers can go to town and give us something to look.
Waida up on wave number 8 for the Indonesian. Has to float through that one, a little caught up, and that throws him off. Waiting for the previous wave score. That was the big set wave for Rio Waida. And feeling that it's going to be an excellent score. So it should tighten things up in this heat. Semifinal number 2 comes in. You can see there on your score screen as an 8.93 for Rio. Still waiting, although, for another important score for Ethan Ewing. Anything over a 5.33 for Ewing is going to increase the need for Rio Waida. There's a spread from all of our judges. Look at one judge went 9.5, Jesse.
Yeah, that was, I actually, I'm with the spread right now as far as like Ethan getting the best wave. I thought he was a little bit sharper. He had a combinations of back-to-back turns, like all on rail, no downtime. So I think that there's a lot of value in that. But not to mention, Rio was like with so much speed, throwing buckets and finish it off very strong. It was just a little bit, the beginning was more down the line, but that's not because of his choices. It's just the wave, the way the wave was. So I think that was a good spread right there in between those two waves. And man, this is going to be exciting in the end because they basically tied for the first wave.
What was the interpretation on Rio's wave? Because one judge went 8.5, one judge went 9.5. Well, you look at Ethan's wave, it was 9 straight across. 6.17 comes in for Ethan Ewing. He's in the lead. Rio Waida needs a 6.25. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with the conclusion of semifinal number 2 and the women's final coming up as well when we return.
Correction, matang semifinal na tamang. So the Chico Rio Waida natural ng Indonesia. So the Chico natural ng Australia. Garcia Sinero Pablo. Dulce Ramos na Malako. So Tati na final. 2024 Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. Tapos Chico Swell Chico. Maybe Sicilio Ronale hanggang Tatiana Weston-Webb, Tati Brazil, Samasota Yago, Canada, Moniale, Tati wildcard, Aaron Griff. In the water now, 8 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Priority with Ethan Ewing. Looking to back up his low score of a 6.17. Rio Waida, again, you are looking for a score of a 6.25 to move into first. 8 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
The Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. By Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Asia Pacific. By Mophie. official portable power bank partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Mopi, stay powerful. By Fiji Airways, official airline partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And by Tabarua Island Resort, celebrating 40 years of surfing in Fiji.
Beautiful vision of one of the best waves in the entire world, Cloudbreak Fiji, here for the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Semifinal number 2 for the men out in the water. Ethan Ewing ahead of Rio Waida. Kai Figueroa, Flick Palmentier, Jesse Mendez here on the call. And Ethan Ewing with heat control. He's got the lead, and he's sitting out there planted with priority, Flick.
Yeah, he is. And like I said, well, here we go. Rio's up. And he's out. But, you know, if Ethan hadn't have backed up that, improved on the 5.33, it would have been a little bit more even Stevens, right? I mean, still not a big ask for Rio, though. Rio's only chasing a 6.25. It's not a big score.
And the best thing, I think, in this situation is sometimes you're chasing a score that you haven't got yet on a heat, so you don't know how it looks, right? So now he has an 8.93. He knows how an 8.93 looks, so it's easier for you to find that 6.27. It's more clear in your head.
You got that reference point.
You have the reference, right? You know which wave you're looking for. Sometimes you're so lost in a heat and you don't have a score and you're chasing something that you don't know what it looks like.
Yeah.
And this goes back to what we were talking about. Surfers identifying the wave. Before they take off on, they kind of have an idea of what score they can get in that wave.
So you can see Rio sitting on the inside of Ethan. Ethan with priority. He's going to keep track of where Rio is in the lineup. Remember, Ethan's going to have that right away over Rio, and so there's a bit of strategy getting played right here. Keeping enough distance to react. It looks like a line's coming through here. We'll see if Rio's going to force his hand on Ethan Ewing. Rio looks interested. And Ethan's going to let him go, but he's too far back.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why he probably was like, oh, I'm going to let him go, because there's a rib in between them two, and just Rio was in that spot that he couldn't generate enough speed on the paddle to actually gain momentum and go through that section. So great eyes right there for Ethan. Letting that wave go, not wasting priority, because he's going to need it in this last 5 minutes.
Is it weird for the men to not have a goofy foot here in the semifinals? After we saw so much goofy foot dominance early on in the event? Jesse?
I mentioned that. I was like, I can't believe, like, with these conditions, we don't have one goofy foot. It suits Goofy so well. You see on the women's side of things, we have a Goofy foot final, but just the regular footers are taking over today.
But I guess now that if we can take a broad conversation, Flick, is this going to be where the 2025 WSL Finals are going to happen? So now it's just proven that being a Goofy foot is not going to be an advantage in that one-day world title event where we look at 2025, because the regular foots are doing it here in 2024. I think it's time for a heat recap of semi-final number 2. And it's been Ethan Ewing looking sharp, Jesse.
Yeah, he definitely has. Acceleration throughout the turns. It just shows how much rail and fins engagement that guy has. And so much release, so much board control, always bringing the board back all the way around. Like, this has been a point of difference in between him and the other opponent's backhand, I feel like. And here, I mean, if I could break it down to 0.07 in between the spread on Rio's wave and Ethan's wave, I think it's just he had to be a little bit more lateral in the beginning of the heat and the beginning of the wave, as his opponent was just going straight vertical, straight to work. He finished off very strong right here, and here's a great exchange.
Here's a backup for Ethan Ewing. He found the 617 Flick.
Yeah, this was crucial. This was the wave after Rio's 893, and just putting that little bit more distance between himself and Rio, super critical moment in the heat. And now the way the cookies crumbled, I mean, he's sitting at the back, he's got priority, and he's in a very commanding position, looking to go through to this final with Griff. But look, there's still a few minutes on the clock, and like to your point, Jesse, Rio's got a great feeling. He knows what an 8.93 feels like. Hey, it's less work than that. Potentially only 3 maneuvers, maybe 2 if they're amazing. It's not over yet.
There's all the waves written, highlighted our top 2 scores for each of the surfers. And Rio Waida did catch another wave that we're waiting for the score for Rio Waida. Here it is, Jess.
Looks like more of a whitewashy wave. That's a massive first turn. Ooh, second turn, super spicy. Accelerating through every section. This wave's actually starting to double up pretty nicely for him.
625, Flick is the number. Think about it. What do you think?
Wow, 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 wow. Well, got to compare it to Ethan's 617. And that was some very good surfing. Just the quality with that whitewash through the face, I don't know if that factors in. But if you just look at the surfing alone, wow, it was really good. It was really critical. I'm actually very surprised that he basically manufactured that. That wave quality wasn't great.
I think he got it.
Holy moly.
Oh, he did get it. 7.33, and Rio Waida just turns the heat just like that. He's getting the news right now.
All right, if we look back, I guess perfect example you said that the quality of wave was a little bit lower on Rio's side, but it was steeper. He wasn't so down the line as Ethan's 6.17, so he was able to get vertical plenty of times and just very critical. So what a way to find a sneaky underneath.
Under priority.
Wave. Under priority.
Man, so smart.
And just a sneak away maneuver for Rio, but that was a huge effort. Snuck that under priority and came up with some big numbers, a couple of 7.5s, 3 all total. We throw out the high and the low, and that's a 7.33 to turn the heat.
I woke up this morning in these conditions. It looked like a Rio day. Like just the way he serves, how fast he is, how aggressive he is on his board. Obviously, Ethan stepping it up on the semifinals, but somehow Rio really making it happen as far as, wow, that was impressive from Rio. Like,
yeah, it was.
I'm baffled on how he pulled that off so far. Obviously, we have 40 seconds left, but it's looking good for Rio right now.
Yeah, and Ethan's just got to, you know, hope, just thinking to himself, like, what? How did he sneak away? How did he get that? And we saw it was a whitewater wave, so it was an inside wave that a wave had broken before. That probably put everyone, you know, changed the positioning out in the lineup. And then just Rio just jumped out of the bushes, snuck out there, and ripped to a 7.33.
Ethan's scratching his head right now like, what?
I mean, to Ethan's defense, there's 2 minutes left, and that wave was small and whitewashed.
I know. If it was me, I would have let that go too.
Yeah, I'm probably with you, but the way shaped throughout the reef was incredible, and he just kept smashing it.
Wow.
He can't believe it. His first CT final. Rio Waida is realizing he's on his way to the best finish he's ever had on the championship tour. Rio Waida will meet Griffin Colapinto in the men's final. And speaking of finals, women's finals coming up next. It's going to be Tatiana Weston-Webb coming up against the wild card, Erin Brooks.
Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's already been up and down the yard card. She's in Canada. Erin Brooks.
Bulavinaka, it is time for the finals. Women's finals set up, all goofy foot clash. Tatiana Weston-Webb, the veteran goofy foot, into her first final of 2024, recently clinching a spot into the Lexus WSL Finals, takes on a 17-year-old wild card representing Canada. Erin Brooks has been lights out ever since that wild heat where she lost her board, got a wave under priority, got past Gabrielle O'Brien, got past Katie Simmers, got past Molly Picklum. Can she get past Tatiana Weston-Webb? We're about to find out. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Richie Lovett here for the final call as Erin Brooks is already getting started. Looking so fast and quick on that surfboard from Matt Biolis. Tatiana Weston-Webb hitting it hard on the Sharp Eye program, coming through some knifey sections, looking like she's in total control. Nice tap there, getting out in front, wrap into the pocket, and still a little bit of wave to trim on the inside. How about this quick start to the final? Two goofy foots. Can we separate them with what they're capable of? We'll start with you, Richie Lovett. A lot of analysis over these two over the years. Both already with a wave in the final. What are you seeing?
I'm going to give the power advantage to Tatiana. For speed, a slight edge to Erin Brooks. But in saying that, Tati looks like she just turned up the volume for the final. That's the fastest surfing we've seen from her at Cloudbreak over the last 3 days. Progression, I'm going to give the nod slightly to Erin Brooks as well, just because we know how amazing she is in the air. We haven't seen her go into that part of her repertoire yet, but given these small conditions, it could come into play.
Flick, in surf culture, last thing you want to do is let a Grom kind of outshine you, even in a free surf at home, whether you're traveling around the world. Tati's bringing a little bit of extra because Erin Brooks has been on fire.
Yeah, this is completely true, right? Erin has just blitzed her way. She's blitzed her way through this draw, and it's been incredible to watch. Let's have a look at Tati's first wave here. So 2 quick turn combos. So this was her wave previous to last, and then Erin here, let's get caught up with what happened here. I mean, beautiful face carve there. Straight up into lip, so quick and whippy out of her turns. The way that she projects around that section is just so good. And another feisty little cup. I feel like she's turned up the ante too.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a ferociousness, a fierceness in the way she's going and approaching about these maneuvers. But Tati coming back strong as well. Really good timing on this wave. Just gets a little bit caught. We're being hypercritical here, but that's what the judges will be looking at too. They're not only looking at what these surfers are doing right, but also any little mistakes, little mishaps that happen along the way. Here we go, live action with Erin.
Nice glassy left for Erin Brooks, quickly off the top already, jamming down the line. That one will stretch out in front of her and keep her to one maneuver. But the opening exchange already set. A veteran versus a 17-year-old wild card in her championship tour debut. Erin Brooks has been building her confidence throughout this event. Tati opens with a 6.83, Brooks a 7.67. Now let's catch up to a man who's entering his first championship tour final. Rio Waitas with AJ.
Thanks so much, Joey. Rio, you've been telling us this entire event how much this wave feels like home. You certainly continue to show us how comfortable you are turning the heat with just a few minutes to go. Walk us through those moments.
Well, first 15 minutes, probably I couldn't find waves. It was super, what can I say, like bumpy. So I couldn't engage my rail and stuff. So I was kind of, I wasn't frustrating, but you know, I kind of know which one is a good wave, and then I feel like I picked the wrong waves, and then end up Ethan got a priority and he got a good waves and he got a good score. So, you know, even he got 9 and 5, I was like, okay, you know, I know I can do that. You know, I just need a wave. So since I got 8.9, I was like, okay, like one more. And then I made a mistake. You know, I catch one wave. I feel like I was rushing. You know, my heartbeat just pump up, and then of course, I made a mistake, and then I end up going so far up, you know. That's where I've been seeing the good waves. I end up over there, and then somehow this
I don't know, Ethan didn't go. You know, it was kind of weird one because it was like whitewash. I feel like where Ethan position was, it was maybe like it was looked like bad ways, but for my position, I was a little bit deeper and then I was a little bit inside, so I felt like I was in the right spot. And I mean, I wasn't really thinking about time. I know what I can do, you know, just almost as simple it is, you know, just go upside down. So that's what I did, and one more final. So with Griff, so I'm excited.
Let's talk about that finals, your first ever on the championship tour. You do it in the final regular season event of the year. Just how much does that showcase the way you've grown this year?
I mean, if I really look back, you know, since I would say since 2022, you know, that's when I qualified and then start to have a goal, you know. Okay, I gotta make a mid-cut. Okay, I made it, and then the next year I was like, okay, it's my second year, so I'm still a baby in the tour, so I have to make a mid-cut. You know, I was almost not make it. I don't know, I forgot, but I made it semis and blah, blah, blah. But today, you know, since I made semis, okay, I was like, okay, I gotta do it. You know, this is another opportunity for me to make finals, so, you know, I don't wanna like, you know, just let it go, you know. I mean, for 50 minutes, I was like, oh my gosh, I blew it. But I don't know, at the end, it came to my way, so I'm really stoked. And I feel like I was believing and trusting what I can do, so my mind's not, I feel like I'm in the center, you know, I feel like I'm in a happy place. I'm not too excited, and also I'm not too sad or not much negative, so I'm very happy.
We cannot wait to see you. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
What a moment for Indonesia and for Rio Waida. His best result before this was a semi-final earlier this season at Bells Beach. Now in a final and a chance to win the first event of his career. Taking on Griffin Colapinto right after this. As we get caught up, Tatiana just got this wave during the catch-up with Rio. Flick.
Yeah, a little bit caught up, a little bit missed time there, that first section. I just don't know if this wave right now is really going to improve on her situation. I mean, a couple of nice turns there. Gets a finish. The finish was explosive, right? So nice finish. But I just have a feeling right now, just with the way I saw Erin open up on that first wave, the 767, she's looking deadly and she's looking fast, she's looking whippy. I feel like she's probably going to need to replace that.
Rich, it's an interesting process with your headspace and the elation that Tati already let go of because she had a huge hill to climb and accomplish that spot in the Lexus WSL Finals, but regrouping and keeping focused on the task at hand to win the event. How do you think she's handling that?
Well, I think she's handling it pretty well so far. She does have that 6.83 in her scoreline. She doesn't look phased, rattled. She almost looks sort of rejuvenated in this final so far. And there's the motivation to also keep the youngster at bay and to put her back in her place. And obviously, you know, that carrot of the Fiji Pro title dangling right there as well. So a couple of things at stake here, but Tati looks good. She looks like she's on, and that's what we want to see. Both these competitors peaking in the final. So far, so good.
We saw that in the celebration piece for Kelly earlier. You know, the older guard saying, "Who's this? Who's that?" And you got to keep your head on straight. Go, no, we're better. We're better. That's always been the story, not just in surfing, but in professional sports, where you're going, wait, who's this new name everybody's talking about? And you want to prove that, you know, you still got it. For Tati, she's very confident. She loves this approach here at Cloudbreak, especially in high performance type conditions. And I do like the way she surfs when she's freed up. I love when she's like, okay, I've already got a spot in the final. Let's let this thing roll. And I think we've got a lot of great surfing to watch in the next 23 minutes.
Yeah, you know what also I think will be firing Tati up is the fact that she's had a runner-up finish here before. And I just know what the kind of competitor is. We all know it. She's assertive. You know, she's not afraid to speak her mind. She's, you know, dominant in the water. And I feel that now more than ever, she's going to want this win. You know, last time when she competed out here in the final, she was against Courtney Conalog. Conditions were very different. It was a lot bigger. And she ended up with the second, which is still a great result. But for Tati, she's going to want to win, right? And even more so matched up against Erin.
It's crazy because Tati was Erin in the past. 17-year-old getting wild cards to a few stops of the regular season. She never went this far to a final, but she made it clear that she was coming for the world's best. She had a few 9th place finishes, some real big wild card wins, because when you're a wild card, you have no points, so you're always surfing against the top surfers of the world. Number 1, 2 in the rankings on the reseed, and she accomplished a lot of wins there. It's wild how quickly things move. When she was 17 getting those wild cards, Erin Brooks was about 6 years of age and hadn't started surfing yet. Erin kicked off her love for catching waves when she was about 9 on the island of Maui. Tati on the island of Kauai was starting to hear rumors about this young lady, and the coolest thing I saw on social media this week was Erin Brooks at the event at Honolulu Bay taking a picture with Tatiana Weston-Webb on the bluff. Erin said she was so nervous to go up and talk to one of her heroes, and she's always been a fan, and this would be one of those moments for Erin Brooks going, wow, I was just on the bluff a few years ago with my hero, now in a final together at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, it's such a crazy moment for her, full circle. And you know, she probably, when she was younger, followed Tati all over social media, you know, seen, you know, probably maybe had posters on a wall of Tati, seriously. And then all of a sudden, I mean, how cute is that photo? That's it right there. Erin posted it to her story. And I mean, so crazy to think, and so inspirational too, right? Like, how inspirational to younger girls too, watching Erin now being like, wow, okay, like, I can do this. This is possible for me. I mean, Erin's doing it now. Like, what an amazing example. And if you look at Erin's performance this week, this is a final event of the year, right? She's coming as a wild card. She's
more speed.
Most likely going to qualify for next year, right, with the results she's got. She's taken out a world number 1, world number 5, and now she's in a final of a World Tour event.
What a run. Erin Brooks, like, trying to just outperform that small little wave, ends up getting clipped on the finishing move. Tati's last got herself into the lead. So Weston-Webb with a 5.5 and a 6.83. 6.83 was her second wave. The 5.5 was the one we just saw. So Erin Brooks falling on that one. You'd say this first chapter of the final, Tati's in a great position.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what else that I'd give Tati the nod on is just experience. Like, experience in waves of consequence, experience on this very reef, years on tour. Like, you can't buy that. You just have to put the time in. And I mean, Tati right now, she's just sort of executing that. She's got priority at the moment, and yeah, in a commanding position.
Looks like a couple of lines on the way here as we have this view from the sky. Tatiana Weston-Webb with the lead and priority. You can see Erin Brooks still paddling out wide. Erin will be in a position to potentially strike if Tati doesn't take the wave with priority. Weston-Webb looks like she's already committing. Representing Brazil. Drives into the first section, clean rails on the forehand hook. Running after the oncoming section, floats it and gets a little bit lost riding away. As she picks herself back up, we've had some key scores to break down. The best waves of the heat so far. Let's break it down, Rich.
Yeah, let's do it. The opening ride. So we know that Erin Brooks got the nod. Let's see why. If we just pause it here and have a look at the bottom turn. So you can see Erin here. She's leaning over a little bit more. The board's a little bit more engaged as compared to where Tati is. And what that does is create more speed going into this first turn. Now let's have a look at the first approach here. So Erin's more of a power carve off the top, and you can see she's going to generate, a lot more spray through this turn, whereas Tati's more up and over this section. It's more of a flared section. Erin's going to drive all the way around here and do a power face carve. So if we let it roll here, we'll talk the wave through all the way, and you can see the angle of Erin's turn was a little bit more acute as well. The second turns are sort of comparable, maybe giving the nod to Tati. She does that third tap, and then watch Erin's turn again. It's that big power wrapping turn, and then Tati comes through to the inside. Erin gets a more flared out turn, a bit more radical, a bit more progressive. So pound for pound, I think both these waves really, really well surfed, but Erin, there was just a little bit more spice, a bit more variety, and that first turn, I think, is the defining factor between the two, and that's why she got the edge.
Solid breakdown, the high single scores of the finals so far. Erin Brooks on the 7.67 to Tatiana's 6.83. A wild card, stepping up and going all the way to the final, potentially winning this event. We mentioned Vahine Fierro winning as a wild card earlier this season, but she's had a few strikes at that event. When you think about a wild card just winning her first wild card, that's Moana Jones-Wong's story back in 2022.
Yeah, it is. And what does that say about Erin? You know, we're only a week or two away from crowning a world champion, and she has moved her way through this whole complete draw. She's taken down world #1. She's come in this first wildcard experience as a CT. I mean, surfing beyond her years, her strategy, the speed of her surfing. I mean, it speaks volumes. All you've got to do is read between the lines and you can, you know, it's absolutely incredible just to see, you know, the talent that she has just come to life in a heat. I mean, we've seen her coming from a mile away and all those viral clips, and here she goes now.
Erin Brooks throwing that first blast off the top. Rips one in the pocket real quick. More of a wrap back on the third opportunity. And after the wave she fell on, was able to grease a few turns. Not chasing a whole lot. A 4.66 or better will put her out in front. Representing Canada. And sometimes it's hard to remember where Erin's from because she's bounced around the world quite a bit. From Boerne, Texas, then moved to Maui. Then we saw her on the North Shore of Oahu a bunch, just shredding Rocky Point, working with Kahea Hart. Then she was down in Southern California in the Oceanside area. And when you ask her where her home is, she just says the airport. So well traveled. All of this so purposeful for Erin's career, making so many strides in championship tour level surfing. Enjoying the final as Tati leads so far. We'll be right back after this.
Cheers for WSL coming back to Fiji. This is Momi Bay, 30 minutes from Nanditown, south of Nanditown. I can watch the sunset from anywhere on the mountain, from the roadside, but not as special as watching the sunset from any beaches. Because watching the sun set on where I normally spend my days in the ocean, you know, my heart is full of joy and peaceful and so thankful to the Mother Nature for the opportunity to see all these things, you know. Binaka!
Tatiana Weston-Webb in first place, 6.83 high and 5.5 low. Second place, Erin Brooks with the early, 4.66 to go to first place.
You are watching the final of the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. Let's check in with AJ now on the boat.
A very special guest on the boat, indeed, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. We are so thrilled to have you here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, the event back at Cloudbreak, finals day. What does it feel like for you to see this place showcased like this?
Oh, you know, it's something this global in this small part of the Pacific. Is truly remarkable. You know, I really cannot I grew up in this part of the world, and I see all this every day. But to see it now in images like this, it's truly fascinating. It's really fascinating, yeah.
It is so special for us to be back here, and we thank you so much for welcoming us with open arms.
You know, this gentleman over here, he came to us, and he said, please be part of this. So I am government, so we became part of the whole thing. And what I've seen so far is truly impressive. You know, for Fiji to be able to host something like this is quite special.
It's very special for us indeed. Thank you for being here.
I just hope that, you know, we see you more often. And, you know, I just salute the people who discovered this Cloudbreak some years ago. Like I said, I'm from this part of the world. The reefs and their waves were always there, you know, in front of us when we grew up. We didn't realize it could turn out to be something like this, you know, and so it is truly, what's the word? Very impressive, yeah.
Pula and Vinaka.
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Wow, what a treat that was. Prime Minister Bill Gavoka welcoming the world's best with open arms here to Fiji, and we welcome some big turns like that from Erin Brooks. Transitioning off the boat right into some big surfing from the 17-year-old phenom, as she's looking for the lead off Tatiana Weston-Webb, hoping for a 4.66. Her ability to channel that speed and hit those critical sections. This size of surf at Cloudbreak, she's shredding.
Yeah, she is shredding, and looks like Tati having a look.
Tati stepping into this one. She's already got a whitewater section to swipe into the open face. Nice critical part of the wave to go over the top of the roof. And now driving off the lip line again. Winding up for a finish. Over dry reef basically right there, and losing it is the veteran.
Yeah, Tati unfortunately going down on that final turn, but she needed to really put that exclamation mark on that wave, because there was really no special moment throughout the entirety of the wave, the ride. And I think Tati knows that she's going to need something better if she wants to eclipse that 5.3 and get that requirement. Let's have a look what happened with Erin up the point. She's got this one super deep, flares off that final turn. A little fist pump, so she feels like she may turn the heat at this point. So up and over that foamy section, a little bit caught, comes around. That's a cleaner maneuver there. Still looking for something. At this point, she thinks I've really got to dig into these final maneuvers. Tries to go for that sort of layback turn, and what that does is create more leverage, gets the board on that steeper angle, but just gets caught.
Great composure, so much confidence out of Erin Brooks. Doing so well in the Challenger Series this year. She's been the story of the movement this season, of the women really owning the headlines. From the kickoff at Pipe, Teahopu, big Sunset Beach, the turn from Molly Picklum, this youthful takeover, Erin Brooks getting spat out of a crazy one at Snapper Rocks and getting a 10-point ride. And this is still the same year where she could accomplish the biggest win of her young career. Waves on the way, priority with Erin Brooks. Rolls in and now sets up a fun left. Big blast there with the tail throw. Deep off the bottom, a super round cutty. Throws it vertical. Jams it again, and she is feeling it. Tati on the next one. Little bit deep, she's got to race it. Caught behind, she's got to step off. So Erin Brooks finding a ton of sections to work with. Her wave before came in at a 4.57. So still looking for a 4.66, but wow, she just blitzed that last wave.
Yeah, for sure. She definitely got the score on that last wave. The wave prior, not quite enough. But just by sheer nature of the size of the last wave that she rode and the amount of maneuvers, the intensity of maneuvers, we know that she's going to get that score. But to have the foresight and the intuition to actually take that first wave of the set and not wait for the second one. So just crushes that first turn, gets a little fin drift, re-engages, gets control again, nice wrapping turn for the second, tied up in the pocket on the third, and finishes off clean with the fourth. So 4 strong turns there, great variety again. But that first one showed a little bit more, you know, more power and more push. She put a little bit more risk involved with that little tail slide at the end of the maneuver.
There's no doubt about it. She's got the score, right? So this means Tatiana is going to need another wave. Good news for her is that she's sitting out there with priority, 7.5 minutes on the clock. It's going to be up to her. But I feel like Erin's going to put some serious distance between the two of them now. Like this, I'm not sure if this is going to be as good as her 7.67. It's definitely, I'm feeling similar. I feel like it could be similar, right? So in that case, it's going to make things a bit more difficult for Tati. It's going to have to go, you know, unfortunately, you know, the second wave of the set really today has actually proved to be better. So
yeah,
the fact that Erin went, I mean, you know, Tati veteran being like, oh no, I'm going to wait for this second one, which, okay, I probably would have done the same too. Like traditionally that first wave moves through the lineup, it cleans everything up, and the second one's going to be, you know, have that nice bowl to it, but not that case. I mean, went that Erin's way, and scores are coming through.
Numbers in now for Erin Brooks, 7.43.
Called it.
To go with the 7.67, just as you were expecting, Flick, a 15.10 combined total for the wild card. Tati now needs an 8.27. When Tati jumped off, she was able to get first priority back, but we're down to 6:20 to go.
Yeah, it was just a shame that Tati was a little bit too far inside, but she's gone way up the point, and now she's found something.
Nice roll in. It's staying full, but she's connected with the wrap, and she's going to have to step off. Brooks takes priority, and already looking interested in improving on one of her sevens. Erin Brooks lights up that first section, getting out in front now and going for a layback. So maybe the excitement from the grommet going on that wave when maybe she didn't need to.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. I think, you know, a bit more experience on the board. She might have just been like, oh, Tati's not near this wave. I don't need to go it. I'm just going to maintain priority at the back. Now Tatiana's going to get priority, and Tatiana now gets another opportunity.
One of the hardest things to do is to let a wave go at Cloudbreak. I mean, just hands down, but especially when you're 17 and you're so excited, you're ready to win. And now Tati will hold priority, and that's the best thing that could have happened after that last exchange.
Yeah, it was almost a dual mistake, so it set the slate clean again, but I'm actually almost glad that Erin made a mistake just to see that she is human.
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible. And it puts Tatiana in a position where she can, you know, at least control this next 5 minutes, really try and identify that wave that she needs, because she needs an excellent score now.
And you know what? Just back to that point, sometimes you win heats by not surfing. It's a funny thing. But Erin, you know, if she could have maintained priority there, it looks like there's another wave here. Tati's going to get another opportunity. Look, I'm not mad about it too, because it's cool to see, okay, that wave stretched out a bit more. But back to what I was saying, obviously you surf to get through a heat, but at moments like that, sometimes not surfing is the smarter decision. And I mean, right now, Erin, yes, okay, she's got the lead, but she's just handed that priority to Tati, so giving her another opportunity.
Big difference in experience in this final. Tatiana Weston-Webb in her 91st championship tour event. Surfed in the final in the last event we had at Cloudbreak, which was 7 years ago. Runner-up to Courtney Conlogue. Finds herself in back-to-back finals, showing her longevity, her strength in waves like this. She's so much better than she was back then as well. A silver medalist in the Olympic Games earlier this year, now qualifying for the Lexus WSL Finals, looking for her 5th championship tour event win, and this being her 15th CT final. Runner-up in the world in 2021. She'll have another shot in September, but she has 3.5 now to try to find the best score of the heat.
Yeah, well, I just want to have a look at the scores and where they've dropped in during this heat. And Erin's had this energy from the start that she's kept up. She's maintained it. You know, one of her top scores was her first ride, and then her last second to last ride was her next best score, and she's kept that energy on all the waves that she's ridden. And I almost sense a bit of a slump in energy with Tati over the last few rides that she's had. You know, her first 2 scoring rides are during the start of this heat, and then she's had a lot of just quick takeoffs and nothing really eventuated. So, you know, if she does get a wave in this last 3 minutes, I feel like she needs to bring that energy back up again, put it all on the line, really be explosive. We know to get that excellent scoreline, you really have to find the wave and put it all on the line, deliver some high-risk surfing.
Cool moment for the Brooks family. Erin's mom hanging out and enjoying all the action. Such a proud moment as she's seeing her daughter in a championship tour final as a wild card. We mentioned before, first start in a CT and to go all the way to a potential victory. We have a couple minutes to find out, but Moana did that at Pipe a couple years back. It's just not something you see every day.
You know the other difference too, I mean, the difference between Moana and Erin right now is Moana's a specialist at Pipe and Erin isn't a specialist at Cloudbreak. Like, Erin's just come into this event. I know she's put time in here, right? She has. However, she's come here not as being a specialist and taken down such big names. And this is just a couple of weeks before we're deciding a world title. You know, you've got to start asking yourself the question, I mean, wow, like Erin could, you know, be in contention for a world title if she was to crack the world tour next year, or even, you know, she's at the level, clearly.
Totally. No, I 100% agree. I think we're looking at a specialist, a global specialist. You know, I think about Erin at Pipeline once she does qualify, she's going to step right up, you know. Tahiti, not a problem. The small waves, we know she's got incredible air game. She's so well-rounded. There's a father there on screen.
That's right. We just saw the mom, Michelle. That's Jeff Brooks. Amazing beard, amazing support. It's basically been all in ever since he retired, of just focusing on Erin's dreams. And look what they've accomplished. Going to wave pool systems day after day, working on airs, going on surf trips to Indo, here to Cloudbreak. Having uncles all around the world. Like Shane Dorian surfs a lot with Jackson. I think the moment's all coming through for Erin Brooks as she's been so focused throughout this event, and with 35 seconds, she's starting to get emotional.
I saw this in, I think it was it the Gold Coast or was it Sydney? Either one of the two. She had those emotions. She just couldn't contain herself, you know. Just the smile was sort of inching forward. It looks like we're going to have another set, though. Maybe a potential wave for Tati to roll the dice on. I don't know if it's going to get there in time.
I think the clock's going to beat her on this occasion.
Wow.
What a story.
What a day in surfing history. Jeff Brooks throwing chakas. A 17-year-old phenom in her wild card debut on the championship tour. Tati being an incredible sport, applauding the young 17-year-old. The restaurant on Tavarua is going crazy already. Erin Brooks has done it and is the champion of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Coach Kelly is loving it.
Well, soak it up, Erin Brooks, champion, the Fiji Pro, in her first attempt at a championship tour event. What an accolade, what a talent. And you are looking at one of the bright stars, the future of women's surfing.
And a big moment for Canada on the championship tour, getting a big CT win. Erin Brooks, a legend in the making, getting congratulated by Rio Waida, who's coming up next. And a proud victory lap on the Red Bull ski. These are those moments that you only see in every so often, where you see the start of Carissa Moore making a final as a teenager, when you see Tyler Wright win at 14, Steph Gilmore still in high school winning events. These are world champion type moments. This is where they begin, and Erin just had hers today.
Yeah, these are goosebump moments. I've had goosebumps multiple times in the last 5 minutes, and I'm just so stoked for her. You know, obviously a lot of hard work has gone into, you know, producing this crazy talent that she has, and she deserves to like soak up every single second of this, and it's just going to mean so much to her. And I mean, wow, just she's incredible performance all week on all different types of conditions. Smart surfing beyond her years too, like just a true competitor, strong heat IQ, and just surfing at different sort of pace that she's raised that bar again.
Yeah, absolutely. Joey and I were chatting at dinner the other night. We were talking about that heat where everything sort of went wrong and she still managed to get through it. And then we sort of went, you know, that could have been the turning point, that moment where, you know, she's actually on a pathway with destiny now.
The champions with Strider.
Aaron, how you feeling, young lady? Took down every single one of these champion surfers out here at Cloudbreak, and you basically just took them all down. You must feel amazing.
Yeah, I feel so good. I'm just so thankful for the Lord, because I was just kind of stressing out there because I know how good of a surfer Tati is, and I was making a lot of mistakes, but he just gave me some good ways, so I'm really happy.
Well, you got a lot of good ways in this event, and you know, you went up against the best surfers in the world at such a young age. You haven't even gotten on tour yet, and you're beating all the best people on. And tell me the confidence that's going to give you to finish out this year and get on tour.
Yeah, that definitely gave me a lot of confidence. I'm just so thankful that I was able to do this competition, and I was just, as a wild card, just having so much fun. You know, everyone on tour is just focusing on their final 5 spots. I just wanted to surf and get good waves, so I'm really happy that I was able to compete against all these amazing girls.
And Slater giving us a fact, I think you're the first Canadian to win a World Tour event.
Yeah, I think so. I'm just, hi to all my Canadians. Thank you so much for tuning in. I've gotten so many nice messages, and I'm so stoked that I made you guys proud.
Well, congratulations. You're a champion here in Fiji. Anything you want to say back to anybody on the boat, or your dad, or your parents, anything like that?
Well, first I want to thank God for just this amazing event, and then I want to thank for supporting me and helping me, taking me a couple months ago so I could get practice, and Kelly for being a great coach, and Stace, board caddy, and Kate, all those kind messages. And
congratulations, young lady. Huge future, and we can't wait to see the rest of it. Back to you guys.
Big congratulations to Aaron Brooks, the champion of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy, wildcard champ at 17. We have more to come. Men's final coming up next. Wright versus Griffin Colapinto.
Again, you have players. First wave of Griffin Colapinto, a 3.17. A 3.17 to good.
Let's kick off the final. Rolling in to kick things off at his first championship tour final is Wright. Just coming off a big heat against Ethan Ewing, now attacking against Griffin Colapinto. And the man from Bali still carving. He's got some open face, little white water to carve through. And throwing some water onto the shoulder. Throwing a little chop up to show how comfortable he is, not feeling pressure of a big moment. The biggest heat of Rio's career, taking on Griffin Colapinto, who's already set to compete for a world title. Colapinto's had a lot of accomplishments. He's already won big events. The stage is set for a huge final. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, Richie Lovett, two guys that have enjoyed some time on the championship tour, coming off a very youthful celebration with Erin Brooks winning her first CT event. A lot of firsts today. Canada, now an opportunity for Indonesia as well, Jesse.
I mean, this is so exciting to actually have, oh, I guess we see someone up and riding.
Griffin Colapinto looking like he's got some flow. This is his second wave of the final. Said his backhand's just been feeling incredibly good throughout this event. Rio looking, and he's going to take this wave. Goes straight up right in front of Griff, and that section's going to disrupt the flow and force him to eject. So a lot of intensity right out of the gates. 35-minute final. Scored on their top two. And now the paddle battle to try to get priority. Certain surfers can really flex here on their paddling strength and really surprise you on how quickly they can get to the takeoff zone.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Griff's just put on the turbocharge, taking that inside track. And I think he will regain first priority here. Let's have a look what happened on these first rides here. This is Griff up and riding, comes around strong off the bottom, blasts it off the top. And again, little check turn for the second, driving down the line, little rock and roll floater. Keeps all that momentum. Driving down, looking for these sections. Clean finish to that wave. Jess, what do you see here?
Yeah, this is just textbook surfing. Both the surfers actually attacking the first section of the wave, which is the part of the wave that is most risk. You have so much to lose down the line. And then right here, the wave gets a little bit flatter, but he keeps the rail engaged, keeps the speed, which he's so good at. Another tight vertical snap right there, and here the wave just kind of dies out, dissipates, loses energy, and he just does a chop hop to show that he's comfortable and he's feeling it.
Just nice and relaxed. Rio's been making some comparisons to Uluwatu as he's been really, really comfortable on running lefts. He said, yeah, that's what you're seeing is all that prep that he has on one of the most crowded waves in the world. But if you're Rio, you go so fast, you know where to sit, you know where to attack the pocket. And showing he's got one of the fastest transitions on tour, Rich.
Yeah, he's backhand surfing. It's beautiful. You know, it's really technical. It's on point. I've said this before. You know, Rio reminds me of Danny Wills and how he used to surf. Very similar style and stance, and compact, very efficient style in my mind. And yeah, feeling really comfortable. Water temp probably very similar to Bali,
which is great for the comfort zone for the Indonesian. Early numbers coming in. 6.67 for Griff. Rio's high mark of 5.5. And they're really warmed up and ready as we look how fun the waves are. Check out our Oakberry surf conditions for the final heat of the event. Swell 3 to 5 feet. This easing south-southwest swell. Be easing through today and tomorrow. Winds are light, which is great. Jonathan Warren also added that it could switch to that unfavorable direction that we saw yesterday afternoon. We already passed that peak high tide earlier this morning, about 9:30, so it'll be draining out till 3:38 p.m. Local time is right about at 12 o'clock noon. Real high performance type of wave at this size, and it's the battle of the backhands on the men's side. We've seen a lot of Griff over the last few years. Triple Crown champ like yourself, Jesse. What's been the difference in the last 2 seasons as he's been reliable and qualifying for the Lexus WSL Finals?
I think his consistency, right? Like as he moves through the years, he just stays more consistent and more mature. Tends to commit less mistakes. And when we saw first Griffin on tour, we qualified the same year. He was just Hail Mary every time, you know, like going as big as you could in every section. When it was waves of consequences, almost pushing too hard. So that could bite him in the butt a lot of times. And now you just see him doing smart decisions. He goes against Gabriel Medina, which is probably one of the toughest competitors of all time, and puts the guy on ice. You know, the guy doesn't even serve the first 15 minutes of the heat. Like, this is the type of things that he's been doing that I think just shows how mature he is.
As we look at Rio, just resetting his pace under the priority and under the lead of Griff. But we've noticed also Griffin kind of leaning into the fun of the mind games as well, and really open with it. He's not hiding it. You know, kind of playing a little bit with Jack at the start of their semi-final today.
Yeah, you definitely sensed a little bit of fun-loving clowning around Griff there for sure, and maybe that just put Jack off his course a little bit. But you know, that Griff has identified that that's his happy place. That's his go zone where he feels comfortable. He doesn't feel that pressure of like, oh, this is an intense situation. He lightens the load and goes, you know, that's where I compete best. I make smarter decisions that way.
Already coming off a snap is Rio Wright, backhand float, perfect transition, belts it with the fins out. High performance small wave surfing on your backhand, that's as fun as it gets.
Yeah, that's beautiful textbook surfing from him right there. Aggressive as he could be on that little wave. Love that finishing turn, just a lot of board control. Letting that fins get disengaged and kind of get the track back in, but smaller wave, it's not going to be a big score, but he's looking good. That's what matters for now.
Just love the speed he gets backside on a small wave like that. Getting some fun combinations completed. Rio Wright chasing a 4.35 at the moment. And I suppose Richie's playing the right game without priority.
Yeah, he's plenty of movement up and down the lineup at the moment. But he does need to be careful that he stays with Griff here, because Griff has got the high number. It's more than a point better than Rio's best wave at this stage. So Griff, you can see him, he has just dropped anchor. He's going to wait for that good score. He's going to try and bank another high number and really start putting some pressure on Rio at this point. As you know, Jesse, you'll attest to this, it's a precious stage when you can build it and put your opponent, you can start sort of standing on their neck, so to speak. So, you know, while Rio's searching for something, at the end of the day, he needs a decent wave to put a score down. So, yeah, I think Griff is sort of playing the right game at the moment.
Small wave, but enough for a lead change. Rio Wright, 4.67. And meanwhile, Griffin dropping anchor, waiting for special type of waves like Richie's breaking down right now.
Yeah, and from what Richie was saying, like as much as he got in the lead right now, I don't see this heat finishing it up with 23 minutes to go the way it is right now. Mostly Griffin sitting with a solid score. So, yeah, he needs to be patient, Rio, now, and just, I mean, have a look at some waves that swing by. See if Griffin somehow doesn't identify a good wave, but realistically speaking, he's going to have to let the rotation of priority go and sit for a good wave.
Exactly. If a two-wave set came down, the second one was wider, Rio would be totally out of position. So, you know, maybe this situation, the event of being in the first final and that desperation to win, you know, just needs to settle down, and Griffin's taking a leaf out of Coach Tommy Whitaker's playbook, and he was notorious for it. Just sit and wait for he wouldn't even take off unless it was a decent wave.
I actually mentioned that on the previous hit because I was like, man, it's incredible. Some people just have that type of game and they're Icemans.
Paddling from up the reef is Rio under priority, and he'll step out of that one. Griffin did look interested. He has taken it into an arc in the pocket, tags it off the lip. Backhand's been so strong into a carve to change gears. Still in the cup of the wave, and we'll just keep attacking this inside corner. End section approaching, frames it up with some power and finds another finish. Crosby Colapinto, the younger brother, rookie of the year this season. Great season for the Colapinto brothers. Griffin just chasing a 3.5. Crosby's already making the switch for his big bro to take the lead.
Yeah, definitely looked so steady on that wave, didn't he? And I think that sort of goes to what you were talking about in Griff's performance. He settled down. You know, he realizes that he doesn't need to do these crazy big one-turn, you know, throwaway Hail Marys type maneuvers. Let's have a look at the replay here. So Griff Starts off with a nice acute snap, and again, the second one puts more flair on it. Bit of tail release, another clean one down the line, and then a series of rapid figure-8 style maneuvers all the way through to the inside and then gets to the finish. So that's a solid backup wave.
Griffin deciding to use priority, but yeah, you guys breaking down the art of wave selection, being on the best waves in a final, and the challenge of that on a decreasing swell when you're wondering what will be left for you. You don't want to be left waiting with priority and still needing some scores.
Mostly with how much time we got left, right? Like, even though it wasn't the best wave possible for Griffin, there's still going to be priority rotations, and most likely from what we've seen it today, he's going to get another opportunity of a shot of a set wave. So just kind of wants to keep that gap away from Rio, and always feels like Rio's 2 steps behind him. So as soon as he gets close, he has priority and he can capitalize on. So just smart, like mature surfing for him. Won events before, Rio hasn't, so it's a new stage for Rio.
How many times as surfers have we said building house, building those foundations of the heat and the score line, and that's exactly what Griffin has done. You know, we've got 20 minutes to go now. He can start to open up and put more risk into his approach, and that's just going to put more and more pressure onto Rio.
19:55 left in the final. This is how a champion celebrates. Aaron Brooks.
Good.
Tatiana Weston-Webb, the final. What are they doing here? Right on top of the Red Bull Athlete Zone into a celebration leap. And this is such a cool moment for Aaron because Tati's an absolute hero for Brooks. That photo is so awesome to see on social media. Getting to share a final together. That was one we'll reflect on for a long time. Congrats to Tati getting the 5th spot in the Lexus WSL Finals, and Aaron Brooks still celebrating her first championship tour victory in her first try. Scores in now from those last couple of waves. Colapinto, 5.83. Back out front. Rio holding down priority and now needs a 7 to take the lead. Griffin's first CT event at Fiji because it was off the calendar for about 7 years. So this makes it his first final appearance. His 3rd final this season. 1 win in Portugal, runner-up to his good friend Cole Houshman at Bells as he's up and riding. And just up and out. Rio decides to hold his position with 18:25 to go. Smart leave there, not chasing anything unnecessary. I was remembering a heat at Manly Beach when the waves were actually pumping. Jesse Mendez in the final with Julian Wilson. The bomb came. I think, Richie, we might have been calling that together.
Yeah.
Jesse didn't take the wave. Everyone was losing it, going, what has he done?
I remember.
And there was one wave behind it. You know, because sometimes you're going, okay, wait, wave selection, you can only break it down in hindsight. But obviously, when you are connected and you know what you're looking for, you knew what you were doing that day.
Yeah, I think the situation, obviously, going against Julian, like, I knew I had to really step it up. And I had to get the best wave of the heat in order to win, because the type of surfing he was doing is definitely above the level of me, in my opinion. So I was like, hey, man, I got to wait. I just got to wait and come on the best wave. And it worked out. I got lucky.
But it is a true skill, Rich, when you have these surfers that are so connected to the ocean and the rhythm, even of the changing swell. You know, you see it with the best. And as we join the celebration, the wigs getting passed out from Tabaru Island.
Yeah, I think what you're trying to highlight here is that flow state, or being in the zone, as they call it. And as a surfer, you know, you experience it on the daily. Sometimes when you're free surfing, the waves just come to you. You don't know why, but you're just in perfect rhythm, perfect sync with everything that's going on. And if you can do that with a jersey on, that's when just magic things happen. And we've seen, obviously, Kelly do it countless times, the great Tom Curran. There were certain surfers that have got this affinity, and they're able to kind of compete in this subconscious zone, and it's a special place to be. It doesn't happen often.
Yeah, it's what's so incredible with a changing lineup, swell conditions. There's a lot of, I guess, excuses you could make for losses, and then there's some that just find ways to win at all times, and Colapinto has found that balance.
It's crazy, like you said, the state of mind, right? Like sometimes those things would happen, that seems impossible for everyone looking, but the person inside has such a defined feeling that it seems easy for him. And in other times, the same person has such an easy decision to make in the heat, and he just blows it because he's not feeling it. It comes and goes, and there's only a few special moments in your career. Some guys capitalize more, obviously, like you mentioned, Kelly and Tom Kerr, and they do it. They seem to do it every other time, but it's not easy to make it happen.
15:55 on the clock. We'll see what Strider's feeling. If he feels any wind change, Waz, what's going on?
Well, just checking the conditions. We got a little bit of that wind, that little cheese breeze coming in from the outside, which is creating, you know, the ripple and the fish is a little ruffled, but the lip line is just ready for boosting. So I feel like we could be lucky enough to see some action, and that's what we're. I mean, we've got all this. We've got a lot of power in those walls. We've got a lot of speed, and so trying to find the lip line to really do a big turn is a little hard. But doing some above the lip action can be easier with this wind. So hopefully we're going to see that. It's just like kind of textbook for going above the lip.
Thanks for the update, Strider. Jonathan Warren talked about that cheese breeze, so to speak. That's a little slang in surfing. Could ruffle up the face a bit as we look at an option for Rio Waida. Flowing down the line, nice clean bottom turn, attacking the lip, and extends the backhand float, but ejects quickly.
Just under 15 minutes remaining now.
Rio chasing a 7. Love how fast he was going, but you could almost tell on the landing of the float that really wasn't the one he was hoping for.
Yeah, when he took off on that wave, I just had a bit of a question mark in my mind. I was like, oh, I don't know. You know, he really, you know, if he wants to win this final, he needs to stay with Griffin. I just don't think, just by sheer nature of the height of this wave, did it have enough opportunity and looked like it was running down the reef just all too fast. And as Strider said, you know, there's this little fluffy lip. It's perfect for airs, but what it also does out here at Cloudbreak is it shuts it down and it makes the wave run a lot faster. And in particular on your backhand, if you're not facing the wave, it's harder to anticipate. You've really got to get the accelerator on.
14 minutes left in this event. Griffin Colapinto, 6.67 and a 5.83. He has 2 of the top waves of this final and priority. As he's starting to move a little bit in the lineup. That one's going to roll underneath. Now he wants to hold his position, protect the best waves over Indonesia's Rio Waida. Another possibility here. Griffin looks and lets it go. Rio's thinking about it, and he will commit. And just will casually kick out. Now, towards the back end of the final heat of the Corona Fiji Pro, we will be taking a Bonsoy brew break and crowning our champions right after this.
That is the priority switch to Rio Waida with 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Leaving a single wave score of 7.0 with 12 minutes now remaining. 12 minutes.
Sana wa ime makala salo
Wow, it's been amazing being around the Fijian people. They are so beautiful. They can sing like angels, and they greet us with so much love and light. We would like to acknowledge the Vanua of Nabila and Momi, the Turaga Natui, Tabani Voniwai, for endorsing this event and providing access to Cloudbreak and the surrounding areas. People here are amazing. They inspire us to be better, to be welcoming, to be kind, to share, and to be stoked on a day like today at Finals Day. Griffin, Colapinto, and Rio White is still with 10 minutes on the clock, enjoying this connection of the World Surf League and Fiji, this island nation with more than 300 islands. Over 100 are inhabited. And great accommodations also at the Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay, where our host set is. The property owned by Fijians. And we're getting kind of nervous because we know the trip might be coming to a close soon, but man, it's still 9:30 to enjoy some pro surfing. A big moment for Griff, trying to get his second win of the season, have more momentum before he goes to compete on his home break. And what a road it'll be to check out the Lexus WSL Finals. It all starts at match number 1. The number 4 seed has priority in that first heat. Italo Ferreira looking for a second world title. Last year's runner-up in the world, Ethan Ewing, will be firing things up in that first match. Whoever wins that will then go on to match 2 to take on Jack Robinson. Whoever gets out of that one will take on Griffin Colapinto as the number 2 seed. And whoever gets through that one, match number 3, will take on world number 1, John Florence. That one is a best of 3 series for the world title this year.
I mean, this is going to be so exciting to watch, right? Like, that first match itself, like such a contrast of approaches. You know, you see Ethan against Italo, just one completely spicy, energetic surfer, and the other one just perfect rail surfing. I can't wait to that unfold.
It goes by so quickly. You blink, and the world title trophy is being handed out. There's a lot of pressure that goes along with it. For John, it's his first try at this new format. But he is a guy who has 2 world titles. Italo with 1 from match number 1, Rich.
Yeah, that's going to be a really, really fun day to watch go down, and I was lucky enough to be part of it last year, and the excitement on the ground is just incredible, and great to see John in the mix this year, right up at the top of the ratings. So he's in the box seat, and can't wait to see who challenges him for that world title on the day.
Such a great view from paradise from the sky. Great job to our camera operators once again. Such a unique place to broadcast a live sporting event in the middle of the South Pacific. And a great job in the truck to our EVS operators, Simon Hubbard, Luke Mashman, associate producer Kat Lemmy working hard, tech director Darren Goff. These humans watch a lot of surfing, and they don't take breaks. I'm actually being really honest about that. They watch every single minute of every day. We can't thank them enough. Griffin out in front, 667. Being judged by everyone in the tower upstairs, a brand new tower that the World Surf League built. The old tower was taken out in a cyclone. World Surf League then gave the tower to the local community. They can use that to set up photo shoots, film surfing. It's going to go through them from here on out. And very useful to line yourself up when you're competing, because there's not much out there.
That's a great point in factor. Like, you're in the middle of nowhere, so that tower really helps. There's some other places that they take the tower down And as soon as he goes down, you're kind of lost out there. So it's good for the surfers as well.
Griffin wearing the number 99. That sounds familiar, because that number was retired originally here. Taj Burrow was in his retirement event against John Florence. An absolute super heat. Taj went on to say one of the best heats of his entire career. It was pumping. It was against John, even though he didn't get the score. He got a 9-4. He was so happy. Everyone got haircuts on the Motu that event. But Griffin called Taj up and was like, hey, I'm going to be a rookie. I need a number. I want to take 99. And Taj was like, yep, you deserve it. Take it and run with it. Taj has to be proud of where Griffin's going with 99.
Yeah, absolutely. Just sort of continuing on with the legacy of the number. It's happened a couple of times, hasn't it? Didn't Seth take mixed number?
That's right.
Yeah.
And Seth wearing it well, the number 7. Mick was happy to pass it on.
I remember that Mohawk year. There were people actually flying out to Namotu. It had nothing to do with surfing or the event. They just wanted to be part of the action and that retirement party. That was a big one.
It was a big one. Marcus Sanders from Surfline was there. His hair's never been the same.
Just like that. Under 5 minutes to go, and Griffin Colapinto out in front. But the requirement, 7-point ride. It's still in that range, isn't it? Just a decent set. You know, we've seen Rio surfing so well in this event. His first crack at a final. He'd love to get the win. And he does have priority, so it is just a case of sitting and waiting for that wave now. But the ocean, we've just been hanging onto this swell for the last 3 days, and I feel like someone's actually just pulled the plug. Maybe we might see 1 or 2 more sets, hopefully.
Hats off to the officials. We knew we had to hustle and get the best part of the swell in the window. As we see a rider up, Griffin slashing, throwing some water. Drills it, a big power carve in the pocket, more of a vertical hack. And then late on the climb. But I love how those turns don't stop early. He's driving through them as far as he can with power and precision. His goal there is to improve on a 5.83, Jesse.
I mean, that was great surfing until the end. I think he was about to put the nail in the coffin, finish it off that wave clean, but unfortunately got a little bit too late. Third turn, though, was damaged, like a lot of acceleration, just very vertical, as we see back here. It's very tricky right now with the onshore. You see, it's hard to find that coping. Like, there's not much curve in the wave, but this is a nice tight carving right here. Accelerates through, pushes that back foot, but unfortunately wasn't able to be quick enough in the transition to finish it off. Nice tight carve, bringing it all the way, setting up for actually this turn right here. Press that back foot on, get some good release, but right here, the wave just cuts it so short. He tries to have that bottom turn a little bit shorter, but it wasn't enough. Just kind of got stuck right there.
Yeah, in hindsight, he almost would have been better just riding out, not trying to go for that last maneuver and just keeping that wave clean. Throwing the little fist pump or the claim, trying to put a little sugar on it.
Typically a goofy foot dominated event. When you look at the natural footers or the regular footers standing with their left foot forward, you just think of Kelly, you think of AI. Dominated this event on their backhand in the past, Kelly 4 times. Andy also, besides his win, making multiple finals. But the last era has really been focused on goofies, from Matty Wilkinson, Gabe Medina a couple times, Owen Wright. As we see the score from Griff, a 6.13. He'll use that as his low score with 2:15 to go.
We're down to crunch time now. Rio with that 7.3 now is what he needs. 2 minutes on the clock.
We just celebrated a big victory for Canada, creating history with Aaron Brooks. Rio seeking to be the first Indonesian to win a championship tour event, as the first to qualify full-time when he went on a crazy run on the Challenger Series. Back-to-back wins from Sydney to Bolito, and now waves on the way. Priority is with Wright.
Oh, decision time. Pressure. He's probably thought about this moment a million times.
90 seconds. Rio Wright commits. Needs a 7.3. Throwing down a nice, clean, wrapping cut back. Starting to bowl up. Throws some water. Section's got a lot of foam on it, taps it and goes down. A tough fall for Rio when he needed a 7.3, minute 10 to go, Jesse.
Ooh, that was an opportunity right there for him. I don't know if that wave had a little bit more in front, but it seemed like he was, you know, when you get anxious and you almost slow yourself down a little bit. I wanted to see him to be a little bit faster on the transitions right there, because that put himself a little bit late for that steep section of the wave, and he ended up getting stuck and not completing. And I almost have a feeling that there's a little bit more even on the bone on that wave after that turn he fouled on. So was that the chance? I mean, that was definitely the chance he had. Did that wave had 7.3 in it? I mean, only I guess if he landed and had some more opportunities in front of him would have told us, but now Griffin is just gonna pay a close look at him.
Great read, Jesse. Yeah, that's just a quick throwaway score for the judges to fill in there. 19 seconds. Griff's been taking out some huge names from Gabriel Medina, Jack Robinson. He knows he's a huge name himself. He's got a ton of momentum at the end of the season as we are into the countdown. Houshman, Snake on the boat celebrating, along with Griff's coach, Tommy Whitaker, younger brother Crosby. Griffin Colapinto is your champion of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
United States of America.
And big congrats to Rio, making his first championship tour final. Griff now ready to celebrate his first try here at this event and comes through with a big victory.
Another one for Tabby. There is that little rivalry between Tavarua and the Motu as well, and it's clean sweep for Tavarua this time around.
And now he'll enjoy the victory lap on the Red Bull ski. A lot of support there. We saw Cole Houshman. They shared a final together at Bell's. So 3 big finals this year for Griff. 2 wins in 2024. And that escort on the Red Bull ski can wait. Pull back down into the ocean.
That's also a great way to building confidence for the finals, right? Like backing yourself up with the win in the last event before the big finals. Going home, sleeping in your own bed.
And now that's a 5th victory for the career of Griffin Colapinto. He's 1 event shy of tying Jordy Smith. And now Rio just enjoying a peaceful South Pacific Ocean. One of the fastest learners on tour. Made a semi-final for the first time at Bell's, his first final. We expect Rio to be in the top 10 next season, if not even further up towards that final 5, as he's figuring out ways to win against all types of competitors. And the way he won, well, the Griffin way. Laughing, enjoying the whole game, getting in his competitor's headspace in a fun, goofy way, enjoying the ride, being honest about his approach, feeling confident on his equipment. Giant win once again for Matt Biolis. Great surfboard shaper, been working with Griffin for a very long time. And adding another event title here for the United States in Fiji. We talk about Kelly a lot, but also Damien Hobgood winning this event 2 times. Let's now send it to Strider.
All right, well, I think we're live. We got a lot of static, but what's happening, my friend? You just took it down, the Fiji Pro champion out here. I mean, you had an epic bubble the whole time you've been here with your crew. You've been smiling, you've been gliding, you've been riding. I love it. Yeah, strides, thanks, man. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It all just kind of happened in a nice, flowy rhythm. You know, never really had any like crazy peaks, but you know, kept it nice and even keel the whole time, and then found myself with the W at the end, and super psyched to share a final with Rio, his first final on tour. Amazing kid, amazing surfer, and I'm really excited to see what he does in the future. Talk to me about, you know, being number 2 coming into the finals and the feeling of coming off a win to have that confidence carried over. Yeah, it feels really good. Funny thought I was having, because Caroline Marks won Tahiti last year right before the finals and then went on to win the world title, and I was like, oh, I could, you know, maybe if I win this and then I could win the title at lowers, and so I got this one done, and then we'll see what the stars have for at home. LGG, baby, let's go, Griff! Hey, shout out to all my friends and family at home, everyone that supports me, Lost Surfboards, all the boys working their ass off to get us good surfboards. Our boards are amazing here, and of course the family who has our back, and yeah, none of this is possible without you guys, so love you all, and everyone who supports WSL, thank you so much, and also WSL too for making this happen and letting us surf Cloudbreak with no one out. It's a dream come true, and now to have this title under my name is freaking, I'll be pinching myself for a while. Let's go, Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy, champion Griffin Colapinto!
That's it, Griff. Feeling it, and beautiful words to thank a lot of people. His parents are amazing humans, providing so much support. Mitch and Camille, congratulations on creating incredible sons. Griff taking the last win of the season. Crosby winning Rookie of the Year. Rio making his first final. Aaron Brooks winning as a wild card. Wow, we have so much to celebrate on the Corona Sarah Post Show coming up next.
It is the Corona Cero post show. All natural ingredients, 0% ABV. Pairs well with a lime. That's what we're enjoying here at the Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay host set. We're in this post show. We're going to go over everything that happened at the last stop of the season. And we are celebrating our final five for the men, the women. We got champions here. We got so much to talk about with Flick Palmentier, as well as Richie Lovett. Rich, what a day. I mean, we got so much accomplished in a single day. Not only establishing our final five for the men and the women, but we saw some exciting finals and a big win for a wild card here.
Yeah, that was massive. You know, Erin coming through the whole draw really sort of surprised us in a way, because we sort of expected experience might get the job done here, but she just came through here and was ruthless on the women's side. And then to see, obviously, Griff take it out on the men's, incredible. The surf hung around just enough for us to get this thing done. Now it's time to celebrate.
Yeah, Flick, for the men, Griffin Colapinto taking his 5th career CT win.
Yeah, big moment for Griff. And he didn't have an easy road to the final, right? He took out Gab and Jack and then Rio, who was looking in blistering form. So for me, I mean, yeah, he had a hard road and he fought well and got the job done in the final.
Let's take a look at our men's final bracket. And it was a tough road for Griffin Colapinto for the CT win. All started in the quarterfinal with some challenging conditions, Rich, up against notably probably the most impressive surfer that we saw up until that quarterfinal, Gabe Medina.
Yeah, that was a massive heat for Griff, you know, getting up over Gabrielle, and we saw crazy conditions change, a big wind shift, and Manny was pitting, you know, Gabrielle as the favourite to go all the way through, make the final five, win this event, but Griff just, he didn't let that happen. So, and then he, you know, it didn't get any easier really with Jack Robbo, and then having the excitement of Rio Waida in the final. But I think for Griff, he hit the nail on the head in that post-heat interview, you know. There was some great moments through this heat. There wasn't amazing moments for Griff, but he was so steady and on point and consistent, and that proved to be the defining factor.
Here's a quarterfinal up against Gabe Medina in some jumbly conditions, but Griff made it through, Flick.
Yeah, he did. This was really tricky, right? And look, it was just hard. The conditions deteriorated. We ended up getting that devil win. But one of the biggest words we use all the time is that adaptability in our sport, and Griff adapted to the conditions. But Gabe didn't not fight. I mean, he went for it. He kept producing like air after air. He didn't make a couple. He finally stuck one in the end, but Griff ended up out on top, and yeah, really hard fought battle.
Semifinals up against Jack Robinson, a rematch from 2023 Sunset. But Griff, Rich, goes 2-0 over Jack when we talk about head-to-head matchups.
Yeah, this was this morning, and perhaps a couple of mind games there before they even jumped off the boat. And Griff said he was going to go into this with a bit of a happy-go-lucky attitude and have a lot of fun. You know, he had the wig on and through the day. But it really translated into some free and loose surfing. And it was just feeling it, super connected. But you can't deny this surfing on the backhand for Griff. So tight in the pocket. He pulled out that tail release, pushed it when he needed to. But so composed. He had such a good read on the waves out here at Cloudbreak. A little celebration there. Congrats from Coach Tommy Whitaker.
Then the final up against Rio Waida. But Flick, it seemed like it was all Griffin Colapinto in this final.
Yeah, it was. But this wasn't an easy final. I mean, throughout today, I mean, there were 3 surfers that stood out to me, Ethan, Rio, and obviously Griff. But Rio was looking on point, but Griff just continued with the momentum. And I guess, you know, you gain confidence after taking down Gabriel Medina, after taking down Jack Robinson. And he's just backhand is just looking so strong. Also smart strategic moves in the heat as well. But yeah, I mean, another big win for Griff.
Strong mind, strong surfing. Big numbers compared to Rio. We can take a look at the numbers in that final. It was all Griffin Colapinto, besting Rio Waida with a 6.67 and a 6.13, 12 points over 10 points. Griffin Colapinto with his 5th CT win.
Yeah, he's starting to build that resume out nicely, isn't he, with those 5 CT wins. Big congratulations to Rio Waida, the Indonesian, making it all the way to his first final. Couldn't quite get it done, but that's just going to really stoke the fire for him in all these events to come. He's going to want to get that win at some point.
Yeah, who would have thought, Flick, a wild card, a 17-year-old, born in Boerne, Texas, representing Canada, would take out a championship tour event here at Cloudbreak? I'm talking about Aaron Brooks.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say, really. It's actually incredible. To do what she's done is amazing, and I kind of touched on it before, but you know, we've had wildcards win, but they've been specialists at that wave. Erin isn't a specialist at Cloudbreak, and she just dominated the field. I mean, she took down world #1. She had a hard-fought battle even previously in the elimination round with Gabriel Medina making smart decisions under pressure. She surfed beyond her years, in my opinion. Her heat IQ is amazing, the way she's formulating heats. And, I mean, obviously got to the final, took down Tatiana. But,
Rich,
yeah, so impressed.
We talked about it. Surfing a whole nother gear, Erin Brooks. Seems like she was going a little faster than all the other competitors.
Yeah, and I just keep looking at the angle she was taking off the lip. Just look how fast that pivoting action is, and just an incredible read on the forehand here, and just so spicy and electric. And that, you know, that does something to the judges when they're looking at it. That gets them engaged, it gets them excited about what she's going to do and what she is doing on the waves here. But regardless of the size, when we had the peak of the swell all the way down to today, you know, she adapted, talked about that flick, and just looked on point. Barely made a mistake through this whole event.
Here she is in the semifinals up against Molly Picklum.
Yeah, and these two girls, these two women, they charge hard, both of them, right? And Molly does as well. Molly, big implications for Molly too. She would have wanted to win this because it means it would have bettered her seeding going into the finals. And I mean, pressure for Molly, no pressure for Erin. She said it before, she just wanted to go out there, get really good waves and let her surfing do the talking. And I mean, just the angle of her turns, the lines she's drawing, she's getting so much whip out of the top of the wave face. It's, yeah, just, we've said it so many times, surfing at a different speed.
Then 2 goofy foots in the final where Erin Brooks got some advice from Dad, comes up against Tatiana Weston-Webb. And again, Erin showing speed, Rich.
Yeah, just a beautiful carve to start things off. This wave really set the tempo for Erin in this heat, and she maintained that energy, sort of youthful abandonness all the way through on every single one of her rides. Tati fought back gallantly. You know, she had that energy at the start as well, and then it just sort of tapered off a little bit, and she was left a wave short. But you can't deny just how, you know, all over it Erin was, just surfing with so much energy, and right at those final moments, she just, you know, her dreams came true.
17 years old, the first championship tour win for Canada. The GOAT applauded on her backup board there, Kelly Slater in the channel. But oh, Canada, you took a W today with Erin Brooks, and there's the final numbers. Another dominant performance by Erin Brooks, taking out Tatiana Weston-Webb. A happy Tatiana Weston-Webb, however, that is, we're going to see Tati in the Final 5 at the Lexus WSL Finals. We'll get more on those WSL Finals after we visit our awards presentation with AJ McCord.
Thank you so much. We are out here at Cloudbreak with some very important people, some very special people to celebrate the winners of the 2024 Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. Joining WSL Commissioner Jessie Miley-Dyer, we have the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Tourism and Civil Aviation, the Honorable Bill Gavoka, to hand out our trophies to these winners. So let's go ahead and celebrate these surfers. First up, I'd like to introduce our men's runner-up, Rio Waida from Indonesia. Rio, what a moment. You said all week, this place feels like home, and you surfed your way to your best finish on the championship tour. How does it feel?
Yeah, I'm very happy here in Fiji. It's not only the place, but, you know, also the people from here, you know, they feels like home too, you know. I feel like we're happy. I feel like I'm connected, you know. Everybody here is so nice, and I'm just blessed to be here. You know, I want to come back for next year, but I gotta make top 5, so I will do my best for that. Why not?
Congratulations, Rio.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we move to our women's runner-up here at the Corona Fiji Pro. This woman has had an incredible year already here in Fiji. She's following up her Olympic performance by locking in her spot in the Lexus WSL Finals. Let's give it up for Brazilian surfer Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Brazil. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Tati, you told me all week long that you had just been feeding this competitive beast this summer, and now you did it here with a runner-up finish in Fiji, a place that you have so many memories as a wild card, now a runner-up. Just try to sum up how this exemplifies the level of your surfing right now.
Thank you. Gosh, what a crazy year. Life's a trip, but I'm so grateful to Jesus Christ for what a beautiful opportunity. And yeah, thank you for having us back here in Fiji. It's just been such an amazing time. It's one of my favorite places in the world. And obviously everyone on tour loves it. Everyone here is so amazing. So yeah, we're very, very happy. Thank you guys.
Congratulations and parabéns, Tati. All right. And now another person who has some great memories, making some great memories here in Fiji. He's locked in his spot in the Lexus WSL Finals. Let's give it up for Griffin Colapinto, his second event win of the year. Congratulations to our men's champion.
Thank you so much.
Griff, what a moment for you. You told me after you had to surf in the elimination round that you were all in for this event. And here you are holding this trophy, the champion trophy, with your spot locked up for trestles. Just tell me about this moment for you, what it means.
It means a lot, especially this being a world-class left-hander and such a beautiful wave. To win an event like this just kind of gives me a lot of gratitude and all the training that I've done over in my life, and everything I put into my backside surfing, especially when I was younger, or maybe like mid-teens, early 20s. I really was like super insecure in my backside and just like wasn't confident, and it took me a lot of trying different types of techniques and getting that confidence, and then finally finding it maybe like a couple years ago, and now to be able to like get the opportunity to perform on a left and then come and win it just like shows me all that hard work I put in, and yeah, just so excited.
Congratulations, Griff. Can't wait to see you on your home break.
All right, thank you.
And then this young woman is someone that we have seen clips of. We have seen her on the Challenger Series. We have seen her start to shine and then own this moment here in Fiji. Erin Brooks of Canada, your women's champion of the 2024 Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Erin, you came into this event as the wild card, and yet you surfed among the best, beat the best to get this trophy. How excited does this have you for all the moments to come here on the championship tour that you hope to bring here?
Yeah, this is so exciting. This being my first CT event and doing so well, it definitely brings me a lot of confidence. And hopefully I can finish well in the Challenger Series so I can be here with these guys next year, because this is just so much fun.
Well, the other thing, I know there's some negotiation going on between you and Dad of what the prize was going to be for the win. Did you guys settle it?
Not really. I mean, there's always something that I tell my dad, like, right before the final. If I win, maybe can I get this, Dad? Maybe something that he would normally say no. But we haven't figured it out yet, but hopefully soon.
So the negotiation continues. Congratulations to Erin Brooks and all of our competitors here at the 2024 Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. These winners have a moment to celebrate now. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Congratulations, Griffin Colapinto and Erin Brooks. And we have a lot of people to thank here in Fiji. We'd like to thank the Fijian government and Tourism Fiji, who along with the WSL have confirmed this event to be on the schedule through at least 2026. And it's going to host the WSL Finals here next year. A big thank you to Corona, our title partner for this event. Thank you to Bonsoy, our presenting partner for this event. And thank you to our partners, talking about Red Bull, Yeti, Surfline, True Surf, Eventbrite, Shiseido, Mofi, Jacks of Fiji, Fiji Airways, Tavarua Island Resort, the beautiful Fiji Marriott Momi Bay Resort. Also, thank you to WSL One Ocean, Oakberry and IC, and a special thank you to the Fijian Surfing Association and to FSA President Hannah Bennett, and to their clubs and members and local communities and surfers who shared this incredible wave with us. Thank you for the fans who came out on the boats and everyone who watched live here on Fiji TV. It's been a tremendous event, and this is just the beginning of the celebration of Fiji. I mean, this is an easy place to celebrate. So beautiful. Well, the chapter's not over yet, though, because we got more stuff to talk about on the Corona Sarah Post Show. I'm talking about our Final 5 and the WSL Finals.
John yanks on the rail, over the foam ball, bucks through there.
Wall standing up, and he just blows the tail right through it.
John Florence.
Florence, you are the #1 seed.
Winding up, drift goes huge. Whoa! Pulls it around.
Big cave setting up, pulls up and under, still traveling. Colapinto! Griffin Colapinto clinches a spot at a world title on his home break.
I just live for those moments when someone else is trying to battle me.
Transitions in the barrel. Jack Robinson punches free. Oh my goodness. Jack is back and will compete for a world title.
Reckless abandon is what Italo Ferreira is.
What a turnaround. Italo will be competing for a world title.
Late drop, side slipping into the barrel. He's deep, he's disappeared, and Ethan Ewing is coming out.
Last year's world runner-up, Ethan Ewing, has clinched the spot. We lock in with world #1, Katie Simmers.
Pipeline for the girls.
Caitlin Simmers just locked up the #1 seed.
Caroline Marks does it again.
Caroline Marks will get to defend her world title.
Hennessy, just so solid on her board.
Keep learning. Every heat.
Brisa Hennessy clinches her spot in the WSL Final 5.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail of the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
What a turn.
Hello, San Clemente. Molly Picklam's coming for you.
Wow, what are we watching?
That was absolutely insane.
Tatiana Weston-Webb will have a chance to be the first Brazilian women world champion this September.
That's right, Lexus WSL Finals. Hey, the format changed. It's match play for those Lexus WSL Finals. #4 seed, #5 seed, Ethan Ewing and Italo Ferreira. We'll start with match #1, Rich. And interesting this year that Ethan Ewing will start that match with priority.
Yeah, well, being in that the #4 position, he gets the honour of priority, but that's a really good matchup. A contrast of approaches there too. The very silky smooth, composed style of Ethan Ewing against that high energy, almost craziness of Italo, who's just going to get so busy and potentially take to the air. You know he's going to do that. And then the prospect of one of those two guys coming up against Jack is really, really cool. But, you know, looking at that men's draw, you know, some of them have been there before and some of them have sort of faltered once they've gotten to the finals. So they'll be looking to correct those mistakes and really dig in. This is going to be an incredible finals day.
Yeah, I agree. Let's take a look at our women's matches and the brackets for the Lexus WSL Finals. Again, Flick, Molly Picklam will have priority to start up against Tatiana Weston-Webb in match #1.
You know what's really cool when I look at this? There's 2 goofy footers in this. I mean, it's rare. You breathe in rare air if you're a goofy and you're making it to the Final 5, it seems. I mean, we saw Caroline Marks get the job done last year. She had that point of difference. We spoke about it earlier. Now we've got 2 goofies in there. And Tatiana, I mean, you got to commend her performance today. I mean, getting that job done, winning that semi-final, getting into the final. And I mean, now she's got to reevaluate. Potentially the whole year she hasn't really been in that conversation, and now she is. So, yeah, reevaluate, recalibrate, and refocus the goal.
Tatiana knows the feelings. She's been in that title match before, so she's made it all the way to the last match there at the WSL Finals. So let's see if she can replicate that, Rich, and maybe go one better this year.
Yeah, well, some say a maneuver away. You know, that one maneuver that she stumbled on and fell potentially cost her the world title. So, you know, she's got unfinished business there and really well suited to the waves at lowers. So be really good to see her regroup. Obviously going to have Ross Williams in her corner again.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we have yet to claim a men's and women's world champ. That's going to happen at the Lexus WSL Finals. But we do have a factory champ. We have the champ for the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings. And congratulations, back-to-back, Flick, for Matt Biolis, the Mayhem Lost crew.
Oh, and almost by 100,000 points. Like, that is insane, right? Just speaks volumes to the whole team, really, at Lost. You know, from Matt to the shapers to the glasses to everyone involved, to the team managers, and obviously to the athletes and them performing on those boards. I mean, 2 big wins this afternoon for Matt as well. But wow, I mean, who's he going to take next to that surf ranch day?
Well, that's exactly what Matt and the Lost crew are going to win. It's going to be the Shaper World title, and they are going to have a full night for their whole crew, compliments of the World Surf League and Kelly Slater Wave Company. I'm available, Matt. But yeah, we saw him. Actually, we saw last year Matt and Mike Riola buy an extra day actually for the whole crew. So they had a day and a night. We'll see if the crew from San Clemente does that again. We're going to take a break right now, but we're not over. We got so much more on the Corona Cerro Post Show. We got the Mophie Charger of the Day when we come back. Stick around. Back at the Corona Cerro Post Show, as I promised you, we're going to come back with the Mophie Charger of the event, Kaipo Guerrero, Flick Palmentier, Richie Lovett. Any guess on who the Mophie Charger of the event may be, Flick?
Well, look,
You're looking
I don't need to guess. However, let's just play it, shall we?
Let's get into it. The Mophie Charger of the event. I'll let you talk over this one, Felicity Palmentier.
Oh, look, honestly, no surprises, right? The absolute biggest weapon of this event, it goes to Erin Brooks, has to be defeating world #1. I mean, does it get better than that? It's crazy, right? Katie Simmons has literally won 3 World Championship Tour events this year. This is Erin's very first appearance on the World Tour as a wild card. And obviously she defeated Katie yesterday and she got the win today.
Yeah, huge moment. Electric, charged, the Mophie charged the event, Aaron Brooks. Well, now, this is a mouthful, but I got it right here. This is the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay, top 5 moments of the event for you to enjoy with us, Rich. And first of all, I'm going to say number 5, a big boola, because Fiji's back, mate.
Yeah, congratulations on the wordsmithing there, mate. Good job, but yeah, Fiji's back, and it's a pleasure to be here too. One of my favourite events when it was on the tour. It almost felt like you're on holiday, and then this contest was here smack bang in the middle of it. And thank you. Big thank you to all the Fijian people and the Fijian government for having us back here, because these waves in front of us are some of the best waves on the planet. So it's an absolute pleasure. We know that all the surfers pretty much rate this event as their favourite one on the tour. So yeah, we're back.
Number 4, Flick. Medina Magic almost goes perfect on this run, 987.
This thing was absolutely insane, just demonstrating what an absolute beast he is out here. This thing was so deep. Absolute freight train of a barrel. I mean, 2 judges called it a 10. I also thought the same. It was, Rich did too. Kaipo did as well. It was incredible, right? And yeah, he's just a weapon out here.
Number 3, our final 5 are clinched for the Lexus WSL Final, Rich.
And do you know what I loved about this is that it pretty much went down to some of the final heats of this event before we locked them in. There was drama along the way. Obviously, the nerves of our surfers would have been through the roof, and we felt it in here just calling the action. And all the possible scenarios that were happening as we came into the event and we went through it. But, you know, these champion surfers, 10 of them across the men and women's draw, and all worthy of their position in the final 5. And that man there, John Florence, he'll be leading the men. He'll have the gold jersey, and Katie Simmers on the women's side.
Number 2, congratulations. The wild card, Aaron Brooks on her win.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of already touched on this, but she's just taken out the world number 1. She's won a World Tour event. She's taken down, you know, made smart decisions in her heats. You kind of start forecasting, right, like what's going to happen in the future. The world title's decided in a couple of weeks. She's just taken down every single woman in this draw. It's incredible. I don't know what more to say. There's nothing more to say. Everything has been said. It's just kind of lost for words, really, with just... You know, she has the skills. It's just to actually pull through and nail it is another thing, you know?
Yeah, future looks bright for Aaron Brooks. Even the GOAT applauded that effort. And the first win on the CT for Canada. Celebrations splash.
Yeah, golf claps all around.
Number 1, our men's champ and his 5th CT win of his career, Griffin Colapinto, Rich.
Yeah, his career starts building nicely. Griffin Colapinto, rock solid and steady on the backhand over the last 3 days. Just really in tune with the waves out here at Cloudbreak. And you can see here, it's just so powerful on the backhand. These really quick snaps, tight the pocket. And on the big days too, he was just showing a lot of that power and form, but doing it in a way that, you know, he was a bit happy-go-lucky, did it with a smile on his face, and what a confidence builder as he goes in to the final 5 matchup at his home break at Lowers. He's leading the charge. He's driving the bus for the San Clemente crew, and we'll see that energy shift over the next couple of weeks to California.
Yeah, he's going to be the number 2 seed when we look to the WSL Finals, Lexus WSL Finals. Flick, final thoughts? I mean, it's been a wonderful week here in Fiji. A little more for you.
I've been on holiday this whole time. Like you said, Kaipo, this has been the easiest host set to work in. It's got the best view. I mean, we literally have restaurants left, right, and centre. We've got beautiful ocean. Can we do every event here?
We should.
It's so good. I don't want to leave.
Good call. Good call. Rich, what do you think?
Mate, well, I haven't left the confines of the resort since we've been here, so I'm maybe going to venture out onto the reefs over the next couple of days. Mine, yours, Flick, a couple spare, so let's rip into it.
Yeah, let's get some waves, and let's check us out at Trestles. That's the Lexus WSL Finals. It's September 6th through the 14th is the window. We will see you there. Aloha, and enjoy the end of event highlights.
beautiful. Coffee, go surf, sunrise, boat ride. Living a dream.
The Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy, the final stop of the regular season.
This is literally heaven on earth.
It feels cartoonish, you know, these sand islands in the middle of the ocean, blue water, gorgeous reef. I don't know what more you could ask for. The big name that's missing in the final five, Gabriel Medina, needs to do a lot if he wants to compete for a fourth world title.
Big speed carve straight up into the pit again, driving through this one, even better than the last.
A dominant performance.
Deep on this one, Yago getting gunned out behind the spin. And solid one, grabbing the rail on the takeoff, pulling up and under, trying to burn off some speed. Leo Fioravanti trying to punch free.
He's got nitrous in the tank. He's got a turbocharge right here. The speed that he gets, Jesse, is unlike anyone else in the barrel.
I mean, stealing Christmas once again, right?
9.87.
The stage is set. Now we're into the final series. Brooks eliminating world number 1 today.
Oh, this was incredible, right? This is a good indication of what to expect from Erin Brooks once she qualifies and she gets on tour, because it's not a matter of if, but when.
We got to say congratulations to Griffin Colapinto. What an incredible heat to put together.
And ending the season by one of the all-time greats. The final 5 is officially set.
In her first attempt at a World Championship Tour event, she's made her way all the way through to the final.
Griffin Colapinto on to the final. He can't believe it, his first CT final. Real Waida is realizing he's on his way to the best finish he's ever had on the championship tour.
Wow, what a story. What a day in surfing history. A 17-year-old phenom in her wildcard debut on the championship tour. Erin Brooks has done it and is the champion. Coach Kelly is loving it. Griffin Colapinto is your champion of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.